Chapter 4:08. Using Yuan Qi to carve a mark on a piece of jade to convey some information that was inconvenient to express in words was not a very powerful method. All it required was strict control over Yuan Qi. So, when Yang Jin saw Yang Kai take out two pieces of jade, he knew there must be something inside. Using his divine sense, Yang Jin carefully examined them. Suddenly, Yang Jin frowned, and his expression became dignified. After a while, his eyes filled with doubt, which then turned into surprise and astonishment. As his eyes changed, the expression on Yang Jun's face became extremely interesting. The old men who were prepared to watch a good show couldn't help but be stunned when they saw Yang Jun's expression, wondering if he had discovered something extraordinary. After a while, Yang Jun took a deep breath and slowly withdrew his divine sense from the jade. Looking at Yang Kai strangely, he picked up the other piece of jade with a dignified expression. Just like before, he continued to investigate, and like a replay, the various expressions on Yang Jun's face played out again. At this moment, the white-haired elders in the hall could no longer sit still. Unbeknownst to them, they all stood up and quietly gathered in this direction. After a while, Yang Kai was pushed out of the outer circle, and the old men gathered around, waiting for him to withdraw his divine sense. What is inside? An elder couldn't help but wonder what Yang Kai had brought that could cause Yang Jin to pay so much attention to it. As he spoke, he reached out to grab the piece of jade on the table. Before he could grab it, he was grabbed by Yang Jin, causing the other party to glare at him. "That little brat, come here." Yang Jun waved his hand and unceremoniously pushed the elders who were poking their heads out to the side. "Disciple is here." Yang Kai stepped forward. Yang Jin should be a character from his grandfather's generation, but in the Yang family, generally they would not refer to each other as relatives unless they had a good relationship. Holding the two pieces of jade, Yang Jin frowned, and his old face couldn't help blushing as he asked, "What is this? What is it that made your performance so wonderful?" A white-haired elder was stunned, and the others slowly shook their heads. The expectations in their hearts suddenly reduced. 2 sets of spirit arrays. "Nonsense!" Yang Jin shouted. "This old master is not a fool." Of course, he knew that there were 2 sets of spirit arrays. "What I'm asking is what this spirit array is for." Oh, as he spoke, his face turned even redder. He was already so old, and his knowledge and experience were extremely rich. At this moment, he actually couldn't even appraise something brought back by a youngster of the younger generation. Naturally, he felt a little embarrassed. Yang Kai pinched his nose. A spirit array for alchemy. Yang Jun was stunned. For alchemy? As he spoke, he shook his head and said, "This old man has seen many spirit arrays used in alchemy, but there has never been a spirit array as complex and profound as yours. Just engraving such a spirit array on a pill furnace is a rather troublesome matter, especially if it is used to refine pills. It will definitely consume more of the alchemist's energy and Yuan Qi. Are you sure these 2 spirit arrays are effective?" "Yes. Tell me, what are they used for?" Yang Jin frowned and asked. He didn't understand much about alchemy, so naturally he couldn't see the mysteries hidden in these spirit arrays. He just subconsciously felt that these 2 spirit arrays were a little too complex and mysterious. Although they were definitely good things, there were definitely drawbacks. One of them, it can increase the success rate of alchemy. Yang Kai calmly explained. In other words, if an alchemist's usual success rate is only 60%, then with this set of spirit arrays, it can reach 90%. Yang Jin couldn't help feeling shocked. 90%. Even if he didn't understand alchemy, he knew how outstanding an alchemist who could guarantee a 90% success rate was. An ordinary alchemist could only guarantee a 60% to 70% success rate, and with 10 sets of alchemy materials, they could only refine 6 or 7 pills. A good alchemist could only achieve around 80% success rate. and most of the disciples from Medicine King's Valley were at this level. But now, this spirit array could increase the success rate by 30%. Didn't this mean that as long as a slightly better alchemist used this spirit array, they could guarantee a 100% success rate? Over the years, how much materials could be saved, and how much time and effort could be saved? In an instant, Yang Zhen realized the preciousness of this spirit array. Of course, the premise was that Yang Kai was telling the truth. What about the other set? Yang Zhen suppressed the shock in his heart and tried to ask in a calm tone. It has a chance to increase the quality of the pills. Yang Kai said lightly. What do you mean? Yang Zhen subconsciously raised his brow and hurriedly asked, holding his breath. If his understanding was correct, then the value of this spirit array was even greater than the previous one. Originally, when refining a furnace of heaven-grade mid-rank pills using the spirit array, there is a chance that a heaven-grade high-rank pill will appear. Yang Kai explained patiently before adding, the probability of this happening isn't very high, but it's bound to happen. The breathing of the elders suddenly quickened. They could also see the value of this set of spirit arrays. One of them asked nervously, what if you want to refine a furnace of mysterious grade high-rank pills? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Perhaps a spirit grade pill will appear. Spirit grade. These two words were like a drum beating in the ears of the several elders, causing their eardrums to tremble. All of them stared at Yang Kai incredulously, trying to see if he was joking. Yang Kai was calm. These two spirit arrays were the result of his comprehension of the true alchemic way, so it was obviously impossible for them to be useless. The entire elder hall instantly fell silent as the group of old men froze in place, not knowing what to do. All of them were thinking about the value of the spirit array and whether Yang Kai's words were true or not. After a moment, Yang Zhen suddenly recovered and glared at Yang Kai sternly, coldly saying, do you know what kind of crime it is to fool the elder hall? Even if you are a direct descendant of the Yang family, if you dare to speak nonsense here, I can make sure you die without a burial. Whether or not I'm fooling around, find someone who knows how to verify it. Yang Kai frowned. Your courage isn't bad. Yang Zhen sneered and shouted, go invite Cheng Bai Lian from the pill room. Oh, a fat elder responded. Then his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Cheng Bai Lian, the Yang family's chief alchemist. His attainments in alchemy were also well known throughout the world, but compared with Xiao Fusheng, he was slightly inferior. Xiao Fusheng was a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist, the only one in the entire Great Han dynasty. Cheng Bai Lian was only a mysterious grade mid-rank alchemist. Although there was only a one-step difference, this difference was like a chasm between Cheng Bai Lian and Xiao Fusheng, forcing the latter to only be able to look up to the Grandmaster. It's not too late for you to regret now. When Cheng Bai Lian comes here and changes your mind, this old master won't indulge you any further. Yang Zhen snorted, making a final test. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he said with a displeased expression, Elder, I offered these two spirit arrays in exchange for 2 blood warriors to follow me, and secondly, I wanted to give them to the Yang family to bring some benefits. After all, this is the place where I was born. If I only wanted to exchange for 2 blood warriors with the value of these spirit arrays, one would be more than enough. Why would I need to offer 2? As for the truth and lies, I believe Elder can distinguish between them. Yang Zhen's expression froze, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that what Yang Kai said made sense. Nodding slightly, you're right, perhaps this old master is being too cautious, but as for the truth, let's wait and see. What's true can't be false, and what's false can't be true. Ha ha. After saying so, Yang Zhen frowned and carefully examined the 2 sets of spirit arrays in the jade. But no matter how he looked at them, he couldn't see anything special about them. After a full 2 hours, the fat elder who had rushed over dragged a man who looked to be in his 50s over here. When he entered the elder hall, this man's face was gloomy and obviously not very happy. Entering the hall, before Yang Zhen could even speak, Cheng Bai Lian angrily shouted, "Yang Zhen, what are you doing?" This old master was refining a furnace of profound blue pills, and was just about to start, yet you called this old master over, at this critical moment. If you don't compensate me for that furnace of pills, this old master won't refine any more alchemy for the Yang family for 3 months. Compensate. Yang Zhen's face went black as he nodded repeatedly. Although he was so old, yet he was still being called by his name in front of his face, and was even being shouted at like this. Yang Zhen couldn't afford to be angry. After all, the person in front of him was the chief alchemist of the Yang family. Many high-quality pills were refined by him, so even if the gap in strength was huge, Yang Zhen could only swallow his anger. Alchemists were not to be trifled with, especially those with high skill. Cheng Bai Lian lightly snorted and said, "That furnace of heaven-grade top-rank pills, although it wasn't very expensive, it still cost me a lot of effort. Seeing that you're pleasing to the eye, 500,000 taels is enough." Yang Zhen's face became even darker as he suppressed his anger and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's get down to business first." Cheng Bai Lian nodded, glancing over at Yang Kai, who was standing next to him, and said, "I heard on the way here that this little brat brought back these 2 sets of spirit arrays. And take a look and see if they're really useful." Yang Zhen handed over the 2 pieces of jade. Cheng Bai Lian casually took them and smiled contemptuously. This old master has been practicing alchemy for so many years, and has even studied many spirit arrays, but I have never heard of such a magical spirit array in this world. I think the older you get, the more muddle-headed you become, being deceived by others, and even dragging this old master into the water. If word gets out, I'd like to see where your old face goes. Don't talk nonsense. Take a look first." Yang Zhen was annoyed by Cheng Bai Lian's words, but he had nowhere to vent, so his old face turned purple. He secretly decided that if Yang Kai really lied to him, he would not let him off lightly. Only then did Cheng Bai Lian calmly find a place to sit down. With a casual expression, he released his divine sense into the jade to investigate. Everyone in the elder hall, except for Yang Kai, was staring at him, wanting to know how he would evaluate these 2 spirit arrays. However, just as Cheng Bai Lian released his divine sense into the jade, he suddenly let out a strange cry and stood up, a look of disbelief on his face. Everyone was holding their breaths, waiting nervously, so when they heard his shout, they couldn't help being startled. Chapter 409. "What are you doing?" Yang Zhen snorted, glaring at Cheng Bai Lian with displeasure. "You're already so old. How can you be so flustered?" Cheng Bai Lian, on the other hand, didn't seem to hear this, his eyes widening in shock and excitement as he stared at Yang Kai. In the next moment, his figure flickered, and he appeared directly in front of Yang Kai, grabbing him by the shoulders and binding him tightly, as if he was afraid Yang Kai would run away, asking in a slightly trembling voice, "Boy, this spirit array, where did you get it?" Yang Kai frowned, faintly aware of something, but still calmly replied, "Medicine King's Valley, Hidden Cloud Peak." Cheng Bai Lian's body shook slightly, a look of understanding appearing on his face as he nodded repeatedly. I knew it," saying so, he stared at Yang Kai solemnly and asked, "What is your relationship with Grandmaster Shao?" "It's nothing. I just spent 2 months on Hidden Cloud Peak." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, speaking in a very low-key manner. Cheng Bai Lian's expression suddenly became gloomy as he glared at Yang Kai, a cold light flashing across the depths of his eyes as he coldly asked, "Did you steal the spirit array?" Yang Kai shook his head. "Grandmaster taught me this." Cheng Bai Lian was startled, not understanding why this young man in front of him had been taught 2 sets of such spirit arrays if he had nothing to do with Grandmaster Shao. But soon he smiled and said, Good. Alchemy can't be stolen. Since Grandmaster taught you this, there's no problem." He obviously thought that Yang Kai was holding back and didn't want to admit his relationship with Xiao Fusheng in public. Although the conversation between the two was only a few words, it was enough for the white-haired elders in the elder hall to smell a trace of unusualness. The two sets of spirit arrays that Yongjin couldn't identify seemed to have a great origin. Does Senior recognize this spirit array? Yang Kai felt a little strange. If this Chung by Lien didn't recognize this spirit array, he wouldn't have lost his composure like this, but this was something he had learned from the true alchemic way. So how could he recognize it? Hearing Yang Kai's question, Yang Zhen and the others all turned their gazes to Chung by Lien. The latter's face was dejected as he shook his head and smiled bitterly. There was a hint of reminiscence in his eyes, as he seemed to have fallen into deep thought. Say something. Fuck. Yang Zhen had a fiery temper. After waiting for a long time and not seeing Chung Bai Lien give an explanation, he couldn't help but curse. In normal times, this chief alchemist of the Yang family had long since lost his composure, but at this moment he was a little dispirited. After pondering for a while, he said, 30 years ago, at an alchemy convention in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, I was fortunate enough to see it once. Unfortunately, it was only half an array. Yang Kai's expression changed. He suddenly understood what was going on. That alchemy conference, geniuses came forth in large numbers and stars gathered in the sky. This old man has defeated dozens of opponents in a row. All the way to the finals, my momentum was like a rainbow. But in the end, I was defeated by a single person. That person is today's Xiao Fusheng. Chung Bai Lien looked at Yang Kai with a wry smile. Grandmaster Xiao is a genius born for alchemy. Being defeated by him is not an injustice. Yang Zhen rolled up his sleeves and curled his lips. As a cultivator, he naturally didn't understand the Tao of alchemy, nor did he understand the admiration and friendship between alchemists. Later, our outstanding young alchemists were arranged to enter the Pill Saint's Peak to look at the Pill Saint's portrait and comprehend the alchemic way. Chung Bai Lien recounted the events of that year. Xiao Fusheng and I both saw half of the spirit array in the Pill Saint's portrait at the same time, but we were never able to see the full picture, which was a great regret at the time. Later, I came to the Yang family, while Xiao Fusheng entered Medicine King's Valley. Ha! Chung Bai Lien smiled. Over the past 30 years, I have exchanged many letters with Grandmaster Xiao. When I had free time, I would also go to Medicine King's Valley to study the half of the spirit array with him in an attempt to complete it. But after 30 years of effort, I still failed. The ash-gray cloud Evil Land wantonly attacked Medicine King's Valley and destroyed the Pill Saint's portrait. This old master thought he would never have the opportunity to see the full picture of this spirit array again in his life, but unexpectedly, ha ha ha, today, my wish has finally come true. Chung Bai Lien looked up to the sky and laughed, a bitter look appearing on his face as he muttered, Xiao Fusheng is worthy of being called Xiao Fusheng, always walking ahead of this old master. Unexpectedly, he has already completed this spirit array. This old master is far inferior to him. The world's #1 alchemist is truly worthy of his title. Yang Kai hadn't expected that the spirit array he had brought out would actually involve these past events. Even a character like Xiao Fusheng was only able to glimpse half of the spirit array, so it was easy to imagine just how profound the true alchemic way was. The appearance of this spirit array seemed to have resolved a 30-year knot in the hearts of the world's two great alchemists. Although there had been some misunderstandings, Yang Kai wasn't ready to say anything. He just wanted to use Grandmaster Zhao's name to act. You've said so much, so are these two spirit arrays useful, or not? Yang Zhen asked somewhat impatiently. Nonsense, Chung Bai Lien snorted. How could they be useless? These spirit arrays originated from the Pill Saint statue. They are supreme treasures left behind by the Pill Saint. Of course they are useful. And their value? Yang Zhen sniffed. Immeasurable. Cheng Bai Lian's expression became extremely serious. All the elders couldn't help showing strange expressions. Yang Kai taking out these 2 spirit arrays was truly a huge contribution to the Yang family. Even Yang Zhen didn't know how to record this merit. In the palm of his hand. Take them, but don't divulge them. You know the rules of the Yang family, Yang Zhen said solemnly. Cheng Bai Lian rolled his eyes. This old master has been in the Yang family for 30 years. His entire family has lived here. How could I not understand the importance of these rules? Yang Zhen nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction. Cheng Bai Lian turned to look at Yang Kai, no longer showing any of his previous contempt, asking kindly, "Little brat, what's your name?" Yang Kai reported his name. Cheng Bai Lian patted him affectionately on the shoulder. "I'll remember you. If you have time in the future, come to my house, and I'll invite you to tea." Saying so, Yang Kai crossed his arms behind his back and strode off in a majestic manner. The elders in the hall all looked at each other, for a moment giving birth to a kind of unreal feeling. Cheng Bai Lian wanted to invite that little brat to tea. It seemed that even the Yang family's chief alchemist had never been so polite to these old fogies, let alone invite them to tea. In the younger generation, even among the middle-aged generation, this was an extraordinary honor, and if this news spread out, it was likely that others would envy them. A long time after Cheng Bai Lian left, the group of old fogies secretly shook their heads, wondering what kind of good fortune Yang Kai had encountered that allowed him to have a relationship with a character like Xiao Fu Sheng and learn 2 priceless spirit arrays from him. "Elder," Yang Kai called out, "now that everything has been confirmed, can I exchange for 2 blood warriors?" Yang Zhen rolled his eyes and nodded. "Good. But this old master must first remind you, according to the strength of the blood warrior, the merit you need to spend will also be different. Then, with my current merit, what kind of blood warrior can I obtain?" Yang Zhen lightly coughed. "All the masters in the Blood Warrior Hall can be chosen by you, including the Hall Master and Vice Hall Master." "Hall Master and Vice Hall Master?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Yes, they are 2 peak immortal ascension boundary masters." Yang Zhen nodded. "With their protection, no one should be able to get close to you in the inheritance war." It seemed that he felt that Yang Kai's merit was too great, and Yang Zhen wanted him to quickly exhaust it, so he spared no effort to promote the so-called Hall Master and Vice Hall Master, showing off their strength one by one in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I don't want them." Yang Zhen was stunned. "You don't want such masters? Who do you want?" "Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu." Yang Kai reported the names of the 2 blood warriors. These 2 were the ones who had come to welcome his 4th brother, Yang Xian Wu, back to the family. The expressions of the group of old men in the room suddenly became extremely strange as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu were originally the 2 most talented blood warriors in the Blood Warrior Hall, so the elders had naturally heard of their names and had high expectations for them. However, because of Yang Xian Wu's incident this time, the 2 blood warriors had been punished by the family, causing them to be unable to recover. The elders also felt quite sorry for the fate of these 2, but with the Yang family's rules, they had no choice but to punish them. Originally, they had thought that no one would dare to use them in this inheritance war, but none of them had expected that the youngest Yang Kai would actually want to use these 2. Even if Yang Kai had said he wanted the Blood Warrior Hall's Vice Hall Master and Blood Warrior Hall Vice Hall Master, it hadn't shocked the elders as much as this moment, not using such a strong person, but instead choosing to use these 2 disheartened and wounded people. This Kai Yang was either an idiot or he had other plans. Yang Zhen stared at Yang Kai meaningfully and quickly said, "Those 2 are already crippled. Do you still want them?" "Yes." "Interesting." Yang Zhen grinned. Your appetite is quite big." Yang Zhen's expression was one of complete understanding, as if he had seen through Yang Kai's thoughts and plans. Yang Kai just shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "Since you want them, I'll give them to you." Yang Zhen snorted. "I'd like to see what kind of storm you can stir up in the inheritance war with those two. When the time comes, don't you regret lifting a stone and smashing your own foot. That's my business. There's no need for Elder to worry about it." Yang Zhen sneered, immediately writing a letter, stamping it with the Elder Council's seal, and tossing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it, glanced at it casually, nodded with satisfaction, and cupped his fists. "Many thanks, Elder." "Good." After exchanging those two blood warriors, "You still have a lot of merits left. What else do you want to exchange?" Yang Zhen raised his eyes and asked, "In the inheritance war, it's always good to be prepared. How many merits do I have left?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. "A lot," Yang Zhen said impatiently, but didn't disclose the specific number. Presumably, he didn't know how to calculate it. Then exchanged them all for alchemy and artifact refining materials, at least heaven grade, preferably mysterious grade. Chapter 4:10. Listening to Yang Kai's request, Yang Zhen couldn't help looking at him in surprise, not having expected his requirements to be so high. Nodding, he said, "I'll help you prepare them. I'll have them delivered to your house." "Many thanks, Elder. I'll take my leave." Yang Kai nodded. Turning around, he walked out. "Little brat, don't be defeated too early in the inheritance war. Otherwise, this old master will be disappointed." Yang Zhen's voice called out from behind, "Elders, please wait and see." By the time these words came out, Yang Kai had already disappeared. "Arrogant!" Yang Zhen snorted. The sixth elder, who had just gone to invite Cheng Bai Lian, frowned for a moment before saying, "Yang Zhen, this little brat is gambling. If he doesn't do well, he'll be doomed. The inheritance war has always been a gamble. How could those young brats not see the opportunity in it? But none of them dared to make such a decision. Only he dared." Yang Zhen's eyes flashed as he nodded lightly. "Although I can't see any results in the short term, at least he has taken the initiative in the Blood Warrior Hall. This little brat from Fourth Brother's house is very courageous, very much like the Yang family. If Yang Kai were to choose these two blood servants, how could these elders, with their shrewdness and eyesight, not understand the gains and losses? With such a choice in the inheritance war, as long as they were able to stabilize their footing in the early stages and not be defeated quickly, the benefits they could receive in the future would be greater and greater. The only thing they needed to worry about was that in the early stages, the two blood warriors would be killed before their injuries were healed. Blood Warrior Hall. There was a very special place in the Yang family, the place where the blood warriors usually lived. Even from more than a dozen kilometers away, one could clearly feel the endless fighting intent emanating from the Blood Warrior Hall. These invisible forces seemed to be able to converge into a sharp sword, revealing its sharpness and cutting through the heavens. The Blood Warriors were natural warriors, talents specially trained for small battles. Their powerful fighting intent was one of the Yang family's golden signboards. Even if they weren't fighting, the murderous intent radiating from the Blood Warriors would solidify and fill the air around the Blood Warrior Hall. Along the way, Yang Kai's expression also turned solemn when he sensed this frightening aura. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both stood respectfully outside the Blood Warriors, quietly waiting for the arrival of Yang Kai. In front of them stood a tall and sturdy man with his hands crossed behind his back, wearing a black warrior's robe that could be seen anywhere. His physique was majestic, but his expression was indifferent, his long hair draped over his shoulders, giving him an air of superiority, his eyes like cold stars, giving him an intimidating aura. The Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master, Feng Sheng, a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master who had made great contributions to the Yang family. After using his Mad Tyrant blood skill, he was even able to contend with an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. in the entire central capital, Feng Sheng was one of the few masters he had ever met. Since hearing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's report yesterday, Feng Sheng had become somewhat interested in the youngest young Lord Kai. Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu were his subordinates, so as the hall master of the Blood Warrior Hall, he naturally cared about them. He wanted to see with his own eyes what the little lord who was willing to use Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu was like. On this day, several young lords had arrived, but until now the little lord still hadn't appeared. Feng Sheng didn't show any impatience, though, and just stood there quietly. Tu Feng was secretly anxious. Although Yang Kai had agreed to his and Tang Yuxian's request yesterday, and he didn't doubt the authenticity of Yang Kai's words, to be honest, he really didn't know if Yang Kai had enough merits to exchange for Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu. What if his merits weren't enough? Just as he was feeling anxious, though, a tall young man suddenly appeared in his field of vision and walked over. "Is that him?" Feng Sheng asked. "It's him. It's the little lord." The big stone in Tu Feng's heart finally fell, and his whole body relaxed as he exchanged a glance with Tang Yuxian and smiled knowingly. The little lord is really a trustworthy person. Unfortunately, in this time's inheritance war, both of them couldn't help feeling deeply regretful. Walking up to him, Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at Feng Sheng. His eyes flashed like lightning, his aura was rich, and his physique seemed to contain an unparalleled explosive power. Peak, immortal ascension boundary. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he saw through this young man's true cultivation at a glance. If such a master were to fight against him, he would be able to kill him in a single blow. The huge gap in strength wasn't something an artifact or the unyielding golden skeleton could make up for. Although he was wearing ordinary clothes, Yang Kai could clearly feel that even though this young man was just standing there, he wasn't circulating any kind of secret art, but the world energy around him was still constantly flowing into his body, constantly condensing and refining his yuan qi, causing his yuan qi to become purer and richer, undoubtedly higher than others. He's a master from the Blood Warrior Hall. Yang Kai couldn't help but praise in his heart. The Yang family being able to stand tall for so many years and enjoy the title of first among the central capital's 8 great families was not without reason. While Yang Kai was observing Feng Sheng, the other party was also secretly observing him. He was dressed casually, not luxuriously, more simply than the average young lord from a prominent family. This kind of clothing was undoubtedly more suitable for sudden combat. He was very young, probably only around 18 years old, but his strength had already reached the yuan qi 8th stage. His expression was calm, and his eyes seemed normal, but occasionally there was a flash of light. Feng Sheng's eyes couldn't help narrowing slightly as his expression became solemn. He felt a thick, murderous aura from Yang Kai, one that was extremely strong and obvious. Feng Sheng also had a murderous aura, one that was even stronger than Yang Kai's. This kind of aura wasn't something that could be obtained through cultivation. It could only be left behind after killing people, and it had to kill a lot of people to create this kind of aura. This little lord was so young yet had already killed so many people. It seemed he wasn't an easy opponent to provoke. This was what Feng Sheng was concerned about. What made Feng Sheng feel even more strange was that there seemed to be another strange force in this little lord's body. This force seemed to affect his murderous aura, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. It was as if even the violent aura he had been suppressing in his heart had been stirred up. Taking a closer look, Feng Sheng couldn't feel anything, only that his yuan qi was quite pure. Secretly shaking his head, Feng Sheng frowned. After a moment of silence, Feng Sheng knew that this little lord in front of him wasn't as simple as he seemed on the surface, but he didn't care too much and just asked lightly, "Young Lord Kai?" Yang Kai nodded slightly and turned his eyes to Gufeng and Tang Yuxian. The two of them quickly stepped forward, and Tu Feng said, "Little lord, this is our hall master." "Feng Sheng? So it's Hall Master Feng." Yang Kai exclaimed. Since you've come for the blood warriors, please show me the document signed by the Elder Hall, little lord. Feng Sheng stretched out his hand, and Yang Kai handed over the document. Taking a look at it, Feng Sheng gently nodded. His face, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, seemed to show some subtle changes as he said, "Young Lord Kai, please come in." Yang Kai stepped forward, and Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly welcomed him inside. Feng Sheng didn't follow him inside, though, still standing straight at the door. After entering the Blood Warrior Hall, Tu Jing chuckled. "Little lord, I've never heard the Hall Master say please to anyone. Today, there were a few young lords who came, but the Hall Master didn't even spare them a glance. It seems the Hall Master's impression of you is quite good." Tang Yuxian also nodded heavily, seemingly having discovered something extraordinary. "Then my face is a bit big." Yang Kai grinned. Tu Feng nodded. "It's not about face. It's just that little lord is willing to use these two brothers. My Blood Warrior Hall is extremely grateful." "Is it really that serious?" Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt, and he stared in front of him in amazement. In front of him, nearly 20 powerful blood warriors were lined up in several rows, all of them wearing solemn expressions as they stared towards Yang Kai with gratitude. The one leading them was the Blood Warrior Hall's Vice Hall Master, Zhou Feng, who was also a peak of Mortal Ascension Boundary Master. Sweeping his eyes over the Blood Warriors, Yang Kai's expression became slightly solemn. Each one of them was extremely powerful, each of them as firm as a mountain, regardless of whether they were men or women. All of them were masters among masters, the weakest of which was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master. However, even an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master was no worse than an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master from a first-class force. The Yang family blood warriors really had a rich heritage, with more than 20 pairs of eyes staring at him. Yang Kai also felt an unparalleled pressure. This kind of pressure wasn't deliberately released by the blood warriors, but rather the aura of the flowing time great emperor. Therefore, in front of the strong, the weak would always be timid and restrained. Circulating his true Yang secret art, Yang Kai quickly circulated his pure Yuan Qi, stabilizing his footing. All the blood warriors' eyes lit up. Zhou Feng was also secretly surprised, but he didn't show it, only wearing a dignified expression as he cupped his fists and said, "On behalf of the Blood Warrior Hall, Zhou Feng offers his thanks to young Lord Kai." "Many thanks to young Lord Kai." In an instant, a thunderous roar resounded. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, only now realizing that Tu Feng wasn't exaggerating. Although he had long known that there were gains and losses to be had, he hadn't expected to gain more than he had imagined. "We each took what we needed, don't worry about it." Yang Kai nodded gently, his eyes sweeping past Zhou Feng and landing on the two men behind him. These two men were probably less than 40 years old, but both of them had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. The looks on their faces were even more dignified and serious than the blood warriors beside them, even the look in their eyes giving off a sense of loyalty and willingness to die for their friends. The two men stood there. Because of the unbearable pain, their bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly. Their close-fitting clothes were stained red everywhere, as if they were adorned with blooming plum blossoms, extremely dazzling to the eye. At their feet, the crimson blood had already formed a pool, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. However, the two men still stood upright, and the other blood warriors didn't even spare them a glance. "Are you Chu Gao Yi and Ning Zhou?" Yang Kai glanced at them. The two men quickly stepped forward and knelt on the ground. "Subordinate Chu Gao Yi, subordinate Ing Zhou, greets little lord." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Stand up. Since you are my people, I will use practical actions to prove that my choice was not wrong." The two men didn't say a word, silently getting up, but the look in their eyes was quite firm and persistent. Chapter 4:11. Seeing the expressions of Chu Gao-yi and Ing Jiu, Yang Kai nodded secretly. He knew that even if they were seriously injured, a blood warrior was still a blood warrior. Glancing around at the others, Yang Kai suddenly chuckled. Everyone, if we become enemies in the future, this young lord won't show any mercy. Zhou Feng nodded firmly, as it should be. Yang Kai turned around and left calmly while Chu Gao-yi and Ing Jiu cupped their fists to their brothers and sisters. After this farewell, when the blood warriors met again in the future, they may have to face off against each other, using their own blood and lives to write a glorious prelude to the Yang family's next generation. Everyone returned the gesture. They all understood. Outside the door, Feng Sheng still stood there, waiting for Yang Kai to walk a few dozen meters before suddenly saying, "Young Lord Kai, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my two worthless subordinates." Yang Kai waved his hand and didn't say anything. Chu Gao-yi and Ing Jiu both stepped forward, leaving behind a blood trail behind them. All of the Yang family's direct descendants had returned to the central capital, and the family had given them nearly 2 months to prepare. After selecting their respective guardian blood warriors, the Yang family inheritance war that everyone had been looking forward to was finally about to begin. When the news spread, the central capital boiled over. The entire Great Han dynasty was filled with turmoil. Large and small forces from all over the world were heading towards the central capital, hoping to gain some benefits in this huge event. Many of these forces had already arrived in the central capital. Many of them were sitting around waiting, hesitating, not knowing which young lords group to stand with. The Yang family young lords were even busier than before, contacting the young lords and young ladies of the other 7 families and trying to finalize their own allies. Central capital 8 great families: Yang family, Qiu family, Lu family, Hua family, Kong family, Gao family, Yi family, Meng family. Among them, the Kong family, Gao family, Yi family, and Meng family had all sent out news that they had formed an alliance with different Yang family young lords. Only the remaining 3 families had yet to express their stance. The Lu family needn't be mentioned. Lu Qingyao had already declared that among the Yang family's younger generation, whoever could defeat him, he would be his ally. It was rumored that the Yang family first young Lord Yang Wei had once fought with him. However, no one knew what the result. Lu Qingyao still hadn't clearly stated who he wanted to ally with, so the result of that battle was self-evident. Yang Wei was probably going to lose. As for the Hua family, Hua Stars, the dissolute son of the Hua family, only sought pleasure all day long, drinking and throwing tantrums. It seemed that he had no intention of participating in the inheritance war at all, causing Hua Zheng a great headache. Hua Zheng also wanted to participate in the inheritance war, but unfortunately his son wasn't up to the task, always running amok all day long, not even bothering with proper business, greatly angering him. If only the older generation could participate in the inheritance war, then Hua Zheng would have rolled up his sleeves long ago. On the other hand, when the young masters of the Yang family heard that Hua Stars and Yang Kai had some grudges, they all sought him out to persuade him, but none of them succeeded. Instead, they were all pulled into the brothel by him and spent a few nights there. One by one, they came out dizzy, shaking their heads and sighing that they were hopeless. Qiu family. In the study, the head of the Qiu family, Qiu Shoucheng, was sitting on a chair. He looked to be in his 30s, but in reality, he was already in his 50s. However, he was born with a delicate face, and his skin was much fairer than a woman's, so he looked much younger than his actual age. Sitting on either side of him was a man and a woman. The woman was the Qiu family's first young lady, Qiu Yimeng, and the man was the Qiu family's young lord, Qiu Zirua. The 2 of them were half-siblings. The news that the inheritance war was about to begin had spread, so the Chiu family naturally had to choose their best team. However, Chiu Shoucheng didn't know much about the Yang family's young lords. Although he had been inquiring about them, he still didn't know enough. The main purpose of the 7 great families participating in the inheritance war was to hone the strength of their young lords. Winning or losing wouldn't have much of an impact on their foundation. But if they could win, who would want to lose? Therefore, this matter had to be taken seriously. Chiu Shoucheng stroked the goatee on his chin and pondered for a long time before asking, what do you think of this inheritance war? Hearing his father's question, Chiu Ziruo's expression became slightly bitter. In the Chiu family, although he was the first heir, whether it was personal strength or methods, he couldn't compare to his half-sister. If there was any major event in the family, his father would always find his sister to discuss it while he would sit on the sidelines and learn from her experience. He had always been like this since he was young. Chiu Yimeng smiled lightly and said, "According to the information I received, the Yang family has sent 8 young lords to participate in the inheritance war. In addition to Yang Xinwu, who was ranked 4th, who is now deceased, the rest of the Yang family are Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Tai, Yang Kong, Yang Xin, Yang Ying, Yang Quan, and Yang Kai." Chiu Shoucheng nodded lightly and did not interrupt, his eyes indicating for her to continue. Among them, the 2nd brother Yang Zhao and the 5th brother Yang Kong are blood brothers, while the 6th brother Yang Xin and the 7th brother Yang Ying are also blood brothers. These 2 pairs of brothers probably won't attack each other until the last moment, and will only help each other out. This is the difference between blood relatives. Chiu Yimeng's thoughts turned quickly as she carefully phrased her words. So far, for have received assistance from the other 7 families. Among them, the Meng family's Meng Shan Yi was an ally of eldest brother Yang Wei. The Yi family's Yi Xianro was an ally of 2nd brother Yang Zhao. The Gao family's Gao Rangfeng was an ally of 5th brother Yang Kong, and the Kong family's Kong Zhan was an ally of 7th brother Yang Ying. The strength of the 7 families cannot be ignored, and will, to a large extent, determine the final outcome of the inheritance war. And because the Yang family is based in the central capital, it is necessary to communicate with the other 7 families. Chiu Shoucheng nodded gently, very satisfied with his daughter's meticulous thinking and intelligence-gathering ability, but when he remembered that she was a woman, he couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Glancing over at Chiu Ziruo, who was sitting next to him and looking somewhat resentful, Chiu Shoucheng secretly sighed. So, from the results on the surface, there is no doubt that the pair of brothers, Yang Zhao and Yang Kong, have a relatively large chance of winning because each of them has a superforce as an ally. And then Chiu Shoucheng heard his daughter's words and asked with a smile, "In fact, that's not the case. Not to mention that the 2 of them are separated. Even if they help each other, they won't be invincible in the inheritance war." Over the years in the inheritance war, the strength of the participants sent by the 7 families was not too high, mainly consisting of the younger generation. In order to avoid breaking the balance, they were also afraid of causing too many casualties. This was an unwritten rule. So, in addition to the Yang family blood warriors, the 8 great families won't send masters whose strength exceeds the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage into the inheritance war. In that case, the friends that those young masters made while they were training outside were very important. They made many friends. The number of allies and helpers that could be roped in were many. Moreover, the mothers of these young masters were mostly from first-class families. Those families would definitely lean towards these young masters. With the help of these forces, these young lords can also work hard to protect themselves and not be defeated quickly. Chiu Shoucheng cast a look of approval as he smiled. "Father, your daughter doesn't know who will have the last laugh in the inheritance war, but I do know. The Yang family's 3rd brother, Yang Tai, will definitely be the first to be eliminated. Why? Because he doesn't have a blood warrior to protect him. He has been out adventuring for the past few years, but hasn't gained anything. Even with his contributions to the Yang family, he hasn't been able to obtain a blood warrior. Without a blood warrior to protect him, his strength isn't very high, his future is bleak. I'm afraid he won't last more than a day. Chiu Yi-meng said confidently. The second one to be eliminated will definitely be 8th brother Yang Quan. He doesn't have the support of the 7 great families, and his mother is only from a second-class force. His mother's family won't be able to bring much help. And the third one? Chiu Shoucheng smiled. Your daughter doesn't know. Chiu Yi-meng smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's not easy to judge the remaining young lords. 5th brother Yang Kong, 6th brother Yang Shen, and 7th brother Yang Ying are all possible candidates. HM? Chiu Shoucheng couldn't help but frown, a trace of confusion appearing on his face as he stared at his daughter with some confusion. Even Chiu Zirua, who had been standing to the side and hadn't spoken until now, chuckled and said, Elder sister, even I can see who the third one will be eliminated. How come elder sister can't see it? Chiu Yi-meng smiled lightly and turned to Chiu Zirua. What is little brother's opinion? I wouldn't dare. Chiu Zirua smiled faintly, but this matter is obvious. Zirua, tell me. Chiu Shoucheng nodded to his son indifferently. Yes. Chiu Zirua glanced at his sister and said, the third one to be eliminated must be the youngest, Yang Kai. Why? Chiu Yi-meng smiled sweetly, her expression unchanged, as if she knew he would come to this conclusion. As elder sister just said, this Yang Kai doesn't have any blood brothers who can help him, nor does he have the support of any of the other 7 families. Even if his mother's family has some support, at most, it's just a first-class force, nothing to be afraid of. On top of that, he's the youngest and seems to be the same age as me, so he definitely doesn't have any means. So the third one to be eliminated must be him. Chiu Zirua's words were resolute and decisive, as if he had already seen Yang Kai's and with his own eyes. Chiu Yi-meng just smiled and didn't refute, instead turning to Chiu Shoucheng and asking, does father also think so? Chiu Shoucheng hesitated for a moment before nodding lightly. Yes, I have the same idea as your brother. According to the information I received, after returning to the central capital, he seems to have never contacted any of the other 7 families' young lords, and has not made any efforts to win them over. Father can assume he has no confidence in himself, and has already given up on the inheritance war. Chiu Yi-meng firmly shook her head. Father, I don't agree with your opinion. On the contrary, I intend to turn our Chiu family into his support. Chiu Zirua stared at her like she was a fool and muttered, Elder sister, are you still dreaming? How can you say such nonsense? Chiu Shoucheng also frowned and said, I know you know Yang Kai and have been with him for some time. Lu Liang has already sent me a letter about this matter and reported back to me about what he did in the Lu family, so I'm not very optimistic about him. If you want to turn our Chiu family into his support, you need to give me a convincing reason. Otherwise, father won't agree. Winning or losing the inheritance war won't affect the foundation of my Chiu family, but there will still be some losses. Chapter 4:12. Reason? I can't explain it clearly, but, father, from childhood to now, when have I ever disappointed you? Chiu Shoucheng's expression became serious as he thought about it carefully. His daughter's vision was quite accurate. Over the past few years, when he didn't understand something, as soon as he explained it to her, she would immediately understand, and often give him a lot of good ideas. Seeing Chiu Yi-meng speak so seriously, Chiu Shoucheng couldn't help but re-examine his daughter and ask, what exactly is so special about this person that you care so much about? Chiu Yi-meng still slowly shook her head. I really can't explain it, but this person is very mysterious. Often in impossible situations, he is able to do some incredible things. She wanted to tell her father that the ash-gray cloud evil land's beguiling demon queen had been captivated by Yang Kai, but after thinking about it, she decided not to. After all, the ash-gray cloud evil land was a place where evil demons gathered, and Shanqing Luo was one of the 6 great evil kings. Her relationship with the central capital's 8 great families had always been like fire and water. So, in this inheritance war, whether Shanqing Luo would help him was still uncertain. Without the assistance of the beguiling demon queen, Yang Kai's support would be greatly reduced. What made her eyes light up? Qiu Shoucheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked meaningfully. Qiu Zibo raised his brow and chuckled. It seems that elder sister has finally met a man she can satisfy. I thought there was no man in this world who could enter your eyes. Between father and son, one was suspicious while the other was interested, obviously thinking that Qiu Yimeng had been moved by Yang Kai. I do have a good impression of him. Unexpectedly, Qiu Yimeng frankly admitted. But that's just a good feeling, because when I get along with him, I'm always in a passive position. Qiu Shoucheng's expression changed slightly as he asked in surprise, is this little brat really that strong, this daughter of his? Even in the central capital, no one could force her to always be in a passive position. She had always been the one leading others by the nose. So although this comment was ordinary, Qiu Shoucheng still managed to glean some incredible information from it. A very strong man. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly, remembering Yang Kai's attitude towards her. He couldn't help but gnash his teeth. Love can make a person stupid. Qiu Ziruo shook his head like an old man, as if he was a veteran in the field of love. Father, Qiu Yimeng knew that her half-brother had always had a problem with her. She didn't want to argue with him, so she just smiled and said, let's not talk about my opinion of him first. Let's talk about your opinion. You judged him to be the third to be eliminated. First, because you found out the information yourself. Second, I'm afraid you were also influenced by Lu Liang's message, right? Not bad. Qiu Shoucheng nodded, stroking his goatee as he said, although Lu Liang didn't comment on this little brat in the letter. Only describing his actions in the Lu family, I can still see Lu Liang's contempt for him. What if it's just a disguise? Qiu Shoucheng was taken aback and said solemnly, then this boy is too cunning. He can even deceive Lu Liang. Lu Liang is not someone who can be easily fooled. Qiu Yimeng chuckled, got up from her chair, walked a few steps, then turned around and said, Father, in fact, I was also hesitant about whether to tie the Qiu family to him. At least before today, I hadn't made up my mind. But now I feel more and more that my judgment was not wrong. Why? It's because of his inaction. His inaction in the Lu family, his inaction after returning to the central capital. In the Lu family, he didn't win over Lu Liang. And when he returned to the central capital, he didn't make friends with any of the 7 great families. But after spending some time with him, I know that he is not the kind of person who is willing to be mediocre. This person's appetite has always been big. Either he doesn't do anything, or he does something, never giving his enemy time to breathe. His lack of action is a clear indication of his confidence. Qiu Yimeng frowned and slowly shook her head. I really don't know where his confidence comes from, but he definitely has it. Elder sister, in the end, all of this is just your own guess and feeling. We haven't seen him with any kind of support or helper. Qiu Shoucheng frowned and nodded. And Meng, you said before that you didn't consider forming an alliance with him. Do you have any other candidates in mind? Hearing her father say this, Qiu Yimeng suddenly realized that her efforts just now had not worked. Her father still wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such a question. And in addition to Yang Kai, I have 2 other candidates. One is the eldest brother, Yang Wei, and the other is the second brother, Yang Zhao. There's no need to mention Yang Zhao. He is a very powerful person and is the son of the current Yang family patriarch. His chances of winning have always been very high, but Yang Wei is also extraordinary. He is the only immortal ascension boundary master of the Yang family's younger generation, and is also the eldest brother. So both of them have great hopes. Saying so, Cho Imeng smiled bitterly. But now, both of them have allies from the 7 great families. If my Cho family were to intervene, I'm afraid it wouldn't be very good. And in that case, even if we win, my Cho family won't obtain much benefit. Cho Shoucheng pondered for a moment before suddenly turning to his son and asking, Ziruo, what do you think? Cho Ziruo smiled happily, knowing that his opportunity had come. This was the first time his father had taken the initiative to ask for his opinion, and this was a matter as important as the inheritance war. So Cho Ziruo naturally understood the profound meaning behind it. In my opinion, since we want to participate in the inheritance war, we should find a Yang family member who doesn't have any of the 7 great families as an ally. This way, after he wins, my Cho family can eat the spoils alone. Cho Ziruo wasn't a stupid person. After listening to his father and sister for so long, he naturally had a plan in mind and said, My idea is to form an alliance with the 6th brother, Yang Shen. His brother, the 7th brother Yang Ying, already has the Kong family as an ally, so with my Cho family, our chances of winning are very high. At the very least, we can compete with Yang Zhao and Yang Kong. Cho Shoucheng smiled and nodded approvingly. Perceiving his father's look of praise, Cho Ziruo knew that he had spoken his father's mind and couldn't help breathing a little faster, his face flushing red with excitement. Cho Imeng shook her head helplessly and sighed. Even if she performed well in the end, she was still a woman. The Cho family was not something she could inherit in the future. Her destiny was ultimately just to be a chess piece used in a marriage alliance to bring more benefits to the Cho family. The room fell into silence for a while as Cho Shoucheng tapped his fingers on his chair, his brow furrowed as he pondered, apparently weighing the pros and cons. After a long time, his eyes became firm, and he said, Since that's the case, then this time's inheritance war— Father! Cho Imeng quickly interrupted him. What's wrong? Cho Shoucheng's brow furrowed slightly as he looked at her with some displeasure. Father, for this time's inheritance war, your daughter wants to take a team to Yangkai. Cho Imeng grit her teeth. Although she knew that saying this would make her father unhappy, Cho Imeng felt that her judgment was definitely not wrong. Cho Ziruo couldn't help but laugh, staring at his daughter for a long time. Cho Shoucheng faintly asked, Do you insist? Yes. Your daughter has never asked you for anything, but this time, I insist. Please allow your daughter to act presumptuously. Good. Then I'll assign the family's autumn rain hall to you. Cho Shoucheng quickly said. Thank you, Father. Cho Imeng smiled bitterly. The autumn rain hall wasn't a very important hall in the Cho family, and the strength of the people inside wasn't very high. For her father to assign such a hall to her, it was obvious that he was prepared to sacrifice the entire autumn rain hall. If she hadn't been so resolute, her father probably wouldn't have even given her the autumn rain hall. Since that was the case, time would tell who was right and who was wrong, and who was more suitable to inherit the Cho family. Cho Imeng's eyes became firm as a fierce light flashed across her eyes. Withdraw! Cho Shoucheng waved his hand, and Cho Imeng bowed and withdrew. Walking out of the room, she heard the soft voices of her father and younger brother talking, causing Cho Imeng to feel even more uncomfortable. Night, clear sky, in's backyard hall, bamboo, not gang's headquarters. Yang Kai looked at the stack of silver bills in front of him with a dull expression. Behind him stood 2 men who were like iron towers. These 2 men quietly stood there, and ever since they entered, they had not said a single word. However, their faces were as pale as paper, and from time to time, cold sweat would seep out from their foreheads. From time to time, a ferocious expression would flash across their faces. It was obvious that they were enduring great pain, and the clothes on their bodies were also dyed red from the inside, as if they were embroidered with gorgeous flower buds. Beneath their feet, there was a trail of blood. Bamboo, Not Gang's sect Master Pang Chi, and Vice sect Master Mu Nan Do stood cautiously to the side, from time to time glancing at the two men who seemed to be on the verge of death. They didn't quite understand why Yang Kai had brought such people with him. These past few days, with the combined strength of our two sects, we have already swallowed up two small forces. My Bamboo, Not Gang's strength has soared, and we have also collected a lot of materials and money. Young Lord Kai, the accounts are all here, not a penny less. Pang Chi respectfully handed over an account book and placed it in front of Yang Kai. No need. Yang Kai shook his head. Convert all these silver bills into materials. Raise the requirements a bit. At least heaven-grade materials, the more expensive the better. In addition, how many forces are there in the North City District that can be swallowed up? If Brother Mu's information is correct, there should be 4 or 5 more, Pang Chi replied. Good, the two of you. Take one person with you and go conquer those 4 or 5 forces. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed behind him. Take them. Pang Chi and Mu Nando were suddenly dumbfounded, somewhat stunned as they turned to look at the 2 bloody men behind Yang Kai. What could these 2 people possibly do? Pang Chi and Mu Nando didn't even dare to speak too loudly, fearing that their voices would shock them to death. So when they heard Yang Kai's words, they couldn't help feeling puzzled. Chapter 413. Inside the Bamboo, Not Gang's main hall, Pang Chi and Mu Nando stared at the 2 men behind Yang Kai with stunned expressions. Do you have a problem? One of the 2 men, who seemed to be on the verge of death, coldly snorted, a huge divine sense suddenly sweeping out. Feeling the power contained in this divine sense, Pang Chi and Mu Nando's expressions changed greatly, realizing that these 2 men weren't mediocre at all. This kind of extraordinary divine sense alone was enough to sweep up all the small forces in the North City District. Quickly restraining their expressions, they waved their hands in panic. We wouldn't dare. Go. Yang Kai waved his hand. Without seeing the 2 towering men behind him take any action, Pang Chi and Mu Nando were wrapped in a powerful force and instantly disappeared from the main hall, leaving only a faint smell of blood in the air. After Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu disappeared, Yang Kai smiled slightly. It had been 5 days since he had obtained the 2 of them. The 2 blood warriors were seriously injured and should have been in bed to heal, but Yang Kai had turned a blind eye to their physical condition, as if he couldn't wait for them to die early, taking them wherever he went. During these 5 days, Yang Kai hadn't spoken a word to them, nor had he given them any instructions. However, to Yang Kai's relief, he didn't feel the slightest impatience or unwillingness from Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu's expressions. Right now, they could only display less than 30% of their peak strength. However, if they wanted to sweep up the small forces in the central capital, it wouldn't be a problem. There was no time. Yang Kai originally wanted Pang Chi and Mu Nando to slowly nibble away at the small forces, but the inheritance war was about to begin. He couldn't afford to wait that long. In desperation, he had dispatched the 2 blood warriors to help him. Standing up, Yang Kai turned to the other Bamboo, Not Gang elder, and said, Take me to your storehouse. Yes, the Bamboo Not Gang had nibbled away 2 small forces, and at Yang Kai's request had purchased a lot of alchemy and artifact refining materials. Currently, they are all stored in the storehouse. Yang Kai walked into the black book space for a moment before coming out again, filling it with many good things. 5 days ago, Yang Zhen from the Hall of Elders sent over a large batch of materials. Now, Yang Kai's storage was already on a small scale. The efficiency of the Elder Hall was quite high. On that day, Yang Kai only said that he would exchange all his remaining merits for materials and the matter was settled that very night. Looking at the rich materials on the two carriages, whether it was Yong Kai or his parents, they were all shocked. Those materials were all heaven grade and above, and a tenth of them were even profound grade. The other half were alchemy and artifact refining. Fortunately, the Yang family had a solid foundation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to take out so many materials. Yang Ingfeng hadn't expected that after Yang Kai had exchanged for 2 blood warriors, he would still have such a large amount of merit left over. Yang Kai didn't expect this either. The father and son pair were stunned for a while before they recovered. Now, all these things were stored in the black book space. Have Pang Chi continue to collect materials. When he has enough, send them to War City. Yang Kai said before striding away. War City. It was a city the Yang family had built specifically for the Inheritance War. It was only 100 kilometers away from the central capital. Yes, the bamboo, not Gang's elder, quickly responded. After Yang Kai left, he suddenly felt a little confused. How did this young lord just walk around the storehouse and come out? He didn't seem to have taken anything. Poking his head out to take a look, this elder was suddenly scared out of his wits. The materials that were originally placed in the storehouse, but now they were all gone. What should I do? 3 days later, the Yang family's heaven altar. A majestic building stood erect. The ground was flat and tidy and had long been covered with a large red carpet. The altar for heaven worship was majestic and grand, and 2 huge stone pillars pierced the clouds. On the stone pillars, there were various lifelike carvings of dragons and phoenixes soaring to the 9th heaven. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The blue sky was clear as if it had been washed clean. The wind whistled, blowing the Yang clan's blood-red banner, causing it to flutter in the wind. Nearly 1,000 Yang family cultivator, all wearing black uniforms, gathered around the huge heaven altar. Thousands of people breathing in unison, their auras synchronized, each breath seemingly capable of sweeping through the world. Directly below the heaven altar, the 8 Yang family's younger generation's young lords, who had already bathed and changed their clothes, stood in order of seniority, looking up in the direction of the heaven altar. A loud shout came. Chiu family's patriarch Chiu Shoucheng has arrived. Yi family's patriarch Yi Kuang has arrived. Meng family's patriarch Meng Shiping has arrived. The Yang family's inheritance war, which only happened once every few decades, was the largest and most lively event in the central capital. Naturally, the other 7 families of the central capital would not neglect this occasion, all of them personally led by their respective patriarchs. The Yang family young lords led these guests to their arranged seats, sat down, and drank tea. Half an hour later, all the patriarchs of the 7 families arrived. With a flash of blue light, the Yang family's patriarch Yang Inghao, along with several grand elders who had reached the above immortal ascension boundary, appeared at the heaven altar. As soon as the host appeared, Chiu Shoucheng and the others got up and cupped their fists. Yang Inghao returned the gesture and shouted, "Today is the day my Yang family offers sacrifices to the heavens and ancestors. Thank you all for coming. Please sit down." Chiu Shoucheng, Yi Kuangrun, Meng Shiping, and the others nodded lightly, their eyes shining brightly as they returned to their seats. Yang Kai's eyes were fixed on Yang Inghao. According to seniority, this person should be his eldest uncle. His real age was probably only a dozen years older than 4th Master Yang. But now, Yang Inghao's hair looked gray, as if he was in his twilight years, and there were even deep wrinkles on his face. Before the decisive battle in the ash-gray cloud Evil Land, he was not like this. At that time, he was in his middle age, and although he was not young, he was not so old. The reason for this was because he had been injured by the profound Een Ghost King and the annihilating Poison King in the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's final battle. After returning to the family, he had used the Yang family's life and death Samsara's secret art in exchange for 30 years of his lifespan in order to expel his own injuries. The position of patriarch of the Yang family was extremely important. So even though he knew the price of 30 years of lifespan was too great, Yang Inghao had no choice but to ensure his own integrity. This was not the aftermath of a simple injury, but rather the most direct form of life loss. Yang Inghao looked extremely old. It was precisely because he didn't know how long he could live. That was why he was so anxious to recall all the Yang family's direct descendants to begin the inheritance war. Yang Zhao and Yang Kong both looked at their father and felt sad. Yang Inghao, on the other hand, remained indifferent and briefly explained the rules of the inheritance war. There were no rules. The Yang family would only provide blood warriors to serve as retainers for the young lords of the Yang family, and the blood warriors would be greatly restricted in the inheritance war. In addition, the Yang family would not provide any direct help to the young lords, whether it was open spears, hidden arrows, or schemes. Who would have the last laugh? Who would be the victor of the inheritance war? Do you all remember? Yang Inghao looked at the 8 people standing below and asked. Everyone nodded. Then let's offer sacrifices to the heavens and our ancestors. Yang Inghao waved his hand and shouted. All kinds of preparations had already been made, and in front of the solemn altar, an incense burner rose, and a hard-to-find 6th-order monster beast was carried up. Yang Inghao killed it, its blood spilling onto the altar, offering blood to the heavens, offering a beast to the ancestors. The ceremony was very complicated, and under the guidance of Yang Inghao, the 8 young lords of the Yang family, meticulously, they completed their tasks. Throughout this process, the masters of the 7 families also watched carefully, secretly observing the performance of the 8 people, observing whether the allies their sons and daughters had chosen were suitable, and whether the enemy was strong. Finally, after paying respects to the Yang family's ancestors, the whole ceremony was finally completed. This time, if you don't die, then I will. You're on your own. Yang Inghao shouted, waving his hand and shouting, set off. 8 extremely handsome cloud-treading colts roared over and stopped in front of the 8 young lords. The 8 young lords of the Yang family each mounted their mounts. The wind suddenly stopped, and the atmosphere in the air suddenly seemed a bit stagnant. Even the breathing of the 1,000 people present suddenly stopped. The 8 young lords glanced at each other and smiled slightly. Even if they were brothers, once they left the central capital, they would be enemies. I won't show mercy. Me too. Big brother will go first, Yang Wei quickly said, his voice falling as the cloud-treading colts flew off. Follow me. Yang Zhao chuckled. The 8 cloud-treading colts galloped down the Yang family's special passage, kicking up a cloud of dust as they rushed forward. This old master will go watch the fun. The Kong family patriarch, Kong Rui, grinned meaningfully, waving his hand and wrapping his followers in pure yuan qi before disappearing like a bolt of lightning. Let's go together. The Gao family patriarch, Gao Mo, followed closely behind. This old master will also go. The Kong family patriarch, Kong Zheng, was not willing to be outdone. In the blink of an eye, the people from the 7 great clans had all left, disappearing without a trace. Ignorant of etiquette, Yang Inghao coldly snorted, blaming these old fogies for not even bothering to inform him before leaving. Along the way, the 8 cloud-treading colts galloped forward, while the 7 groups of people flew up into the sky. A moment later, they had exited the south gate. Outside the south gate, it seemed to be even livelier than the Yang family's heaven altar. Countless forces, large and small, were waiting. They all knew that today was the start of the inheritance war, so naturally they had all been waiting here early in order to follow their Yang family young lords to War City. Outside the south gate, there was a dense crowd of people. Even from a few kilometers away, there were still people secretly observing. Which young lord is your Changyang Valley going to follow this time? A familiar face asked. Of course, it's the sixth young lord, Yang Shen. Don't go. You'll definitely lose. Follow our flying cloud manor, and follow the second young lord, Yang Zhao. The second young lord has much more potential than the sixth young lord. Really? Naturally, come here. I'll tell you I know a lot of inside information. The two of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and whispered to one another. Third-class forces such as Chongyang Valley and Flying Cloud Manor had no way to form any kind of friendship with the Yang family's direct descendants. Before the start of the Inheritance War, they had no chance to meet the Yang family's young lords, so they could only wait here. They didn't know much about the inside of the Yang family, so most of them just followed whichever young lord they found pleasing to the eye. Chapter 4:14. In front of the South Gate, 7 groups of people suddenly appeared, and all the cultivators from the various forces who had gathered at the gate were pushed back by an invisible force. After everyone stood firm and stared forward in amazement, not only did they not dare show any anger, they were instead pleasantly surprised. The patriarchs of the 7 families had all appeared at the same time. These master and young masters were not ordinary people. Coming to the central capital this time had been the right decision. Just seeing these 7 was worth the trip back. For a time, many of the cultivators' eyes filled with excitement as they stared towards the 7 patriarchs in awe. On the other hand, the 7 patriarchs stared towards the central capital with a look of interest on their faces. The moment they left the central capital was also the moment to test the charm of the Yang family young lords. Naturally, they wanted to know which young lord these cultivators who had been waiting outside the South Gate would follow. With the sound of wind and lightning, 8 cloud-treading colts appeared one after another. The 8 Yang family young lords who were participating in the Inheritance War appeared. The Meng family's Meng Shan quickly urged his mount forward and cupped his fist to Yang Wei. Young Lord Wei, you've been waiting for a long time. Yang Wei's expression remained indifferent as he nodded calmly. The two of them had long been in an alliance, so it was not surprising that they were acting so close at this moment. The Yi family's Yi Xian Ro leisurely stepped forward, a faint blush on her charming face. She was in her 20s, her skin was white as snow, her figure was graceful, and her expression was shy yet charming. She smiled and said, "Young Master Zhao." Yang Zhao laughed, bending over and extending his hand to Yi Xian Ro, his expression as gentle as jade. "Come up." Yi Xian Ro nodded slightly. Grabbing Yang Zhao's big hand, she leapt forward and sat down atop one of the cloud-treading colts in front of him. The patriarchs of the other 6 families all shot meaningful glances towards the Yi family patriarch, Yi Kuang-run, in front of so many people, a man and a woman acting so intimate. It didn't seem like they were simply allies. Perhaps there was some kind of inside story behind this. Yi Kuang-ren's expression remained indifferent. He didn't seem to have any intention of criticizing his daughter's boldness, as if he already knew. At the same time, Gao Rangfeng and Yang Kong were chatting happily. Kong Zhan and Yang Ying smiled at each other. The 4 great families had made their positions clear, so the 4 young lords were proud of themselves. This was a stage for the younger generation. "Old Qiu, has your Qiu family not made a decision yet?" Huizheng looked at him anxiously. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat, but looking left and right, he didn't see his good-for-nothing son present. He knew that he must be having a romantic affair somewhere, so he suddenly felt annoyed. Turning his head, he found Qiu Shoucheng standing alone by his side, and could not help but feel a sense of sympathy for him. "Isn't that already a choice?" Qiu Shoucheng smiled. Huizheng was stunned for a moment, but when he looked over again, he was surprised to find that Qiu Zirua and Yang Shen were together. Yang Shen was also overjoyed. He treated Qiu Zirua very politely. Huizheng couldn't help feeling surprised. "Oh, old Qiu, this time the Qiu family is participating in the Inheritance War. Is your son leading the team?" Qiu Shoucheng had a son and a daughter, but there was a natural chasm between the two. Chiu Yimeng's name had already spread throughout the central capital. She was ranked second among the younger generation of the central capital. Everyone had thought that this time the inheritance war would be led by Chiu Yimeng, but now it was actually Chiu Zirua who would appear here. My son is all grown up. I need to let him experience the world. Chiu Shoucheng chuckled. The inheritance war is a rare opportunity. Kong Zhen curled his lips and sneered. Old Chiu, it's not that I don't want to be rude, but my family's little brat is just a pile of mud. Although your family's little brat is a bit better, he's not much better. I think you should pass the position of family patriarch to your daughter. If you really pass it on to your son, the Chiu family will sooner or later be finished. Chiu Shoucheng coldly snorted. This old master doesn't need you to interfere. Hu Zheng rolled his eyes. You don't know how to appreciate good intentions. On the field, after the 5 great families had expressed their stance one after another, the large and small forces who had been observing finally couldn't hold back, and one of them hurriedly rushed up to Yang Wei, cupped his fists, and said, This one is 3 sacred sects' chief disciple, Xian Li, and is willing to follow eldest young lord. Yang Wei glanced at him and nodded gently. Good. Xian Li couldn't help but express his gratitude, and quickly stood behind Yang Wei. With this 3 sacred sects Xian Li taking the lead, the young leaders of the various forces quickly stepped forward and pledged their allegiance to the Yang family young lords they had already chosen. For a time, the scene was lively. Looking at the crowd, the eldest brother Yang Wei and the second brother Yang Zhao undoubtedly received the most support. Whenever someone came forward to join them, Yang Wei would gently nod to them, while Yang Zhao would greet them with a warm smile. The 2 brothers had different personalities, and this was vividly displayed at this moment. In addition to the 2 of them, the 5th brother Yang Kong, 6th brother Yang Shun, and 7th brother Yang Ing had also gathered a lot of support in a short time. Only the 3rd brother Yang Tai, 8th brother Yang Quan, and the youngest, Yang Kai, were completely deserted. The difference in the personal connections and charm of these brothers was obvious at a glance. Yang Tai and Yang Quan glanced at each other, and both smiled bitterly, knowing that the 2 of them definitely had no hope in this inheritance war. Little brother Kai, don't worry about it, Yang Tai suddenly whispered to Yang Kai, and Yang Quan nodded gently. You're better off than us. At the very least, you have 2 blood warriors and a first-class force from your mother's family. Of the 2 of them, one only had a single blood warrior, while the other didn't even have a single blood warrior. I don't care. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not showing the slightest sense of loss, but his eyes remained fixed on 2 of the dozen or so blood warriors in front of him. These blood warriors were all selected by the Yang family young lords to participate in the inheritance war. Among them, Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu stood in the middle with pale faces. Anyone with discerning eyes could see at a glance that these 2 blood warriors were seriously injured and had yet to recover, their blood force fluctuating erratically. Obviously, their strength had been greatly reduced. If they weren't treated and rested, it was likely they would either die or become crippled. However, the 2 of them stood there with firm expressions, not moving at all. Only when Yang Kai cast his gaze towards them did they involuntarily straighten their waists. What Yang Kai was looking at was not the 2 of them, but rather the other man and woman, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Both of them smiled helplessly at Yang Kai. They didn't want to be enemies, but Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were both chosen by the Yang family young lords from the Blood Warrior Hall. In this time's inheritance war, they were destined to become enemies. It was just that Yang Kai didn't know who these 2 were following. Grinning at the 2 of them, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. Every time the little lord smiled like this, it meant he was about to do something bad. They really didn't want to become enemies with him. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both smiled bitterly. Although they were far stronger than Yang Kai, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't know why, but they still respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Not long after, the large and small forces were divided up by the 5 Yang family young lords who had hopes of winning the Blood Warrior Hall. Yang Tai and Yang Quan's expressions became more and more lost. The patriarchs of the 7 great families were all commenting on the Yang family young lords, but Qiu Shoucheng's expression was one of shock. Since that night when he heard his daughter's evaluation of Yang Kai, Qiu Shoucheng had been paying some attention to this young man. Today, after carefully observing him, he found that although this young man hadn't won the allegiance of any of the forces, his expression had remained unchanged. On the contrary, his pair of bright eyes were filled with a strong sense of self-confidence. Qiu Shoucheng was secretly amazed. The eye contact between Yang Kai, Tu Feng, and Tang Yuxian did not escape his observation, which made Qiu Shoucheng even more puzzled. A Yang family young lord without support was equivalent to a tiger without claws. What kind of waves could he possibly stir up in the inheritance war? In such an embarrassing situation, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest embarrassment, instead remaining calm from beginning to end, as if he had full confidence in himself. Moreover, why did the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Blood Warriors seem to be afraid of him? Qiu Shoucheng couldn't help thinking to himself and couldn't help raising his evaluation of Yang Kai slightly. Perhaps he really did have some kind of heritage, but it was definitely not enough to win in the inheritance war. From the current situation, it could be seen that he wasn't qualified to participate in the final battle of the inheritance war. The various forces had been divided up, so the Yang family young lords were naturally ready to set off for War City. Yang Wei tightened his grip on the reins and was preparing to lead the way, when suddenly a steady tapping sound came from afar, outside the south gate. The silence was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, so this sudden tapping sound was extremely harsh. Following the sound, everyone turned their heads and looked in that direction. They saw a cloud-treading colt approaching. A young man with an unruly smile on his face sat on the back of the cloud-treading colt. His arms were crossed in front of his chest as he rode the cloud-treading colt. His eyes flashed with a strange light as they constantly roamed the bodies of the beautiful women in the crowd. Being stared at by this young man, no matter which woman it was, they all felt as if they had been stripped naked, causing them to shiver involuntarily. The Hua family patriarch, Hua Zheng's face instantly became livid, because the one who had come was none other than his useless son, Hua Xingchen. Not far away, Yang Kai and Hua Xing glanced at each other, the latter showing a trace of disdain and provocation as his lips curled up slightly. That night, Hua Xing led the Profound Light Gang to attack the Bamboo Knot Gang. Yang Kai had rushed over to help and captured Hua Xing, forming a grudge between them. Later, Yang Kai had ruthlessly extorted a large sum of money from him, forcing him to give up on the Profound Light Gang. Now that they met again, Hua Xing naturally didn't give him any face. This young lord isn't late, right? Arriving in front of everyone, Hua Xing stopped and smiled, sweeping his eyes around before nodding. Fortunately, it looks like I came in time. Chapter 4:15. Before the Yang family young lords returned to the central capital, there were 3 famous youngsters in the central capital. The first was Lu Qingyao, the second was Qiu Yimeng, and the third was Hua Stars. However, while the first 2 were famous in the central capital, the last one was infamous. Everyone in the central capital knew that the Hua family's sole young lord was an extravagant and unrestrained man. When beautiful young women saw him from a distance, they would all hurriedly avoid him to avoid being abducted by him. Every family with a young woman in the central capital would have a portrait of Hua Stars' head in order to remember his appearance. To some extent, Hua Stars' name was even more famous than Lu Qingyao and Qiu Yimeng. He was nicknamed the Central Capital Wolf. Wherever the Central Capital Wolf Hua Stars passed, The wind and clouds would change color, the earth would tremble, and the children of the central capital would stop crying upon hearing his name. At this moment, the central capital wolf, young lord, was sat casually on the back of his cloud-treading colt, his arms crossed in front of his chest. Even after seeing so many elders, he didn't show any intention of dismounting and saluting, causing the other patriarchs to secretly shake their heads. "Where did you go last night?" Huizheng glared at him and asked sharply. "Secluded cultivation." Stars blurted out. Huizheng suddenly became furious, stomping his feet and shouting, "Bastard! What's with that lipstick mark on your face?" Outside the south gate, a burst of laughter suddenly broke out. Stars didn't show the slightest embarrassment, instead just glancing around with a sneer. The laughter suddenly stopped. Even though this central capital wolf's reputation wasn't very good, he was still a young lord of one of the 8 great families. He wasn't someone these people could mock. What's more, he was also the sole young lord of the Hu family, so he couldn't be provoked. If they continued to laugh, he might remember their faces and die without even knowing how they died. Huizheng shook his head, his face filled with resentment. "Why aren't you fooling around in the Spring Breeze Pavilion? What are you doing here?" Stars smiled and said, "Father, didn't you say the Yang family's inheritance war was a rare opportunity? Your son thought about it and felt my Hu family naturally had to participate in such a big matter. Otherwise, wouldn't others look down on our Hu family?" Hearing his words, Huizheng couldn't help but be overjoyed. The displeasure and annoyance from before had long been thrown out of his mind. Quickly asking, "You mean you want to participate in the inheritance war?" "That's exactly what I'm thinking. That way, I won't let you down." Stars replied seriously. Huizheng was overjoyed. He slapped his thigh and said, "Good, good, good. You finally understand. It's not too late to understand now. Come down, come down." As he spoke, Huizheng rushed forward and attentively helped his son down from the back of the cloud-treading colt like a manservant. Not only did he not feel that there was anything wrong with such a doting approach, but he also felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Instead, he was full of smiles. Of course, Huizheng would be happy. No matter what he said to his stars before, his son was unwilling to participate in the inheritance war. Compared to the inheritance war, he was more willing to drink and have fun. This led Huizheng to think that in this inheritance war, he was afraid that the Hu family would have nothing to do with it, so he had always been unhappy. But unexpectedly, on the day of the inheritance war, his son actually ran over and took the initiative to ask to participate. Naturally, this made him overjoyed. "Look." Huizheng smiled. Waving his hand, he pointed to a spot not far away and said, "These are the 8 young lords of the Yang family. Son, choose one carefully. Once you do, father will leave the star door to you." "Really?" Stars raised his brow, a wretched expression appearing on his face. "Naturally, in front of your other elders. How could this old master joke with you?" Huizheng said seriously, "Good, I like it." Stars grinned obscenely. The words of this father and son pair reached the ears of many Yang family young lords, causing their breaths to quicken slightly. Star Door. The Hu family was a very special force. It was composed entirely of women. Not only were these women beautiful, but their strength was also quite good. More importantly, because they were women, they practiced light cultivation methods and martial skills, so they were always in charge of assassinations. If such a force was in their hands, it would be a great help, but if it was an enemy, it would definitely be troublesome. So when they heard Huizheng mention the Star Door, whether it was Stars or the Yang family young lords, all of them were full of interest. Star's expression was casual as his eyes swept over the Yang family young lords one by one. Except for Yang Wei, who still wore a cold expression, everyone else smiled and cupped their fists. Obviously, they wanted to win his favor in the hope that he would stand on their side. Huazheng also waited with a smile. He wanted to know who his son would choose. After a moment, Huixing Chen's eyes fell on Yang Kai, a playful expression appearing on his face as a cold smile appeared on his face, nodding. You. Yang Kai frowned as he glanced over at Huistar's, a strange expression appearing on his face. He hadn't expected that Huistar's would choose him. This was completely illogical. Yang Kai had a grudge with him, so as long as he was a normal person, he would choose someone else to suppress him in order to achieve the purpose of revenge. But now, his choice made Yang Kai somewhat confused. Who? Huazheng was also stunned for a moment. Young Lord Kai. Huistar's replied with a smile. The 7 great families' patriarchs frowned slightly, while Qiu Shoucheng was even more confused. Father, hand over the star door to me now, Huistar said excitedly. The star door and my name match, so I should be the one to manage it. Father, you're old. You should let go, lest those beauties be left alone. Huazheng's old face flushed red with anger as he opened his mouth a few times, seemingly wanting to curse, but in front of everyone's eyes he couldn't bring himself to do so. After holding back for a long time, he angrily shouted, Bastard, I don't agree. Huistar said in surprise, Father, why are you talking like a fart? Just now, you said you would hand over the star door to me, but now you're going back on your word. Do you have any shame? Even though the various patriarchs had deep self-restraint, at this moment, they couldn't help feeling the urge to laugh, but they all pretended to be deaf and mute, suppressing their laughter. It was extremely difficult. Huazheng's anger soared to the heavens. Father said I would hand over the star door to you if you made your choice, but what did you do? Of all the people you could have chosen, you chose this one. Yang Kai's face sank as he sneered meaningfully. Huazheng coughed dryly and didn't continue, simply shaking his head and saying, No means no. You choose another one. As a man, I must keep my word. This is choosing an ally, not a wife. How can I change my mind? Huistar said sternly, waving his hand. Father, you don't need to say anything. I've already made up my mind. You're making me angry. Huazheng staggered. His face and neck were flushed red, as his yuan qi began to swell. Hey, Father, you're so angry. Do you want to hit me? Huistar said with a reckless expression, as if he really wanted to infuriate his father to death, continuing to provoke him. The other patriarchs had seen enough of the show, and also tried to persuade him. Gao Mo said, Old Hua, forget it. Children have their own ideas. There's no need to stop them. Meng Shiping also said, That's right. It's just a game. It's not a big deal. Huazheng coldly snorted, Not a big deal? That's my Hua family strength. Why don't I see you not taking your family's strength seriously? The other patriarchs all chuckled and no longer said anything. Huazheng, Yang Yinghao had also appeared at the south gate at some point and had witnessed the farce just now. At this moment, he shouted, The inheritance war is a grand event for my Yang family to choose the next patriarch. It is also a stage for the younger generation. Your son has made his choice. You don't need to interfere. Hearing Yang Yinghao's words, Huazheng couldn't help frowning. Huistar's, on the other hand, smiled and cupped his fists. Patriarch Yang is wise, unlike my father. He's old and senile. If you dare act presumptuously again, Father will kill you today. Huazheng was furious. Enough, enough, you're already so old, yet you still dare to come out and make a fool of yourself. Hurry home and retire. The Hua family still has me. Huistar's waved his hand impatiently. You've got guts. Huazheng grit his teeth. You're free to choose. Father won't stop you. But if you want to take the star door from Father's hands, you're dreaming. Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and stormed off. Huistar's, on the other hand, didn't care and simply smiled towards Yang Kai. Young Lord Kai, it looks like we'll have to share joys and sorrows in the future. Yang Kai didn't deny this. Outside the south gate, the situation finally subsided. The 8 young lords rode their cloud-treading colts towards War City. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian glanced at Yang Kai awkwardly before nodding slightly and following behind Yang Kong, gradually disappearing into the distance. Yang Kai saw all of this and grinned, saying to Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu, "Let's go." "Yes." The two responded in unison. Hua Stars urged his mount to catch up with Yang Kai, looking at him for a moment before turning back to Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu, laughing loudly. Interesting, interesting. A powerless helper and two seriously injured blood warriors. No matter how you look at it, the situation isn't optimistic at all. If you keep spouting nonsense, then scram. Yang Kai glared at him coldly. Hua Stars was startled, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai's attitude towards him to be so bad. Surprisingly, he didn't show any signs of anger, and instead said with great interest, "Your other brothers treat their allies with kindness, yet you actually dare to treat me like this? Interesting. This young master would like to see how you plan to survive tonight. Do you really want me to lose?" Yang Kai suddenly looked at him with a smile. Hua Stars choosing him as an ally was greatly beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Before he figured out his true intentions, Yang Kai didn't intend to count him as a helper. Yang Kai thought of him as an idler. "Why do you think this young master chose you?" Hua Stars grinned meaningfully. "This young master just wants to see how a toothless tiger like you will be defeated in this inheritance war. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Yang Kai's lips curled upwards, his eyes filled with self-confidence. Hua Stars sneered. "I don't deny that your personal strength is very strong, but what can you do without helpers?" Pointing to Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu, he said, "What can those two accomplish? Don't tell me you haven't woken up yet like my father." Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu both wore stupefied expressions as they nodded. "Even if we die, we won't let anyone near little Lord." Chapter 416. Listening to Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu call themselves subordinates and act so respectfully, Hua Stars couldn't help frowning, subconsciously feeling that something wasn't quite right. The masters of the Yang family blood warrior. Hall didn't seem to be so kind, right? How about we make a bet? Yang Kai suddenly proposed, looking at Stars Hua with a smile. "Bet on what?" Hua Stars suddenly became interested. "Let's bet on whether I can survive tonight." Turning to look at Yang Kai, the central capital wolf young lord, Hua's expression became playful, his pair of eyes narrowing slightly as his thoughts raced. "Scared?" Yang Kai snickered, his expression quite cold as he snorted. "If you're scared, then don't follow me. Be careful you don't lose your life tonight. I heard you're the Hua family's only heir. If you really die in War City, things won't end well." "Scared?" Hua Stars sneered meaningfully. This young master has lived for so long, yet doesn't know how to write the word scared. "Since you dare bet with me, I'll make sure you lose convincingly. Don't you know this young master is best at eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling?" As he spoke, his face filled with excitement. "What's the bet?" Hua Stars asked. Yang Kai swept his eyes over him and said, "You're so poor right now. I'm afraid you don't have anything to offer, right?" Hua Stars scratched his head, awkwardly. "That's true." "Then let's play small." Yang Kai chuckled. "If you lose, I don't want anything from you. Just run 10 laps around War City naked." That's not very appropriate. Brother Kai." Hua Stars suddenly frowned. "Running 10 laps around War City naked. Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? In any case, your reputation is already in tatters. Running 10 laps isn't a big deal. Don't worry about debts. Don't worry about lice." Yang Kai raised his brow at him, a wretched expression appearing on his face. Hearing him say that, Hua Stars couldn't help feeling this was reasonable, and nodded, "That's right. But I don't think I'll lose. What if you lose? What can you give me?" Yang Kai whistled. Suddenly, a loud eagle cry came from the sky. Immediately, a golden light swooped down, and the handsome golden feather eagle landed firmly on Yang Kai's shoulder, its sharp eyes sparkling. "If you lose, I'll give it to you." Huastars was unable to contain his joy. If Yang Kai said that he would lose to him some treasures, Huixingxing would be very happy. He might not be interested yet. As the sole heir of the Hu clan, how could he lack treasures? However, the golden feather eagle was different. This was the Yang family's unique monster beast. Not to mention its strength, just its appearance alone was enough to tempt stars. When he went out in the future, if he could keep the golden feather eagle by his side like Yang Kai, it would be a matter of pride for him. Spoiled, arrogant, and extravagant young masters loved these kinds of things. Deal. Huastars were afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word, quickly settling the matter. Huixingxing stared at the golden feather eagle happily, muttering, "Eagle, eagle, after tonight, you'll change your surname to Hua." Yang Kai just smiled and didn't say anything. 100 kilometers away from the central capital, War City. This was a city built by the Yang family. Although it wasn't as prosperous and vast as the central capital, it was still quite good. Normally, it was only used as an ordinary city, but every time the Inheritance War came, it would become a battlefield. War City had 8 corners, each with a mansion prepared for the 8 young lords who would participate in the Inheritance War. Perhaps for a long time in the future, they would be engaged in a tug-of-war here. Throughout the years, the Yang family's inheritance war rarely ended in a short period of time. Most of them were long-lasting battles, often lasting 3 to 5 years before the result was decided. According to the ancient records of the Yang family, 100 years ago, a Yang family patriarch had won the final victory in less than half a year. This kind of result was enough to be proud of, because the closer to the end, the more powerful the enemy would be, and the more difficult it would be to win. Only when one had a considerable advantage could they easily defeat their enemy. The brothers entered the city one by one, causing the entire War City to boil with excitement. There were originally many people living here, but most of them had already left, afraid they would be implicated in the Yang family's inheritance war. Those who remained were all bold people. They were also looking forward to the inheritance war. After exchanging some pleasantries, the brothers tacitly separated and went to their respective mansions. Yang Kai's mansion was in the northwest corner. The location wasn't very good. It was relatively remote and deserted, but he didn't care. There were only 4 people in the group, so when they arrived at the northwest corner of the mansion, there were 2 pretty maids standing at the door. Inside the mansion, there were also some servants who could be ordered around. These were the servants sent by the Yang family to serve the daily lives of the young lords. This was a treatment that every mansion had. These people were just ordinary people, so there was no need to worry about them affecting the outcome of the inheritance war. When Yang Kai arrived, the 2 young girls politely bowed and said, "Greetings, young Lord Kai." Their tone wasn't very enthusiastic. It was just a routine greeting, but whether it was Yang Kai or Starshua, both of them subtly noticed that the expressions of these 2 maids were faintly lost. Obviously, because they had been assigned to a young lord with no future prospects. The 2 young girls felt that there was nothing to look forward to. Although the servants in these mansions wouldn't participate in the inheritance war, they certainly hoped to follow a more outstanding young lord. This way, not only would their safety be guaranteed, but if the young lord they served was satisfied with them, when he inherited the position of patriarch in the future, his own status would also rise. Huastars glanced over at Yang Kai with a smile, seemingly thinking that even these ordinary servants thought he had no future. Quite interesting. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, just nodding slightly, leading Chu Gao-yi and Ingjiu into the mansion. Behind them, Huastars grinned obscenely as he turned to the 2 young girls and asked, "What are the names of these 2 girls?" Seeing the expression on Huastars' face, the 2 young girls couldn't help being frightened and quickly retreated. The central capital wolf's name was something they naturally knew, but just as they were secretly anxious that they would not be able to escape this time, Yang Kai's voice came from inside. "None of the people in my mansion are allowed to touch them." Huastars was startled and shouted, Hey, Yongkai, aren't you meddling a bit too much? Saying so, he hurriedly chased after him and angrily said, But there don't seem to be any other beautiful women here. What do you want me to do for fun? Yongkai glanced over at him faintly and said, There should be some brothels in War City. As long as you're not afraid of being caught, you can naturally enjoy yourself. Forget it. Stars waved his hand. He had chosen Yongkai as an ally in front of so many people, which was tantamount to making him an enemy. If he ran to the brothels now, he would definitely be in trouble. Who wants to find a beautiful woman? Let's see if I can do it. Suddenly, a woman's voice called out from the hall of the mansion. Hearing this voice, Yongkai couldn't help gawking while Stars almost reflexively shrank his head. Both of them stared blankly. What they saw was a beautiful woman with bright eyes, white teeth, white skin, white bones, wearing a lavender dress, a smile on her face as she walked out from the brothels. She smiled at the two of them. Chiu Yimeng? Stars exclaimed. I was wondering who was looking for a beautiful woman, so it turned out to be you. Chiu Yimeng smiled at Stars. The latter's expression became bitter. Secretly cursing his bad luck, he had unexpectedly run into her here. Suddenly, he was startled. Looking at Chiu Yimeng, his face filled with shock, as if he had thought of something. Why are you here? Yongkai frowned. Today's events were really strange. Stars had suddenly become his ally for no apparent reason, and now even Chiu Yimeng had come here. Isn't your Chiu family on my sixth brother's side? Yongkai frowned and asked. The Chiu family's Chiu was Yongshun's ally. At that time, the Chiu family's patriarch, Chiu Shoucheng, was also present and had clearly informed everyone that his Chiu family was Yongshun's ally. Yongkai didn't understand why Chiu Yimeng would suddenly appear in his house, and it seemed she had been waiting here for a long time. The Chiu family is the Chiu family. I am me. Chiu Yimeng smiled lightly, raising her chin and saying, What, am I not welcome? Beautiful woman. You weren't expelled from the family by your father. Were you? Stars guest. What do you mean? Speak clearly. Yongkai didn't understand for a while. I'm here to help you. Isn't this the inheritance war? What's there to be confused about? From now on, we're allies. Chiu Yimeng smiled sweetly, seeing Yongkai's puzzled expression, suddenly feeling quite happy. Stars' eyes narrowed slightly as he sneered. Your father is really a wily old fox, actually betting on two treasures. He obviously misunderstood, thinking that the Chiu family had not only befriended Yongshun, but also Yongkai. However, Stars was also full of doubts. He didn't understand what was so special about Yongkai that the Chiu family would bet half of their chances on him. He had only come here to play with Yongkai because he was looking for excitement, but the Chiu family was definitely not like this. I said, The Chiu family is the Chiu family. I am me. Chiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. This time, I'm not representing the Chiu family. I'm only representing myself. Yongkai's thoughts turned sharply, and he quickly understood many things, nodding. I understand. How many people do you have? Chiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. The people from the Autumn Rain Hall were brought here by me. Releasing his divine sense, Yongkai instantly understood the strength of all the cultivator in the house, nodding lightly. Stars, on the other hand, sneered. Autumn Rain Hall? That hall that specializes in taking in defective cultivators? It seems there are only 20 of them, right? And it's the hall that specializes in taking in defective cultivators. Chiu Yimeng glared at Stars. The Chiu family's cultivator. As long as they were seriously injured, their strength declining, and there was no hope for them to improve, they would be sent to the Autumn Rain Hall to do some light work. In the entire hall, there were only 1 or 2 Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators, and their cultivations weren't high. Chiu Yimeng, bringing these people here, was simply not enough to cope with the upcoming crisis. If they're here, they're here. Yang Kai looked at Chiu Yimeng and nodded with a smile. Chiu Yimeng smiled back. I hope you won't let me down. What are you so optimistic about? Huastar shook his head slightly, wondering why these two didn't care about this inheritance war more than he did, patting his chest and saying, a powerless helper, 2 blood warriors, and now a young lady who only brought a group of waste cultivators. This is really a gathering of wastrels. Yang Kai, you're really finished. Chapter 417. Huastars clearly wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. Listening to him say this, Chiu Yimeng frowned, but didn't refute. This time, she had decided to assist Yang Kai in the inheritance war, which was also a great risk. Although she couldn't see what cards Yang Kai had up his sleeve, she still had a faint hunch that she absolutely couldn't underestimate him. It was just a feeling. As for whether Yang Kai could win the inheritance war, or even survive the dangers tonight, Chiu Yimeng had no confidence in him at all. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Huastar showed an impatient look, shaking his head and waving his hand. I'm going to bed. I need to rest and prepare to enjoy the show tonight. Hehep, do as you wish. Yang Kai didn't bother with him. The mansion was very large. After all, it was likely to become a gathering place for many forces, so there were countless empty rooms. Huastars casually found a room and disappeared. What are you going to do? After Huastars left, Chiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai helplessly and asked softly. The attitude of the Hua family's only young lord made Chiu Yimeng understand something. This central capital wolf was probably here to sightsee and had never thought of doing anything for Yang Kai. In other words, although on the surface Yang Kai had 8 great families' young lords as allies, in fact, he couldn't even bring out a decent force. There were only 2 blood warriors, both of whom were still seriously injured and weak, unable to display even 30% of their usual strength. You can mobilize the people of my Autumn Rain Hall at will, but don't expect them to play much of a role. Chiu Yimeng frowned. Smiling bitterly, Chiu Yimeng said, although today is the first day of the inheritance war, if you count on these 2 blood warriors, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The strength your brothers have gathered now is more than enough to delay, or even defeat them. Capturing you won't be a problem. I know. Yang Kai nodded, his expression indifferent. What about the Dong family? Chiu Yimeng hesitated for a moment, a faint anxiety in her voice. Isn't the Dong family your mother's family? Why haven't they shown up this time? Don't they care about you? At this time, if there was a first-class family supporting them, the situation wouldn't be so bleak. They'll come. Yang Kai's smile. But not today. What do you mean? Chiu Yimeng's words. Chiu Yimeng's words. From Yang's smile, she could smell a hint of a conspiracy. But even with her intelligence, she didn't know what Kai Yang was planning to do. You do as you please. There's no need to worry about today's matters for the time being. Different situations call for different actions. Different situations call for different actions. Yang Kai said casually before leading Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu inside. Chiu Yimeng tried to catch up, but seeing Yang Kai stride forward without even looking back, she couldn't help feeling a little annoyed and angrily stomped her foot. She ground her teeth in anger. She was now even more certain that Yang Kai had some sort of hidden card up his sleeve, but he didn't give her a clear explanation, causing Chiu Yimeng to feel somewhat discouraged. Every time she faced Yang Kai, she was always led by the nose, unable to gain the upper hand. She couldn't grasp what this man was thinking or what he would do next. Slippery as a loach. Chiu Yimeng cursed in her heart. After standing in place for a while, Chiu Yimeng snorted and turned to arrange the Autumn Rain Hall's defenses. Although there weren't any masters in the Autumn Rain Hall, it was still possible to arrange some traps around the mansion. War City, Hong Yuan Restaurant. The restaurant was bustling with activity, with a constant stream of customers. The waiters and waiters were all busy. Before the Inheritance War began, a lot of people had gathered in War City. This was the Yang family's battlefield, so naturally, many people had been waiting here for the arrival of the Yang family young lords. At a table near the window, a slightly chubby young man in his late 20s was leisurely drinking wine and tasting delicious food. Next to him, to his left and right, sat two old men who seemed to be in a daze. These two old men were motionless, their eyes closed, as if they were asleep, but their eyes were hidden under their eyelids, constantly observing the guests coming and going in the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, the guests who had just finished drinking were all talking about what had happened outside the South Gate today. Two old men and one young man. The three old men all listened to these words. After a long time, one of the old men said, "Young lord, it seems that young Lord Kai's future is bleak, with only Hu Xing as his helper and unable to mobilize any of the Hu family's forces. Yang Kai was tantamount to having no support." "Indeed," the other old man gently nodded. "Shouldn't we go to his house to help now?" "I'd like to go." The chubby young man curled his lips disdainfully, "but that little brat sent me a message 2 days ago, telling me not to intervene today, and to just wait and see." "Not intervene?" The old man who spoke before was puzzled. "But young Lord Kai doesn't have the strength to defend himself. How can he cope with the upcoming crisis? My Dong family has a marriage alliance with the fourth master, and young Lord Kai is young Lord Kai's cousin. Now that he is in trouble, we should help." This young man was the Dong family's Dong Qinghan, and the two old men were the wind and cloud dual guards who had always followed him. Dong Qinghan shook his head. "Only the heavens know what that smelly brat is up to. I also heard that his two blood warriors were seriously injured and unable to display their full strength. Originally, I wanted to rush over to help, but since he said so, I can only wait." The Wind Guard gently nodded. "The Yang family's blood warriors are all powerful masters, the two blood warriors beside young Lord Kai. These two old men have also dealt with them, and are well aware of their strength." Dong Qinghan suddenly became interested and asked with a smile if you had a life or death battle with them. What would the result be? The wind and cloud dual guards wore a solemn expression. "Our cultivations are lower than theirs by a single minor realm. If they were at their peak, as long as one of them used his mad tyrant blood skill, they would be able to easily kill us. But now, the two of us are confident we can easily defeat them." Dong Qinghan sucked in a cold breath, his face filled with amazement as he nodded. "The Yang family really has its own methods. This mad tyrant blood skill is so powerful, who would be able to resist it?" The Wind Guard solemnly said, "Although the mad tyrant blood skill is powerful, it consumes a person's vitality and burns away their combat effectiveness. So the Yang family's blood warriors generally don't live long. This is also the tragedy of the Yang family's blood warrior hallmasters." The Cloud Guard also nodded, a look of deep agreement. "Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Since that little brat told me not to intervene, he must have some kind of arrangement. Let's just wait for a day, then tomorrow we'll go to his house and ask him." Dong Qinghan said casually, as if he wasn't worried about whether Yang Kai could survive the night. The wind and cloud dual guards couldn't help marveling in their hearts, wondering what young Lord Kai had said to their young master that actually made him so confident. In another restaurant on the 3rd floor, at the same time, there was also a young man around the age of 2 or 13 or 14 who was also quite handsome. At this moment, just like Dong Qinghan, this young man was sipping wine and eating food, but unlike Dong Qinghan's helpless expression, this young man's face was full of smiles, as if he was enjoying a joyous occasion. "Young master, old master ordered us to deliver something to that Yang Kai in order to keep the peace. Now that he's arrived in War City, do you think we should pay him a visit now?" One of the guards who had been following Yang Kai quietly suggested. The young man smiled and said, "Why should we pay him a visit? Didn't you hear the people in the restaurant say that Yang Kai is probably going to be eliminated tonight? Although the things I, Lu Song, brought this time are not priceless, they are also not ordinary. If we deliver them to him, now, he won't even be able to warm them up. Wouldn't that be like throwing meat buns at a dog, having no effect at all? Then young master's meaning is, although the guard felt this was somewhat inappropriate, he could only ask, the young master in front of him was the next patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Liang's son. This time, under Lu Liang's orders, he had brought a lot of gifts to the central capital in order to settle the matter of Yang Kai being attacked after leaving the Lu family. Although that incident had nothing to do with the Lu family, and later there were rumors that many of the Yang family young lords had been assassinated on their way back, Lu Liang had no choice but to pinch his nose and admit defeat. Who told Yang Kai to stay in his Lu family for a few days? An unexpected calamity was an unexpected calamity. As a great family, which great family didn't have its share of problems, after Chiu Yimeng sent this news, Lu Liang ordered his son to set off overnight to the central capital to apologize. The young man, Lu Song, coldly snorted, "This Yang Kai has gone too far. Just because he passed by my Lu family and was attacked, he took the opportunity to blackmail us and conspire with my Lu family's wealth. Tell me, how could my Lu family's things benefit such a despicable person?" What young master says is true. The guard also followed up and angrily said, "This Yang family, young lord really isn't honest. What's even more despicable is that he actually asked the Chiu family's first young lady to send a letter to my Lu family, making it clear that he wants to extort money from my Lu family. That's why I won't give these things to him. He's just a grasshopper after autumn. He won't be able to jump around for more than a few hours. Heh, let's just wait and see the good show tonight." Lu Song smiled smugly. Once he loses, there's no need for me to apologize to him. The guard frowned and whispered, "But young master, before we left, the old master said that no matter how this young Lord Kai performs in the inheritance war, these gifts must be delivered to him." Lu Liang knew that his son was a bit short-sighted, so he had repeatedly ordered the masters accompanying him to be responsible for supervising. Hearing this, Lu Song also frowned, unable to understand, no matter how he thought about it. He naturally didn't know that at the same time the news of Yang Kai's attack reached the Lu family's first young lord, Lu Si, had also returned from Hidden Cloud Peak. Chapter 4:18. A few months ago, Lu Si went to Hidden Cloud Peak and gave the letter and jade pendant Yang Kai had given him to Xiao Fusheng. Grandmaster Xiao immediately refined a mysterious grade pill for him. After taking this mysterious grade pill and refining its medicinal efficacies, Lu Si was completely rid of his past sufferings and truly became an above immortal ascension boundary master. After returning to the Lu family, Lu Si immediately called Lu Liang over and gave him some confidential instructions. No one knew what Elder Si told the patriarch, but the elders of the family could feel that after returning from Lu Si, Lu Liang's opinion of Yang Kai had somewhat changed. It was because of this that he had ordered Lu Song to bring a lot of good things to the central capital to apologize to Yang Kai. Lu Song wasn't clear about the twists and turns of the story, so he still didn't quite understand his father's words. If this Yang Kai is defeated in the inheritance war, why would I give him so many things? Lu Song said as he shook his head, unable to understand what was going on. Muttering under his breath, "This isn't good. This isn't good." The master next to him heard this and said, "Young master, why don't we first see how this Yang Kai performs? In any case, old master only said to deliver these things to him. He didn't say when they would be delivered. If he can't make it through tonight, then it's up to young master to decide what to do with these resources. If he performs well, then we'll have to listen to master's orders." "Yes, that's right." Lu Song nodded. If he loses on the first day of the inheritance war, he will definitely have no status in the Yang family in the future. My Lu family doesn't need to make friends with such a person. What young master says is correct. The master also nodded. northwest corner of War City, Yang Kai's house. Inside a small room, Yang Kai sat lazily as a maidservant served him tea. Yang Kai took a sip. Waving his hand, he dismissed her. Before the maidservant left, she glanced over at Chu Gao-yi and Ing Jiu in horror. The condition of the two blood warriors was getting worse and worse these days, especially after Yang Kai had sent them out to subdue the small forces in the North City district. Their bodies had become increasingly weak, and their injuries hadn't improved in the slightest. Even after taking the Yang family's special healing pills, the effect was still minimal. His foundation had been damaged. Whether it was Yang Kai or himself, they were all very clear about this. If it wasn't for the fact that his foundation was damaged, with their strength and vitality, their injuries would more or less heal. At this moment, the two blood warriors' faces were pale, and their bodies were sweating profusely. It was as if there was an intense pain assaulting their bodies. Their expressions were sometimes gentle and sometimes ferocious. Green veins protruded from their foreheads like earthworms. It was a terrifying sight. Ordinary people saw it. Naturally, they would be terrified. Even so, the two of them were like javelins, standing there straight and motionless. Yang Kai looked up at them. His eyes were filled with admiration. He himself was a person with extremely strong mental fortitude, and his temperament was also quite firm. But if he were to put himself in the shoes of these two blood warriors, he wouldn't be able to endure such treatment. Yang Kai was certain he wouldn't be able to do any better than them. At the very least, the young lord who followed them didn't seem to regard them as human beings, only wanting to squeeze the last bit of value out of them before their vitality ran out. This was something Yang Kai couldn't accept. However, the loyalty of the two blood warriors to the Yang family didn't allow them to complain. Not only did they not complain, they didn't even show any dissatisfaction. Instead, they were completely loyal to Yang Kai, doing whatever he told them to without uttering a single word of nonsense. Feeling Yang Kai's gaze, Chu Gao-yi and Ing Jiu's expressions became more and more meticulous. After a long time, Yang Kai chuckled and asked, "Which one of you is Chu Gao-yi?" To be honest, Yang Kai really didn't know who these two were, because from the day he returned from the Blood Warrior Hall until now they hadn't said a word to each other. When the two blood warriors heard this, their expressions didn't change in the slightest. The taller one, who looked stronger, quickly cupped his fists. "Subordinate is Chu Gao-yi. Then you're Ing Jiu?" Yang Kai looked at the other man. Ing Jiu nodded gently. Compared to the two blood warriors, Ing Jiu was the more special one, because although he was a man, his appearance was quite delicate. His figure was tall and thin, and he had a small mustache at the corners of his mouth, giving him a particularly astute appearance. Relatively speaking, he was more taciturn. This person's personality should be similar to Yang Wei's, a lonely person. From the few words of Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju, Yang Kai also learned that these two blood warriors were good at dominating territory. Chu Gao-yi's specialty was rapid eruption of power. He could release all of his yuan qi and spiritual energy in just a stick of incense worth of time. Once he launched an attack, it would be continuous, not giving his enemy the slightest chance to breathe. During this incense worth of time, he was basically invincible among cultivators in the same realm. This person was the one who dared to risk his life the most in the entire Blood Warrior Hall. Although he was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage cultivator, after so many years he had defeated many peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Even in the entire Blood Warrior Hall, his strength was still relatively high. However, Ing Jiu was different. Ing Jiu's specialty was speed, coming and going without a trace. His concealment skills were also quite good, so when he attacked, his enemy wouldn't even have time to react. It was rumored that in the Yang family Blood Warrior Hall, the most difficult person to deal with wasn't Hall Master Feng Sheng or Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng, but rather Ing Jiu, who was like a shadow. Those who were targeted by Ing Jiu, even if they fled to the ends of the world, couldn't escape his pursuit. When these two worked together, they complemented each other, and were a pair of terrifying blood warriors. Last time, when these two escorted the Yang family's fourth young, Lord Yang Xian Wu, back to his family, they were besieged by many immortal Ascension boundary masters. The strength of that group of enemies was even stronger than the one Yang Kai had encountered. Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu desperately tried to defend themselves, but Yang Xian Wu's own strength wasn't enough, so they couldn't escape. When Yang Kai suddenly spoke to them, Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu were both confused, not knowing what instructions he had to give them, so they quickly turned to him. "Do you have any complaints about me?" To the two's surprise, Yang Kai actually asked such a question. As he spoke, Yang Kai's lips curled into a smile as he stared at them meaningfully. Chu Gao Yi quickly said, "Subordinate wouldn't dare." "Not even a little bit." Yang Kai snorted, "I want to hear the truth." Chu Gao Yi's expression couldn't help becoming a little awkward, glancing at Ing Jiu, not knowing what to say. When they were in the Blood Warrior Hall, the two of them had heard Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian say how kind this little lord was, and how good he was to the Blood Warriors. Later, when they had lost all hope, Yang Kai had taken them in as his retainers. With the words of Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian in addition to Yang Kai's righteous actions, Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu were naturally grateful and secretly decided to assist Yang Kai in making a name for himself, even if they had to lose their lives. But these days he didn't even spare them a glance. His attitude was extremely cold, and he didn't even give them time to heal. Although they were blood warriors who were loyal to the Yang family, in the end, they were still people. As the saying went, a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. Yang Kai being so inconsiderate of his subordinates, they naturally felt uncomfortable in their hearts. "Speak." Yang Kai picked up his teacup and took a sip, looking at them solemnly. Chu Gao Yi pursed his dry lips and said, "Ing Jiu and I were already at the end of our rope, but Little Lord helped us when we were in danger. Sending charcoal in snowy weather is something we two subordinates will never forget, so in any case we would never dare to complain to Little Lord, but we are a little disappointed." His words were sincere and his expression was solemn. Obviously he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Yang Kai's brow slowly rose. "Do you think I'm different from what Tu Feng and the others said?" Chu Gao nodded gently. This time even Ing Jiu nodded. "Of course it's different, because I never wanted to choose you." Yang Kai stood up. "I wanted Tu Feng and Yu Xian. After all, everyone is already familiar with each other." The two blood warriors' expression darkened. "But the first time is unfamiliar. The second time is familiar. I think we're now familiar with one another." Yang Kai looked at the two of them with a smile. "At the very least, I know what you really think." Both Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu's eyes lit up as they stared at him silently. Yang Kai saying this was tantamount to telling them he wanted to communicate with them. This was something both of them had been looking forward to. "Your loyalty to the Yang family I don't doubt, nor do I doubt your gratitude to me." Yang Kai raised his brow and smiled. "But if one day I were to have a conflict with the Yang family, what choice would you make? Would you stand with me or with the Yang family?" When the two heard this, their expressions changed greatly as they stared at Yang Kai in horror. "Little Lord is joking, right?" Chu Gao Yi frowned and asked, "I'm serious." Yang Kai stared at him without blinking. Chu Gao Yi took a deep breath. "Although I don't want such a thing to happen, if such a day comes, Ing Jiu and I will still follow Little Lord." Ing Jiu finally spoke up, his expression cold. "If it weren't for Little Lord, the two of us would have already wasted our cultivations and retired into the mountains. So, our cultivation is Little Lord's. If Little Lord needs it, feel free to use it." Listening to the two of them say this, Yang Kai finally grinned. The reason why they said this was because Yang Kai was also a member of the Yang family, so they didn't think such a situation would really happen, and also because they knew that their days were numbered. Even if such a day did come, they wouldn't be able to wait. But in any case, Yang Kai finally got the answer he wanted. "I once told you, Xian, that those who know my secret will either become one of my people or become a dead man. Yang Kai's smile suddenly became strange. Now you're qualified to know some of my secrets. Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu both looked at Yang Kai with some surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. These 2 pills, one for each of you. Take them and eat them. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tossed out 2 pills. Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu reached out and caught them, both of them thanking Yang Kai verbally, but their hearts were filled with doubts. Chapter 419. Just like Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, as soon as the 2 blood warriors entered their hands, they discovered that the pills Yang Kai had taken out were only Earth grade top rank. Although they were healing pills, their grade was too low. What use could they have? Although they had doubts in their hearts, they didn't show any of it on their faces. Time is of the essence. Quickly take these pills and refine them. Tonight there will be a big show for you to play. Yang Kai's eyes were deep as his mouth flashed a sharp sneer. I'd like to see who won't be able to restrain themselves, and will be the first to act against me. Yes, the 2 blood warriors nodded, both of them knowing that tonight would not be a peaceful night, so they didn't dare delay. Just as they were about to take the pills, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold as he turned his head and glanced outside, grinning meaningfully. It's not even night yet. How come someone has come looking for trouble? Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu both froze for a moment before quickly releasing their divine senses. Sure enough, they found that there were many people gathered outside the mansion, causing them to feel both annoyed and surprised, because Yang Kai had detected them faster than they had. The location of the 3 blood warriors was located in a relatively deep room in the mansion, about 1,000 meters away from the main entrance, so even the wind blowing outside couldn't reach them. Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu didn't know how Yang Kai had detected them. There weren't many people here, and their strength wasn't too high, but there were at least a few Immortal Ascension boundary masters. Subordinates will send them off first. Chu Gao Yi volunteered. Don't worry. Yang Kai frowned. Chiu Yimeng is here. Before he could finish speaking, the voice of the Chiu family's first young lady sounded from outside. Yang Kai, someone is looking for you. Yang Kai and the 2 blood warriors glanced at each other. Both of them couldn't help feeling puzzled. Opening the door, the 2 blood warriors saw Chiu Yimeng standing outside with a smile on her face. Seeing this scene, the 2 blood warriors couldn't help secretly praising Yang Kai's luck with women. Despite being in such a disadvantageous position, he was still able to obtain the assistance of such a beauty. Who is it? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Chiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. I don't know, a young man. I think he came here to seek refuge with you, but his attitude is a little strange. Do you want to go and take a look? You can't tell? Yang Kai was slightly surprised. If he doesn't say it himself, how can I tell? Chiu Yimeng rolled her eyes. Is he a fat man? Yang Kai suddenly thought of Dong Qinghan. However, Yang Kai had clearly sent a letter to Dong Qinghan 2 days ago, telling him not to show up today. With his personality, he would never be so reckless. He's not fat. You should go and take a look. Yang Kai nodded. Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu were about to follow, but were stopped by Yang Kai. Hurry up and heal your wounds. There's no need to follow me. But Chu Gao Yi couldn't help but worry. With the strength of those people, they can't do anything to me. Yang Kai said as he walked out. Behind him, both Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu's expression changed slightly. Kai Yang's words sounded ordinary, but if one thought about it carefully, there was some extraordinary information contained within them. This little lord seemed to know what kind of strength the people outside possessed. How did he know? He was only a Yuan Qi boundary 8th stage cultivator, not an Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator. He hadn't cultivated his divine sense. With his own perception, it was impossible for him to perceive anything too clearly. Moreover, Even if he knew what kind of strength those people outside possessed, why did he say they couldn't do anything to him? This kind of inexplicable self-confidence was what surprised Chu Gao Yi and Ying Jiao. One had to know that there were several immortal ascension boundary masters outside. Glancing at each other, Chu Gao Yi and Ying Jiao both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Together with Chiu Yimeng, they walked out. The Chiu family's first young lady smiled. As she glanced over at Yang Kai, "It looks like you're not worried at all. What's there to worry about?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. "Don't play dumb with me." Chiu Yimeng grit her teeth as she grabbed Yang Kai's sleeve and stopped in her tracks, muttering angrily, "Now that things have progressed to this point, shouldn't you make things clear to me?" "What do you mean, make things clear? I don't know what you're talking about." Yang Kai frowned. "How many connections do you have, and how are you going to get through tonight's difficulties?" Chiu Yimeng was helpless and bluntly asked because she knew that if she didn't, Yang Kai would only pretend to be polite, so her tone softened. "Now, I'm also your ally. Although I don't represent the Chiu family, and although the help I bring to you isn't great, I've already done so much. So why are you still trying to deceive me? Am I not worthy of your sincere friendship?" "Sincere friendship?" Yang Kai smiled strangely as he looked Chiu Yimeng up and down, a lustful light gradually appearing in his eyes. "How do you want to be my sincere friendship?" Seeing the aggressiveness in his eyes and hearing the meaning behind his words, Chiu Yimeng's face reddened, but she quickly calmed down. "Isn't it good to be your confidant? If you have something troubling you, you can tell me, and I'll be able to chat with you." "No need. I only talk about love with women. Chatting is too superficial and not suitable for me." Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. "You never speak seriously in front of me. Am I so annoying to you?" Chiu Yimeng's chest heaved up and down as she curled her lips. "Although you're very good, the most powerful young man I've ever seen, I don't want to compete with the likes of the beguiling demon queen. I know I'm not her opponent. It's not that you annoy me, it's just that you're too smart. When I'm with you, I have to be careful." Yang Kai glanced at her coldly. Chiu Yimeng was startled, her long eyelashes fluttering a few times before she suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. "It turns out I can bring you pressure. I always thought I was the only one who felt pressure." "You underestimate yourself too much. I don't know why, but my mood has suddenly improved a lot." Chiu Yimeng smiled sweetly, seemingly feeling that she could make Yang Kai be careful around her. "I won't tell you anything else, but as for tonight, you just have to wait and see." Yang Kai grinned confidently. "You really do have plans." Chiu Yimeng snorted. "You made me worry about you." Knowing that she was just trying to gain his favor, Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply walked out. Hu Xingchen appeared out of nowhere like a ghost, waving a folding fan in his hand, pretending to be a playboy as he followed the two of them. Smiling as he asked, "Why did I hear some movement outside?" "Your ears are really sharp." Chiu Yimeng glared at him. Hu Xing grinned meaningfully. "I like to watch the fun, especially when it comes to my enemies. Tell me, did someone come looking for trouble with Yang Kai?" "It doesn't seem like they're looking for trouble." Speaking of business, Chiu Yimeng's expression became serious. "That person's attitude is very strange, as if they're here to seek refuge, but not at the same time. There are a few people accompanying them, and they're also carrying a lot of big boxes." "Fuck," Hu Xing cursed, his eyes widening as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. "With your appearance, someone actually wants to seek refuge with you? Are they blind, or do they have nothing left to live for?" "Shut up," Chiu Yimeng scolded him. Hu Xing seemed to be a little afraid of the Chiu family's first young lady and quickly waved his folding fan, shutting his mouth. "You need to be careful. Don't fall for other people's tricks." Chiu Yimeng exhorted Yang Kai. "I don't want you to really be destroyed." She was equivalent to leaving the Chiu family to ally with Yang Kai. If Yang Kai was really destroyed by this little trick, it would prove that she had no vision at all. Outside the door, a young man wearing a black robe stood there with his hands crossed behind his back. Behind him, there were at least 20 cultivators, 4 of whom were Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but the strongest was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage cultivator. An Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage cultivator from a first-class family, although not too bad, was still somewhat poor. What was more interesting was the large red boxes this group of people had brought with them. It was impossible to tell what was inside these boxes. Some were very light, some were very heavy, and there was even a faint medicinal fragrance in the air. There were a total of 4 such crimson chests. They were also arranged in a row and placed to the side. The young man's eyes were firm, and his expression was calm. More than 20 people stood there motionless, all of them silent, staring indifferently towards Yang Kai's mansion. After a short while, Yang Kai, Huixing, and Qiu Yimeng came out together. The young man's eyes narrowed as he glanced between Huixing and Yang Kai, his expression slightly puzzled. He couldn't tell which one was Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also puzzled. He had thought it was Dong Qinghan who had come, but now it seemed it wasn't him. And this person, he didn't know him at all. Someone he didn't know coming to seek refuge with him was a bit inexplicable. In this inheritance war, as long as one had a discerning eye, they could see that his chances of winning were almost 0. And today was the first time he would face such a crisis. At this juncture, the purpose of this group of people was somewhat thought-provoking. But even if they weren't here to seek refuge, the fact that they had brought so many red boxes clearly indicated they were filled with supplies. Shaking his head secretly, Yang Kai didn't quite understand. Qiu Yimeng had told him to be careful, so how could Yang Kai be careless? Before he had time to ask, though, Huixing opened his folding fan and waved it gently, asking with a smile, "Which family's disciples are you?" As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, the young man immediately turned his eyes and saw Huixing acting like a playboy, his brow furrowed, a cold light flashing across his face as he asked, "You're the youngest young Lord Yang Kai?" Huixing's appearance had greatly disappointed this young man, so his tone was naturally not too polite. Hearing this question, Huixing grinned wickedly, looking at your stupid face. "I know you're not very well informed. Do you want this young lord to give you a few pointers?" Saying so, without waiting for the young man to answer, Huixing continued, "After tonight, this place will change owners. You stupid bird, go back to where you came from. Even if you want to seek refuge, you need to keep your eyes open. Of the Yang family's 8 young lords, you could have chosen anyone, but you chose this place. You really are hopeless." Chapter 4:20. In front of Yang Kai's mansion, Huixing's arrogant attitude and exaggerated words not only made Yang Kai frown, but also made the young man opposite him look displeased, coldly snorting. Huixing grinned, and was about to say something when Yang Kai grabbed his clothes and flung him away. With a beautiful somersault midair, Huixing Chen landed gracefully on the ground, pinching his nose, not daring to complain, only wearing an embarrassed expression. Seeing this scene, the young man couldn't help turning his eyes to Yang Kai, the cultivator standing behind him, also whispering to each other. "I'm the one you're looking for." Yang Kai stared at the newcomer indifferently. The young man couldn't help frowning slightly, but his eyes still flashed with an arrogant and unruly light as he stared at Yang Kai provocatively, not moving from his spot as he said indifferently, "Greetings, Lord Kai. Who are you?" Yang Kai also thought this was quite interesting. No wonder Qiu Yimeng said this young man's attitude was a bit strange. This young man looked like he had come to ally with him, bringing not only a lot of cultivator but also 4 boxes of supplies, but his expression was clearly somewhat reluctant, as if he was being coerced. Yang Kai couldn't remember where he had seen this young man before. "Xiang Tian Shao." The young man replied in a deep voice, "Xiang Tian Shao?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed, suddenly realizing this young man's surname. Thinking of something, he raised his brow and smiled. "Who is Xiang Chu to you?" Xiang Chu, whom Yang Kai had met a few months ago in Taifang Mountain, was the Grand Duke of the first-class Xiang family and the future successor of the Xiang family. At that time, Xiang Chu and Nansheng had joined forces to coerce Yang Kai, but at the last moment, Yang Kai's blood warrior had come to him and plucked 2 of the golden feather eagle's feathers to frame him, forcing the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Xiang and Nan families to lose an arm and Nansheng to cut off 2 of his own fingers. The status of these 2 wasn't low, so Yang Kai couldn't kill them rashly, so he could only let them go. But before they left, Yang Kai had told them that within 3 months he would see their sincerity in the central capital. Now it seemed that this Xiang Tian Shao was definitely related to Xiang Chu, so the origin of these cultivator and supplies made sense. "He is my eldest brother," Xiang Tian Shao replied lightly. Sure enough, Yang Kai nodded slightly and swept his eyes over the cultivators with a smile. "Is this the sincerity of your Xiang family? Very good. I'm very satisfied." "Ew." Xiang Tian slowly shook his head. "Yang Kai, of course yours faces. These 4 boxes represent the sincerity of the Nan's family." "Good. I don't worry, of course, you, of course. To be honest, these things to help me. These 2 first-class families, one providing people while the other providing supplies, were both quite reasonable." Yang Kai guessed that they were afraid that news of them attempting to kill a Yang family descendant would spread, so they were willing to swallow their anger and pay up. Xiang Tian Zhao's eyes overflowed with contempt as his mouth curled into a sneer. "Your tone is bigger than the heavens. I'm not in the mood to ask about your grievances with my eldest brother, but if you want me to help you participate in the inheritance war, you'll have to show me your skills first." "Haha, you want to fight with him?" Hui Xingchen suddenly laughed as he stared towards Xiang Tian Shao, a look of interest flashing across his eyes as he shook his head. "Second young master Xiang, it's not that I don't have a good opinion of you. It's just that following him isn't a wise decision." Qiu Yimeng also smiled as she stared at Xiang Tian Shao. Both of them had fought Yang Kai before, but when Qiu Yimeng and Yang Kai met, he was only a Yuan Qi 3rd stage cultivator. At that time, he was able to fight evenly with her, perhaps even surpassing her. Now that Yang Kai had broken through to the Yuan Qi 8th stage, even if Qiu Yimeng had successfully broken through to the immortal ascension boundary 1st stage, she wouldn't dare boast that she could defeat Yang Kai. As for Hu Xing, what happened that night was simply a nightmare. After all, he was the eldest brother of one of the 8 great families, the only son of his family. Although he had spent many years indulging in sensual pleasures, he had consumed countless precious treasures, so his strength wasn't weak. He also carried a number of extraordinary artifacts on him. Even with this kind of heritage, he had still been defeated by Yang Kai in a single exchange, not even giving him time to react, which was enough to show just how tyrannical Yang Kai was. Hu Xing didn't think that this Xiang could win against Yang Kai in terms of martial prowess. Among the younger generation, the only one who could win against Yang Kai was Lu Qingyao of the Lu family. Besides him, there was no one else. Xiang Tian Shao took in the expressions of Hu Xing and Qiu Yimeng, his heart trembling slightly. With his eyesight, he could naturally see the strength of these 2. Although he didn't know who they were, for them to be so strong at such a young age, they were definitely from one of the 8 great families. Although these 2 didn't say much, their demeanor and tone had already explained a lot. Is this Yang Kai really that strong? Taking a closer look at Yang Kai, Xiang Tian Shao secretly shook his head. He couldn't see through Yang Kai's depths at all. This Yang Jiagong just stood there, his Yuan Qi like an ancient well, seemingly restrained to the extreme, without the slightest trace of leaking out. This degree of restraint, either his own strength was extremely high, or he was using some kind of artifact to deceive others. Xiang Tian Shao couldn't figure out whether this young man had real skill or was just bluffing. If he wanted to understand his true strength, the only way was to fight him. Now that things had reached this point, Xiang Tianxiao had no way to retreat, so he shouted, "If you only relied on your two blood warriors to cause my eldest brother to fall so miserably, then that's nothing. If you want me to wholeheartedly assist you, you'll have to defeat me first." Huixing couldn't help shaking his head and sighing, walking over to Qiu Yimeng and lamenting, "This child is hopeless." Qiu Yimeng nodded heavily, expressing her agreement. Listening to them say this, Xiang Tianxiao couldn't help feeling a little angry. Even the four Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters behind him couldn't help glaring at Huixing, seemingly thinking that he shouldn't be so contemptuous of his family's second young lord. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he frowned. "It seems that your eldest brother didn't tell you everything about the situation at that time." From Xiang Tianzhao's words, Yang Kai quickly realized some problems. "Your big brother won't tell you anything, but what about your cousin Nansheng?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, a strange smile flashing across his face. Qiu Yimeng's long eyelashes fluttered as she remembered the rumors she had heard. Looking at Xiang Tianxiao again, she couldn't help showing a look of sympathy. Xiang Tianzhao's expression suddenly became cold as he coldly snorted, "What you hear is false. Seeing is believing. If you want, I'll leave now. These people will be at your disposal. Your grievances with the Xiang family will be written off." Yang Kai shook his head. "A headless snake. Why would I want him? Without this Xiang's second young lord, leaving these cultivators behind wouldn't be of much use." These people were obviously loyal to Xiang Tianzhao's cultivator group. Saying so, he took a few steps forward and calmly stretched out his hand toward Xiang Tianxiao, beckoning slightly. This contemptuous look made Xiang Tianzhao's blood boil, but after taking a deep breath, he quickly eliminated the anger on his face and resentment in his heart. In an instant, his entire aura calmed down, and he stared at Yang Kai coldly. This rapid change made Yang Kai's eyes light up when facing an enemy. The most important thing was to avoid being impetuous. So when a cultivator was in a stalemate, they would generally use words to stimulate their opponent, causing their mood to fluctuate. As a result, it was possible for them to make mistakes they shouldn't have made. Only when a cultivator was calm could they display their full strength or even exceed their limits and fight above their realm. Xiang Tianxiao being able to stabilize his state of mind in a single breath was obviously extraordinary. "Second young lord, be careful." The Xiang family cultivator quickly retreated. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage High Elder cautioned. "I know," Xiang Tianxiao responded. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a completely azure machete with an insolent shape suddenly appeared on the ground. A heaven-grade artifact. As the machete entered his body, Xiang Tianzhao's entire temperament suddenly changed, becoming extremely arrogant. His eyes filled with a thick sense of self-confidence, as if in this world no one could block his attack. Without saying anything, Xiang Tianxiao suddenly waved his artifact, and in an instant, a sky full of machete light flew out and fiercely attacked Yang Kai. "Does this count as a sneak attack?" Huistars asked in amazement. Qiu Yimeng was too lazy to respond to him. Yang Kai had already expressed his willingness, so what more did he need to say? This Xiang Tianxiao was indeed a straightforward person, just like the rumors said. Moreover, his strength wasn't low either. Yuan Qi Boundary 9th Stage. Quickly turning her beautiful eyes, Qiu Yimeng wanted to see how Yang Kai would resolve this attack. Although she knew that Yang Kai was very strong, it had been a long time since she had met him. After such a long time, to what extent Yang Kai had grown, Qiu Yimeng was also very interested. Like a torrential storm of blades, Kai Yang still stood in place, his expression indifferent, as if he had no intention of dodging at all. His outstretched hand. At the moment the blades neared him, he accurately retracted it and pushed it back. A fierce Yuan Qi burst out from his palm, and a giant seal visible to the naked eye met the machete light. Asterisk boom. Star. With a loud explosion, the energy raged. The machete light collided with the giant seal and disappeared without a trace. Amidst the flying dust, Xiang Tianxiao had already approached with his saber in hand, and his figure was unrestrained while a ball of azure-blue energy surged out from the tip of his saber. Traces of horrifying lights flickered within it, and it possessed an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. This energy ball was the size of a millstone, fierce, murderous, and contained the power of thunder and lightning. With the support of the power of thunder and lightning, Xiang Tianzhao's speed seemed to have reached a limit, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he rushed forward. Thunderblade Flash. This was one of Xiang Tianzhao's killing moves, invincible and unstoppable. Often, under this move, his opponent would only be routed. The Xiang family cultivators showed a faint smile on their faces, their eyes full of expectation, wanting to see how Yang Kai would be hit by this move. Chapter 421. This move of Xiang Tianzhao's had been honed for a long time and was something he had comprehended himself through the Xiang family's secret arts. Mixed with the power of thunder and lightning, it was invincible and had been praised by many of the Xiang family's masters. This was one of his killing moves that he had always only used when facing the most powerful enemy. It was so powerful that it was often enough to determine victory. Seeing him use this move, the Xiang family cultivator knew that the second young lord was truly angry. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so murderous. Let's see how you block it. The several Xiang family Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters secretly sneered, thinking that after the second young lord defeated Yang Kai, they would immediately leave this place. There was no need to stay and help him participate in the inheritance war. In this muddy water, it was best not to get involved. As for the supplies, they were the Nan family's compensation to Yang Kai, so there was nothing wrong with leaving them behind. Qiu Yimeng was also secretly shocked, her face filled with shock. She hadn't expected that the second young lord's combat power would be so strong, and he had even used a killing move right from the start. Such a move was impossible for an Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator to resist. Even she, an Immortal Ascension Boundary first stage cultivator, would have to first avoid this attack, and then look for an opportunity to strike. She didn't know if Yang Kai could block this attack. Although she had seen Yang Kai's strength before, after not fighting for so long, Qiu Yimeng wasn't sure how strong Yang Kai had become. But when she remembered that day, by the Mist River, Yang Kai had single-handedly killed an Immortal Ascension Boundary third stage master. Qiu Yimeng instantly calmed down. Even if Xiang Tianxiao was strong, he couldn't be stronger than an Immortal Ascension Boundary third stage cultivator, right? With a loud bang, the lightning ball on the tip of Xiang Tianzhao's saber suddenly split apart and weaved into an impenetrable net of lightning that enveloped a radius of several dozen meters. Thousands of bolts of lightning swam like snakes, each of them containing Xiang Tianzhao's saber qi, sharp and unparalleled, covering the sky and earth. Surrounded by this net of lightning, Huastar's widened his eyes. His unruly expression finally disappeared, and his face was full of shock. Yang Kai was still standing in the same place, like an iceberg that would never melt. His expression was as cold as a knife as he indifferently watched the countless lightning bolts entangling him. Xiang Tianxiao's expression was meticulous, but the corners of his mouth inadvertently revealed a faint smile. He won. He was enveloped by this move. No one under the Immortal Ascension Boundary could escape from it. He would only be knocked down to the ground by the power of his blade qi and lightning. He had full confidence in this. A bright light flashed, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. At this moment, Yang Kai's figure suddenly blurred and disappeared without a trace. The next moment, the boundless electric light was shattered into pieces in the violent Yuan Qi waves. A large handprint rapidly enlarged in Xiang Tianxiao's eyes, seemingly covering the entire sky. He couldn't help but have the misconception that he couldn't avoid it, and it imprinted itself on his chest. With a muffled groan, Xiang's second young master flew, like a kite with a broken string. He flew far away, his face pale in midair, and he spat out a pool of blood. Second young master. The several immortal ascension boundary cultivators who were watching the show suddenly saw that the situation was not right. They couldn't help but change their expressions greatly, and they all came forward. They reached out and caught Xiang Tianxiao falling from midair. The dust settled. Yang Kai didn't seem to have moved at all. He still stood in the same place with a calm face, his expression still indifferent. Star's teeth were a little sore. He suddenly found that Yang Kai seemed to have been merciful when dealing with him that night. The cultivators from the Xiang family were all dumbstruck, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets, their eyes filled with disbelief. Xiang Tianxiao spilled some blood from the corner of his mouth. His body swayed, and he broke free from the support of his family's experts. He frowned, his eyes full of unwillingness, looking at Yang Kai in a daze. For a long time, the unwillingness in Xiang Tianxiao's eyes slowly faded, and he became a little dispirited. He had never expected that someone in the Yuan Qi boundary would be able to defeat him so easily. He was a rare genius of the Xiang family, his aptitude far better than Xiang Chu's. The Xiang family had also vigorously cultivated him, and at such a young age he had already reached the immortal ascension boundary. In time, his future would be limitless. Xiang Tianxiao had always been the one to win a battle, but never had he been so thoroughly defeated like today. His own moves hadn't even been able to lift the corners of his opponent's clothes, which was quite a blow to him. Second young master. The Xiang family immortal ascension boundary fourth stage master was afraid that Xiang Tianxiao would not be able to withstand the blow and become disheartened, so he quickly tried to comfort him. Winning and losing are common. Don't take it to heart. Xiang Tianxiao nodded gently, the dispirited look in his eyes disappearing in an instant. When he turned to look at Yang Kai again, his eyes were burning like flames. Yang Kai was secretly surprised. This Xiang Tianxiao, his mental fortitude was quite good. If he was given enough time to hone himself, his future achievements would even surpass those of some of the 8 great families' young lords. Qiu Yi Meng giggled to the side, a happy expression on her face, while Stars shook her head and sighed. So strong? How did he cultivate? Qiu Yi Meng arranged things for them. Also, have your autumn rain. Hall people carry those 4 boxes to my room. Yang Kai faintly said, no longer looking at Xiang Tianxiao as he turned around and walked into the house. Before leaving, though, he seemed to inadvertently glance in a certain direction. In that direction, the 2 immortal ascension boundary 8th stage masters couldn't help feeling shocked. One of them was startled and asked suspiciously, did that young Lord Kai discover us? The other man also looked stunned and shook his head. That can't be. We hid so well and didn't show any hostility, only secretly observing him. How could he have discovered us? Then why did he look in our direction? Strange. The other master was puzzled. Don't worry about him. The patriarch just told us to observe how this young Lord Kai performs tonight. If he loses tonight, then we'll take the young master back. Ha! Of all the people the young master could have chosen, why did he choose this young lord with no future as an ally? But speaking of which, this young Lord Kai's combat strength is really too strong. I don't think anyone who has just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary is his opponent. Outside the house, Qiu Yi Meng walked over to the group of Xiang family people with a smile. The immortal ascension boundary 4th stage master quickly bowed respectfully. Xiang family Xiang Fei greets young lady Qiu. At the same time, a look of suspicion appeared on his face. The Qiu family and the Yang family's 6th lord, Yangshin, had become allies. This was something he had naturally heard about. But why was the Qiu family's first young lady in Yang Kai's house at this moment? Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's attitude towards her, it was as if he was ordering her around. On the other hand, This famous Cho family first young lady didn't have the slightest complaint, instead remaining calm and willing to be ordered around. Unable to understand, Xiang Fei was filled with doubts. Xiang Tianxiao also cupped his fists in greeting. Cho Meng chuckled and said, "You don't need to be so polite. From now on, we'll be working together." Xiang Fei nodded. "Since young Lord Kai can defeat my family's second young master, my Xiang family will also keep its word. As long as young Lord Kai is not defeated in the inheritance war, we will do our best to assist him." Cho Meng nodded with satisfaction. "But first, young Lady Cho, why are you—" Xiang Fei asked the doubts in his heart. "I am his ally." Ha! Cho Meng smiled and didn't explain too much. Xiang Tianxiao and Xiang Fei's expressions changed slightly. Suddenly, they discovered that this young Lord Kai, who no one was optimistic about, had quietly gained 2 young lords and young ladies from the 8 great families as allies. Among the 8 young lords, this was a unique situation. "Let's go inside first. I'll arrange things for you," Cho Meng said, shaking her head and smiling bitterly. "I didn't expect to come here only to take on the role of a housekeeper leading the Xiang family group inside." Huixing waved his folding fan and walked up to them, wrapping his arm around Xiang Tianxiao's shoulder affectionately. "Fellow sufferers, I'll treat you to a drink." Xiang Tianxiao nodded. "Good. After drinking, I'll take you to the Spring Breeze Pavilion to enjoy yourself." "That won't be necessary." Ooh. With a few soft knocks, Yang Kai opened his eyes and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open and Cho Meng walked in, her appearance dignified, a fragrant scent wafting from her body. After entering the room, she didn't hesitate to pour herself a cup of tea to moisten her throat. Behind her followed a group of people from the Autumn Rain Hall, carrying 4 large boxes, placing them inside the room. Before bowing and retreating, Cho Meng didn't leave, and instead sat down, looking at Yang Kai with a smile. "When did you cause the Xiang and Nan families to suffer such a big setback?" "About 3 months after I separated from you and Luo Xiaoman last time." "Tell me, what happened at that time?" "I asked second young Lord Xiang, but he didn't know much, only that his eldest brother and cousin both hated and feared you. It was also said that Nan Sheng of the Nan family was forced to cut off 2 of his fingers by you. You really are ruthless. That's the young lord of a first-class family we're talking about. The future successor of the Nan family." "They asked for it." Yang Kai sneered, frowning as he briefly described the situation at that time. Cho Meng's eyes flashed as she listened, secretly feeling a burst of joy, especially when she heard that the Xiang and Nan families were humiliated and unable to resist. If that's the case, it's normal for the 2 of them to admit defeat. Attempting to kill a Yang family young lord isn't a small matter, especially after the death of your Yang family's 4th young lord. If someone were to link these 2 incidents together, the Xiang and Nan families would be finished. Tell me about the Xiang family situation, especially the relationship between Xiang Tianxiao and Xiang Chu." Yang Kai stood up and walked over to the 4 boxes, inspecting them while asking casually, "Like a fox." Cho Meng curled her lips disdainfully. Yang Kai chuckled. Xiang Chu obviously didn't tell his younger brother everything. Otherwise, Xiang Tianxiao wouldn't have rashly challenged me today. An older brother hiding things from his younger brother. The relationship between the 2 is obviously not very harmonious. If I couldn't see that, wouldn't I be blind? Chapter 4:22. At that time, Yang Kai had told the Xiang and Nan families that he wanted to see their sincerity within 3 months. The Nan family had sent 4 boxes of supplies, so it could be said that they had paid a heavy price. However, the Xiang family had sent a group of people led by the second young lord himself, which made Yang Kai somewhat confused. However, after a brief exchange, He had some speculations in his heart, so he decided to ask Chiu Yimeng about the situation. This Chiu family first young lady was different from him. She had lived in the central capital all year round and knew a lot about the world. What kind of inside story did the Xiong family have with her Chiu family's heritage and means she must have heard some rumors? Listening to Yang Kai's words, Chiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. This man's shrewdness really made it difficult for her to resist. You've met the Xiong family's Xiong Chu, the eldest young lord of the Xiong family and the future successor. This second young lord is said to be the son of a concubine, so his status in the family is naturally not as high as his eldest brother's, but this person is very qualified and talented in cultivation. He is the most outstanding genius the Xiong family has produced in the past few decades. When you fought with him just now, you should be able to see that such a young Yuan Qi ninth stage master is quite rare. And Yang Kai nodded. Among the younger generation of the Yang family, there were only a few Yuan Qi ninth stage masters, but that was because the family's young lords were often out in the world and did not have access to many resources. However, Xiong Tianzhao's aptitude was truly exceptional. Even first-class forces had their own geniuses. For example, when Yang Kai first met the 9-star sword sex Wu Cheng-yi in that isolated world, he was already at the 7th or 8th stage of Yuan Qi. If he had lived until now, he may have broken through to the immortal ascension boundary. However, Wu Cheng-yi was actually older than Xiong Tianzhao. Xiong Chu is a scheming and shrewd person, but his younger brother, Xiong Tianzhao, is the complete opposite of him. Xiong Tianzhao is more straightforward, coupled with his excellent aptitude. He has won the favor of many of the Xiong family's elders. Chiu Yimeng smiled slightly. So, the problem has arisen. About the successor, Yang Kai frowned slightly. And among all the great forces, only your Yang family chooses its successor through the inheritance war. As for the other 7 great families of the central capital, in fact, all of the first-rate forces in the world basically let the eldest son take over the position of the head of the family. When Chiu Yimeng spoke of this, her expression couldn't help but change slightly, but she quickly recovered and continued. As long as the eldest son isn't too bad, this position is generally stable. This was because the successor to the position of the head of the family did not need to have a strong cultivation base. It was fine as long as he could manage the entire clan well. For example, the Lu family's Lu Liang you once met, he was only an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator. There were a few people who were stronger than him, but he was still the patriarch. Firstly, he had the ability to do so. Secondly, he was the eldest son of the Lu family. Our Chiu family will be the same in the future. As for the Xiong family, Xiong Chu is the legitimate heir. However, Xiong Tianzhao's outstanding performance made Xiong Chu realize some crisis. I heard, and from what Yang Kai had heard, Xiong Chu often used underhanded means to deal with his younger brother, and Xiong Tianzhao never once resisted. It seems that for him, he didn't want to compete for power. Yang Kai listened to these words and confirmed his own judgment, nodding. With Xiong Chu's personality, it is indeed possible for him to do such a thing. So, you can understand why Xiong Tianzhao appeared in your house, right? Chiu Yimeng asked with a smile. And I understand. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Xiong Chu feared his younger brother's ability, and since Yang Kai was blackmailing him, he had sent his younger brother here to assist Yang Kai in the inheritance war. First, Yang Kai really needed help in the inheritance war, so this was a good opportunity. This kind of sincerity may be more useful than the Nan family's 4 boxes of supplies. Secondly, Xiong Tianzhao was with Yang Kai, so as long as he assisted the other Yang family young lords in the inheritance war to defeat Yang Kai, it would be tantamount to proving to the family that he was better than his younger brother. By doing so, his position as the successor would be secure. Killing two birds with one stone, Xiang Chu had done a good job. It was very likely that he also intended to cut off those who supported Xiang Tianxiao during the Inheritance War, because those people were the ones who supported Xiang Tianxiao in the family. Do you think this person is useful? Yang Kai looked up at Qiu Yimeng. Yang Kai's kind inquiry immediately made Qiu Yimeng smile like a flower. I think he is useful, but whether you use him or not is up to you to decide. Let's put it aside for now. Yang Kai didn't deny it. Whether this second young Lord Xiang was sincerely assisting him or not was still unknown. Yang Kai had always been a cautious person. It was impossible for him to trust a complete stranger just because of this information. Time will reveal a person's heart, and a long journey will test a horse's strength. And knowing he would say this, Qiu Yimeng nodded lightly and said, "But I got some bad news from Xiang Tianxiao. Do you want to hear it?" "What news?" "His eldest brother and the Nan family's Nansheng are also in War City." Qiu Yimeng giggled. Yang Kai wasn't surprised at all, his expression indifferent as he asked, "Who did they choose?" "Your second brother, Yang Zhao." "Not bad." Yang Kai snorted. "It looks like tonight will be quite lively." Qiu Yimeng also smiled lightly, but her expression was no longer tense. Since Yang Kai wanted her to watch a good show tonight, she naturally didn't need to worry about anything else. "Is there anything else young Lord Kai needs?" "If there's nothing else, this servant will take her leave," Qiu Yimeng asked with a smile. Yang Kai glanced at her strangely and curled his lips. "Don't tease me, I can't afford it." Seeing the awkward look on Yang Kai's face, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help laughing happily. "But there really is one thing I need you to do." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he said, "What is it?" 1,000 meters outside the mansion, there are 2 old men in that elm tree. Find someone to send them 2 pots of wine. Qiu Yimeng was stunned. 2 old men? What kind of people? "I guess they're from the Hu family, probably here to protect Hu stars." The Qiu family's first young lady blinked a few times, her expression blank. She didn't understand why Yang Kai was so sure there were 2 people there, and since they were here to protect Hu stars, they must be masters who followed the central capital wolf young Lord Hu all year round. That was an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage master, with their cultivation. How could they be discovered by Yang Kai? Although she was confused, Qiu Yimeng didn't feel that Yang Kai's guess was abrupt. Although Hu Zheng was infuriated by his son, Hu Stars was still the sole heir of the Hu family. Now that he was alone in Yang Kai's house, it was understandable that he would be more vigilant. If there really were 2 people there, they must have been secretly sent by Hu Zheng. Qiu Yimeng withdrew with a suspicious look on her face, frowning for a moment, then went to grab 2 pots of wine and diligently carried them out. 1,000 meters in front of Yang Kai's mansion, atop an elm tree, the dense foliage obscured the figures of the 2 powerhouses of the Hu clan. Their breaths were long and even, and their auras were restrained to the extreme. Rings of hazy halos enveloped their bodies, moving in a mysterious path, causing the 2 of them to completely fade into the air. Even if someone stood under the tree and looked up, they wouldn't be able to find any trace of these 2 unless they swept them with their divine sense. At this moment, the 2 men were sitting on the trunk of the tree, meditating. Their invisible divine senses had covered the entire Yang Kai mansion, so even the slightest movement inside couldn't escape their detection. Their tyrannical divine senses were constantly gathering and dispersing, ready to attack at any time. So even though they were hiding here, they weren't worried about anyone harming their young master. The 2 men's divine senses were so presumptuous that they naturally couldn't conceal themselves from Chu Gao Yi and Ying Zhou, but the 2 men didn't have any malicious intent. Chu Gao Yi and Ying Zhou both had to heal their wounds, so they simply turned a blind eye to their actions. From below, the sound of footsteps could be heard. At first, the 2 men didn't care. There were now tens of thousands of people living in War City. So, although the location of Yang Kai's mansion was remote, there were still pedestrians passing by. But as the sound of footsteps got closer and closer, the two masters couldn't help opening their eyes and glancing at each other, slightly puzzled. These footsteps seemed to be coming for the two of them. Looking down, the two men couldn't help feeling shocked. They saw the Chiu family's first young lady, Chiu Meng, at this moment like a maidservant, holding a tray with 2 pots of aged wine on it. A smile on her face as she walked towards them step by step. Under the tree, Chiu Meng looked up and saw one of the Hua family's masters. This man's heart clenched as he subconsciously thought that the martial skill he had used to conceal himself had failed, but after a moment's inspection, it was clear that the martial skill was still working. Chiu Meng's eyes were somewhat empty, so she should just be looking in his direction and not at him. She didn't see him. The weather is dry. 2 seniors have been up in the tree for so long. Presumably you are thirsty. These 2 pots of wine will be sent to you to moisten your throats. I hope you don't mind. When this voice reached their ears, the 2 Hua family masters looked at each other and immediately stretched out their hands. A ripple spread out and the 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of Chiu Meng's eyes. Since they had already been exposed, the 2 of them felt embarrassed to continue hiding. What's more, Chiu Meng's identity wasn't ordinary. Seeing the 2 of them appear, Chiu Meng remained calm on the surface, but in her heart she couldn't help admiring Yang Kai. The 2 Hua family masters lightly jumped down from the tree and stood in front of Chiu Meng, cupping their fists. "Greetings, young lady Chiu. Thank you for your trouble." Saying so, they accepted the 2 pots of wine. "Please enjoy." Chiu Meng smiled and nodded, turning around to leave. "Young lady Chiu, please wait." One of them quickly shouted. "What's wrong?" Chiu Meng looked at him suspiciously. That person frowned and stammered for a while before saying, "Can I ask, young lady Chiu, how did you discover the 2 of us? Did the 2 Yang family blood warriors tell you?" Chapter 4:23. The 2 Hua family masters both thought it was the blood warriors who had betrayed them. Chiu Meng slowly shook her head and chuckled. "The 2 blood warriors are currently in the middle of healing and have no time to care about you, but it wasn't me who discovered you. I don't have such great skill." Then, Junior will take her leave. Chiu Meng didn't say much and just smiled lightly. The Chiu family's first young lady was intelligent and was good at scheming. Although she had restrained herself in front of Yang Kai, she was still the same in front of others. At this time, she didn't want to reveal anything. Leaving a sense of mystery to these 2 would only be beneficial to Yang Kai. After Chiu Meng left, the 2 Hua family masters stared at the wine in their hands and sighed. They also knew who had taught Chiu Meng, but they really couldn't imagine that Yang Kai had such great skill. "What do we do now?" One of them frowned. The other also wore an ugly expression as he shook his head. "It's not easy. We took 2 pots of wine from them. Tonight, this young Lord Kai is really insidious. Although it was only 2 pots of wine, they had been personally delivered by the Chiu family's first young lady. The gift was light, but the sentiment was heavy. Tonight, when Yang Kai was in danger, how could they just stand by and watch? If someone else had come to deliver the wine, even if it was Yang Kai himself, the 2 Hua family masters could refuse, but they couldn't refuse Chiu Meng. "But the patriarch hasn't allowed us to participate in the inheritance war yet, and over the years, the other great forces have sent Immortal Ascension Boundaries 7th or 8th stage masters, even peak masters, but none of the 8 great families have sent masters above the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage. If we act rashly and are discovered, where will we put our old faces? Should we send the wine back?" One of them suggested. The other nodded. "Good, you send it back." Scram. Sending the wine back. Wasn't that the same as slapping young lady Chiu's face? Who would do such a stupid thing? Ha! The two family masters glanced at each other. Both of them shook their heads and sighed. The 2 pots of wine, at this moment, was even hotter than a hot iron clamp. Left with no other choice, each of them shared a pot. When they drank it, it no longer had its usual mellow taste, only bitterness and helplessness. Time passed slowly. The sun set, the moon rose, and the stars dotted the sky. The sky seemed to be filled with sparkling gems. It was a magnificent sight to behold. The bustling war city during the day suddenly quieted down. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes were closely watching the movements of the 8 young lords inside War City. Faintly discernible divine senses intertwined within War City, monitoring its surroundings. Some experts with tyrannical strength even spread out their divine senses wantonly to have a comprehensive understanding of the various situations around them. At the very center of War City, Temple of Gods. This was a majestic palace. Inside the palace, there were 8 white-haired old men. He sat cross-legged in an octagon. The 8 of them remained as calm as an ancient well, each of them circulating their secret arts, seemingly not caring about the outside world. But in fact, their divine senses had already penetrated every corner of War City. These 8 people belonged to the central capital's 8 great families. Each one of them was a top master at the above immortal ascension boundary. The Yang family's inheritance war was being waged in War City, and most of the world's young elites had gathered here. Almost everyone who participated in the inheritance war was a leader of their respective force, a matter of great importance. Therefore, every time the inheritance war began, the 8 great families would send an above immortal ascension boundary master to War City. Firstly, they were responsible for overseeing the outcome of the inheritance war, and secondly, they were responsible for protecting the young people who participated in it. Otherwise, if the masters of the ash-gray cloud evil land came here and wiped them out, the loss would be great. These 8 people were all over 100 years old, the oldest even reaching 200 years old. They had all but buried half of their necks in the ground, never caring about the affairs of the family or the general trend of the world, only focusing on their own cultivation and comprehension of the martial Tao. Sitting here, they would not intervene in the inheritance war, only be responsible for overseeing the outcome and guarding War City from being taken advantage of. Who won or lost, they didn't care. After reaching their level of strength, they only wanted to comprehend the mysteries of the above immortal ascension boundary. While they were still alive, this was their only pursuit. In the 8 great young lords' mansions, some were eager to make trouble, some were anxious, and some were prepared to watch the fire burn across the river, sit on top of the mountain, and watch the tigers fight in an attempt to reap the benefits of the fishermen. The strength they grasped was different, so their mentality was different. The night was getting darker and darker, but there was still no movement from the 8 great young lords' mansions, causing many people who were waiting to watch the inheritance war to become anxious. Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back, his figure like a sword as he stood in the main hall of his mansion, staring at the flag hanging at the top of the hall. In the inheritance war, this flag was also a key thing. If one wanted to defeat a young lord in the inheritance war, there were 2 ways. The first was to directly capture this person. In this way, that young lord would lose the qualification to continue competing for the inheritance throne. The second way was related to this flag. Once someone took away this flag, the corresponding young lord would also lose the qualification to compete for the inheritance throne. Moreover, this flag had to be hung in a position directly above the main hall. It couldn't be carried on the person's body. The Yang family had set this rule for generations, probably to give the various young lords who participated in the inheritance war a way to win, as well as to increase the difficulty of the inheritance war and test their wisdom. For the Yang family young lords, this flag being hung here was nothing more than a hindrance, because they had to send people to guard this flag at all times to prevent it from being stolen or lost. On one hand, they had to guard their own flag. On the other hand, they had to have ideas about others. The Inheritance War was a battle of wits and courage. Looking at the large Kai character on the flag, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile. Behind him, the Chiu family's first young lady Chiu Yi Meng, central capital wolf Wishing, and Xiang family's second young Lord Xiang Tian Shao arrived. Yang Kai only had these people at his disposal. All of them gathered here at this moment. Brother Kai, are you ready to give me your golden feather eagle? Hua Xing grinned mischievously, opening his folding fan and saying, I'll tell you first, if someone comes to attack you, I'll be the first to surrender. Don't expect me to help you. Chiu Yimeng glared at him coldly. If you keep blabbering, I'll cripple you right now and throw you out. Hey, you're a woman. Can you not be so grumpy? Hui Xing grumbled. Xiang Tian Shao quickly nodded. My Xiang family's people are all here. I'll cooperate with you. Do as you wish. Yang Kai glanced at him and said casually. Xiang Tian Shao frowned, but didn't say a word, turning around and walking out, apparently going to dispatch the people he had brought with him. The strength of the people he had brought with him wasn't very high, although there were 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. In front of a real master, they were still somewhat lacking. However, tonight was the first day of the Inheritance War, so the other young lords didn't necessarily have much strength at their disposal, so the people he had brought with him could still play a big role. At this point, you should tell me what you're going to do, right? Chiu Yimeng asked with a smile. The helpers you've been hiding, shouldn't they show themselves? Yang Kai shook his head. I don't have any hidden helpers. All the people you've seen are our current strength. Really? Chiu Yimeng's beautiful face changed slightly. I won't lie to you this time. Yang Kai said firmly. Then, how are we going to defend? The Chiu family's first young lady suddenly panicked. Although the 2 blood warriors were powerful, how much combat strength could they possibly display? Coupled with the Xiang family's people and her own Autumn Rain Hall's people, it didn't seem like they had much strength. As long as the other side could dispatch 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary's 7th or 8th stage masters, it would be more than enough to take this place. Right now, there were at least 3 Yang family young lords who could mobilize such masters. It's not too late to regret now. Yang Kai glared at Chiu Yimeng coldly. Perceiving his gaze, Chiu Yimeng's brow furrowed slightly. Suddenly realizing something and smiling, No, I believe you. Heh, I don't believe you. Hui Xing laughed as he walked out. I'm going to find some bird food first. I'll feed the eagle when I get it. After saying that, he disappeared without a trace. When there were only the 2 of them left in the hall, Yang Kai suddenly said, I need to go out. Chiu Yimeng's expression suddenly changed as she asked in shock, Go out? What do you want to do? What do you think? The Chiu family's first young lady stared at Yang Kai incredulously, her mouth slightly open, seemingly thinking he was joking, but Yang Kai's face remained calm, not a trace of a joking expression on his face. Are you serious? Naturally, it's true. In the Inheritance War, if one can capture one's opponent, the benefits they can obtain are great. Tonight is the first day. Someone will definitely be eliminated. This is also an opportunity. If there were no benefits to capturing one's opponent, those who participated in the Inheritance War wouldn't rashly attack others. This was a waste of time and effort, while also having to worry about their own flag being stolen. Who would be willing to do such a thing? As long as one could capture a Yang family young lord, or seize a flag, they could exchange it for a lot of materials from the family for their own use. Are you crazy? Chiu Yimeng shook her head as she stared at Yang Kai incredulously. The strength you have now isn't even enough to defend yourself, yet you want to take the initiative to attack? Tell me, who can you take out with you? My Autumn Rain Hall's people? Or the Xiang family's people? Or the 2 blood warriors? The first 2 groups of people wouldn't be of any use, but if the latter 2 were to be taken out, the house would be completely defenseless and would only be easier to defeat. I'll go alone. Yang Kai frowned. I don't agree. Chiu Meng's chest heaved up and down as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly smiled and stared at her full chest for a moment before saying, "I didn't ask for your opinion. I just wanted to inform you. I don't need others to interfere with my decisions." Chiu Meng's expression suddenly became bitter as she ground her teeth. After a long time, Chiu Meng took a deep breath and said, "Good, since you've decided, I won't say anything more, but if you lose tonight, then Chiu Meng, was blind to have followed a man like you. Woman, don't say such words that can easily be misunderstood." Yang Kai sneered. "Besides, it's not certain who will win or lose." Chapter 4:24. The night was dark, wind chasing inside the heaven room. Dong Qinghan was meditating while the two old men, wind and cloud dual guards, stood guard on either side of him, their divine senses constantly scanning the surroundings to prevent anyone from approaching and harming Dong Qinghan. Tonight was the first night of the Inheritance War, so it was destined not to be peaceful. Whether the 8 great young lords were attacking or defending, they would definitely make a move. The wind and cloud dual guards couldn't understand why Dong Qinghan didn't seem to be worried about Yang Kai's situation, but since their young master didn't want to say more, they didn't ask. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The expressions of the wind and cloud guards who were on high alert changed drastically. They simultaneously turned their heads to look at the door, their faces filled with shock and horror, because under the supervision of their divine senses, they hadn't noticed when the person outside the door had arrived. If this person was an enemy, if they suddenly attacked at such a close distance, would Dong Qinghan still be alive? Thinking so, the wind and cloud dual guards suddenly began sweating profusely, hurriedly standing up and secretly circulating their Saint Qi, while remaining vigilant. Perceiving their abnormalities, Dong Qinghan also opened his eyes and frowned. "Who is it?" "It's me," a familiar voice called out from outside the door. When this voice reached his ears, not only did Dong Qinghan's expression become extremely strange, even the wind and cloud dual guards also wore strange expressions. "Young master, be careful," the wind guard whispered and signaled to the cloud guard, one of them retreating to Dong Qinghan's side while the other walked over to the door and opened it while keeping an eye on the situation. At the door, a figure flashed and a man wearing a black robe entered. This person's face was covered by a large hat, so the cloud guard who opened the door only saw a pair of bright eyes. "Yang Kai?" Dong Qinghan narrowed his eyes and asked softly. Under the vigilant gaze of the wind and cloud dual guards, the man slowly lifted the hat on his head, revealing his true face and grinning towards Dong Qinghan. Seeing this man's appearance, Dong Qinghan couldn't help cursing. "Fuck, it's really you." Even though the wind and cloud dual guards had high cultivation and were quite old, at this moment, they couldn't help but want to roll their eyes. But fortunately, their mental fortitude was extraordinary, so they managed to endure. "Greetings, seniors." Yang Kai nodded to the storm guard and the cloud guard. "Greetings, young Lord Kai." The two quickly concealed the shock on their faces and quickly returned the courtesy. "You brat." Dong Qinghan hurriedly got up and closed the window tightly, motioning the wind and cloud dual guards to remain vigilant before hurrying over to Yang Kai, his slightly chubby face showing a dumbfounded expression. "How did you know I was here?" "I have a small force under my command that specializes in collecting information," Yang Kai explained. A small half of the bamboo, not gang's members, had been sent here by Yang Kai a few days ago and had now infiltrated every district of War City, allowing him to accurately find Dong Qinghan's residence. "Not bad, but do you know what you're doing?" Dong Qinghan slowly shook his head. He pulled Yang Kai to sit down. This was the Inheritance War, not some child's play. As a Yang family direct descendant, Yang Kai had no choice but to accept. Instead of staying in his own residence to protect himself, he actually ran out. However, thinking about it for a moment, Dong Qinghan couldn't help feeling a little excited. Are you planning to take the initiative to attack? I had such an idea. Yang Kai nodded. Good boy. Dong Qinghan exclaimed. I knew you wouldn't be unprepared. Tell me, how many people did you bring? I'm alone. The excitement and smile on Dong Qinghan's face quickly stiffened, and he quickly restrained himself as he stared at Yang Kai. I'm your cousin. Are you going to play this game with me? Yang Kai shook his head seriously. I'm not lying to you. I'm really the only one here. Dong Qinghan couldn't help sitting up straight, the fat on his face showing signs of twitching slightly. This time, even the wind and cloud dual guards were stunned. Running out alone at such a sensitive time in the middle of the night, was he a fool or an idiot? How could he be so bold as to regard all the heroes in this world as nothing? On top of that, he actually managed to arrive here safely, not even being intercepted halfway. This was the most incredible part. Yang Kai had a small force dedicated to collecting intelligence. So how could the other Yang family young lords who wanted to win the inheritance war not have a special intelligence network? It could be said that the 8 young lords were all monitoring each other's movements at all times. If there was even the slightest sign of trouble, they would immediately report back. How did you manage to come here? Dong Qinghan felt a little incredulous. Did the 2 blood warriors around you dare to let you leave? They don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. When he left the mansion, he didn't tell anyone, only Chiu Yi Meng. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to come here. Then your mansion, Dong Qinghan asked anxiously, without Yang Kai there. The people there were tantamount to having no commander. There's no problem there. Let's not talk about that. I came to you to borrow some people. Yang Kai waved his hand, interrupting Dong Qinghan's chatter. Borrow people? Dong Qinghan asked, immediately understanding and pointing to the wind and cloud dual guards. Them? And I'm alone. I'm afraid I won't be able to accomplish anything. Adding them will be enough. Dong Qinghan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if he added the wind and cloud dual guards, it was still only 3 people that could steal chickens and dogs, but stirring up trouble was definitely not enough. Not necessarily, but there's always a chance. Yang Kai didn't speak too confidently. For the time being, he didn't know what his target situation would be like. But thinking about it, tonight, just like his own mansion, it would be very lively. If you want to borrow people, naturally, Dong Qinghan quickly said, but I also want to go. You can't. Your strength is too weak. You'll only be a burden. Yang Kai refused. Dong Qinghan was rendered speechless, his face flushed red. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and patted Dong Qinghan's shoulder. Cousin, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but right now I can single-handedly defeat you. You should go to bed early. The wind and cloud dual guards both wore awkward expressions, not daring to speak. Come to my house tomorrow, and I'll explain to you in detail. Seniors Wind and Cloud. I'll take them with me first. Yang Kai informed Dong Qinghan before standing up directly. Scram! Dong Qinghan shouted, his expression quite ugly. Yang Kai chuckled, waved to the wind and cloud dual guards, opened the door, and left. This little bastard. How much has he grown? After Yang Kai and the wind and cloud dual guards left, Dong Qinghan slowly shook his shoulders to relieve the numbness in his body. Just now, when Yang Kai had patted him, half of his meridians seemed to have been sealed. So naturally he knew that Yang Kai wasn't lying when he said he could single-handedly defeat him. But last time in High Heaven Pavilion, he had only narrowly defeated Bai Yunfeng from the Bai family. So how could he have grown so much in just a few years? Monster! Dong Qinghan muttered to himself, his face filled with resentment. Inside War City, 3 dark figures were rapidly flying. Even though the city was brightly lit and countless divine senses were intertwined, no one was able to discover the whereabouts of these 3 people. As soon as they left the inn, the wind and cloud dual guards noticed that a mysterious and powerful divine sense had wrapped around them, isolating their auras and vitality, making it impossible for outsiders to detect their whereabouts. This divine sense was so strong and strange that it was even stronger than the wind and cloud dual guard's own. It was one of the few masters they had encountered who possessed such divine sense. As a result, all they needed to do was carefully follow behind Yang Kai without worrying about exposing themselves. Seeing this, the wind and cloud dual guards finally understood how Yang Kai had been able to safely arrive at the place where Dong Qinghan lived. The two of them didn't know that this was Yang Kai's own divine sense, only thinking that he had used some kind of high-grade soul-type artifact to achieve this effect, causing their expectations and evaluation of Yang Kai to rise a notch. This cousin of their young master really seemed to have the potential to succeed, under the cover of this mysterious divine sense. As long as the three of them didn't attack, no one would be able to discover them, making them practically invincible. Not long after, Yang Kai, who was leading the charge, suddenly turned around and hid under a roof. The wind and cloud dual guards hurriedly followed, somewhat confused as to why Yang Kai had suddenly become so cautious. Just as they were about to speak, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gestured, causing the two of them to quickly hold their breath. After a moment, the sound of fluttering clothes came from all directions, followed by several figures flying forward. The wind and cloud dual guards' expressions couldn't help changing slightly. Only now realizing that Yang Kai wasn't just randomly speaking, he had actually noticed that some masters were approaching. What a strong sense! Both of them were secretly shocked, although they hadn't released their divine senses out of caution. With their immortal ascension boundary cultivations, their cultivator's intuition was still there. Even they hadn't noticed anyone approaching, yet Yang Kai had, which was enough to explain many things. Staring at the figures of the people who were flying forward, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange grin. These people weren't trying to hide their figures, nor were they trying to hide their identities. The leader of this group was the Yang family's fifth brother, Yang Kong, who had been escorted by Tang Yuxian. As for Tu Feng, he was nowhere to be seen. He should have been left behind in Yang Kang's mansion to guard the flag. The survival of the flag was extremely important, so a powerful blood warrior had to be left behind to guard it. It was impossible for Yang Kong to leave his own mansion empty while attacking others. Yang Kong was accompanied by a number of masters who weren't weak. These people were all rushing towards the northeast corner of War City, so it was obvious they were all from the forces that had allied with Yang Kong. That direction was also the target of Yang Kai's trip, the mansion of his third brother, Yang Tai. Shortly after Yang Kang's group left, a series of shuffling sounds rang out as countless figures flew up into the sky, following closely behind Yang Kang's group as they rushed towards the northeast corner of War City. These people were all following along to watch the fun. Tonight's battle had attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people, so naturally, there were some bored people who wanted to witness the Yang family's infighting. How could they miss such a wonderful show, seeing such a group of bored people? Yang Kai was also somewhat happy, winking to the wind and cloud dual guards before also soaring into the sky and flying forward with the rest of the group. Chapter 4:25. The crowd gathered together, all of them smiling widely as they followed Yang Kang's group towards the northeast. Although War City wasn't as large as the central capital, it was still a behemoth compared to the other cities. If not for this, the Yang family wouldn't have chosen to conduct the inheritance war here. Without a huge space as a battlefield, the inheritance war simply couldn't be carried out. Yang Kang's group flew at a leisurely pace, their expressions relaxed, and they even had the mood to chat and laugh leisurely, making them feel quite at ease. About half an hour later, they arrived at the northeast part of War City. In front of Yang Tai's house, Yang Kong and the others calmly landed. The bored people who had followed them to watch the fun also hurriedly found a favorable position and stopped, looking forward to seeing what would happen. Yong Kai, and the Wind and Cloud dual guards also landed in a position not too far away, quietly waiting for the show to begin. Third brother. Fifth brother is here. Yong Kong stood outside the house and shouted with a smile on his face. Since you've come in. Yong Tai's voice called out from inside. Yong Kong smiled lightly and led the large group of people in. Although Yong Tai's voice was neither fast nor slow, anyone could hear the hidden powerlessness and loneliness in his tone. After all these years of life experience outside, he hadn't been able to obtain any decent merits, so he couldn't exchange for a blood warrior. There was no blood warrior around him to protect him, nor did he have the support of any other forces. With just the support of his mother's family, it wasn't enough to accomplish anything. Chiu Yimeng's original judgment was roughly correct. Yong Tai was destined to be the first to be eliminated. Inside the courtyard, Yong Tai stood upright. Behind him stood 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters and a few other cultivator whose strength wasn't too weak. These people were all from Yong Tai's mother's family, the Duan Mu family. As for the Duan Mu family, they were also Yong Tai's only source of support in the inheritance war. Whether Yong Tai could pass this night safely or not, he would have to rely on the strength of the Duan Mu family. On the other hand, Yong Kong not only had a powerful blood warrior like Tang Yuxian who was proficient in soul skills, but he also had one of the 8 great families, the Gao family, as an ally. Gao Rangfeng also had 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters with him. These 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters from the 8 great families couldn't be treated as ordinary people. They were strong enough to defeat an average Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master. Other than that, there were also 5 or 6 Heavens Wander State experts and dozens of Yuan Qi State cultivators. With such a contrast in strength, the difference in strength was obvious. Yong Kong only needed to dispatch half of his strength to restrain all of Yong Tai's helpers. Capturing Yong Tai himself or seizing his flag would be as easy as flipping one's hand, and this was one person and one item. All of them could be exchanged for resources from the family. Yong Tai calmly looked at the approaching Yong Kong, his expression indifferent. Yong Kong stopped 10 feet away from him, and the two stared at each other for a moment. Yong Kong smiled and said, "Third brother, we're all brothers. Why don't you listen to my advice and settle this peacefully?" He obviously wanted Yong Tai to surrender on his own accord. Now that he had the absolute advantage, he naturally had the right to say such words. Hearing this, Yong Tai slowly but firmly shook his head. "My Yong family has always been defeated, never surrendering. Even if you are my brother, that won't do." "Good! I knew you would say that." Yong Kong nodded gently, the smile on his face slowly converging. "If it were me, I would have said the same thing. Since that's the case, don't blame fifth brother for not showing mercy. Do as you wish." Yong Tai's expression suddenly became cold. The Duan Mu family cultivator behind him also condensed their Yuan Qi at this moment, secretly taking precautions. At that moment, Tang Yuxian, who had always been by Yong Kang's side, suddenly frowned and whispered something. Yong Kang's expression became playful as he glanced back and called out, "Seventh brother, since you've come, why don't you just show yourself? What are you doing sneaking around?" A burst of laughter rang out as a group of people flew out from the night sky and landed in the courtyard, standing opposite Yong Kang's group. It was the Yong family's seventh brother, Yong Ying, and his allies. Yong Kong had the Gao family's Gao Rangfeng as an ally, while Yong Ying had the Kong family's Kong Zhan as an ally. Yong Ying also had a blood warrior by his side, so even if there was some gap in strength between the two sides, it was very small. The crowd watching the fun suddenly became excited. With the three Yong family brothers gathered here, there would naturally be a good show to watch. Now, whether it was Yong Kong or Yong Ying who would be the one to eat the fat piece of meat, that was Yong Tai. "Third brother, fifth brother, little seven greets you." Yang Ing landed and first greeted them with a smile, his face filled with warmth and gentleness. Seventh brother, if it weren't for Yu Xian noticing, I'm afraid fifth brother would have been stalked by you without even realizing it. Yang Kong smiled and shook his head. What is fifth brother saying? In the inheritance war, all kinds of schemes and tricks are used. Little seventh was just quietly hiding for a moment. I was worried that there might be other brothers in the crowd watching the fun. Saying so, both he and Yang Kong swept their eyes around vigilantly. Yang Kai's head was wrapped in a hat, and his face was covered, but when he heard these words, he couldn't help smiling. The Wind and Cloud brothers also couldn't help feeling like they had been exposed. No one should be coming. Yang Kong slowly shook his head. Tonight, eldest brother is biding his time. He is the eldest brother, so it's only right for him to show some respect to his brothers. Tonight, he won't be participating in the first battle. Eighth brother is currently in a state of panic and will only defend, not take the initiative to attack. Although the eighth brother Yang Quan had a blood warrior as his retainer, his mother's family was only a second-class force, so the support they could provide was limited. During the day, he hadn't been able to win over many followers, so naturally he didn't dare take the initiative to attack others. On top of that, he had a blood warrior as his retainer, so even if there was only one, it wouldn't be easy to break through, so no one had any ideas about attacking him on the first night. As for second brother and sixth brother, they should have taken their people to another place that is easier to attack. So here, it's only us two brothers. Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and sneered meaningfully. Second brother Yang Zhao and sixth brother Yang Shen had gone to another place that was easy to attack tonight. So besides his own house, there was no other place. He just didn't know what the situation there was now. As Yang Kong spoke, Yang Ing couldn't help smiling. Fifth brother's news is truly fast. Little Seven admires you. Yang Kong shook his head and said, let's not talk about this for now. Let's discuss how to deal with third brother first. What does fifth brother think? How about we each take one of the people and the flag? Yang Kong asked with a smile, not putting his third brother Yang Tai in his eyes at all, as if he wanted to divide up some kind of supplies with Yang Ing. Yang Tai's face couldn't help going pale, while the other Duan Mu family masters also wore angry looks. Yang Ing smiled and shook his head, calmly saying, fifth brother, don't blame little Seven for having such a big appetite. I want third brother's people, but I also want his flag. Yang Kong was stunned and couldn't help sneering. Seventh brother, your appetite is really big. Then let's see if you have the ability to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Yang Ying's smile also slowly converged, and his expression became cold. The two brothers stared at each other for a moment before the surrounding 1,000 meters suddenly became silent, the air seemingly stagnant. When the wind and rain came, the city was about to be destroyed. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk more than 10 powerful spiritual energy senses suddenly burst forth, and as if they had discussed this beforehand, the immortal ascension boundary masters brought by Yang Kong and Yang Ing simultaneously released the soul skills they had been accumulating for a long time. As the invisible forces collided, some people let out muffled groans and were forced to retreat a few steps while others took advantage of the situation and fiercely attacked. The brilliance of various martial skills and artifacts blossomed at this moment, dazzling the onlookers. Tang Yuxian flew to the side to protect Yang Kong from the whirlpool of battle, while the other blood warrior, brought by Yang Ing, also flew to the other side to protect him. The two Yang family young lords stared at each other from a few dozen meters away, their cold gazes colliding, creating a series of sparks. As key figures in the inheritance war, unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kong and Yang Ing wouldn't take action themselves. Firstly, doing so was dangerous, and secondly, their strength wasn't high, so even if they took action, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. The blood warriors guarding them were also restrained by the Yang family's rules and couldn't take the initiative to attack. The Blood Warriors were only responsible for passive counterattacks. When no one attacked them or the Yang family young lords, even if the situation was critical, they had to stand by and watch. The strength of the cultivator brought by Yang Kong and Yang Ying was roughly the same. So when they clashed, they were actually evenly matched. As the hosts, Yang Tai and the Duan Mu family cultivator were relaxed. No one actually came to find trouble with them. After observing for a while, Yang Tai coldly snorted. "Did you really think this third brother wasn't prepared at all? You're looking down on me too much. Release the arrows." Asterisk schwa, schwa schwa, asterisk on top of the surrounding walls and roofs. A number of figures appeared, each of them holding a powerful bow that glowed with a brilliant light. The shape of these bows was quite arrogant. At a glance, it was obvious they were high-grade artifacts. As for the cultivators holding bows, each of them was at least a true element boundary 8th stage master, with one or two even having reached the immortal ascension boundary. Yuan Qi madly poured into the bows and artifacts, and in just a short time, the cultivator holding the bows all went pale, seemingly having exhausted all of their Yuan Qi. Wherever the arrows were pointed, everyone felt a sense of danger, and their complexion changed greatly. As the violent power gathered, even the bored people who were watching from outside the mansion couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines, their scalps tingling as a chill ran down their spines, as if some kind of danger was staring at them. Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk 6 or 7 powerful bows, the bowstrings trembling, the sharp arrows on the bowstrings emitting a dazzling light, like meteors falling from the sky, creating a halo of light visible to the naked eye, as they slammed towards the cultivator who was still fighting. The arrows flew out and instantly weaved into a rain of arrows, wrapping around Yang Kong and Yang Ying's followers. A loud bang rang out, shattering the sky and shattering the earth as blood and flesh flew everywhere. Everyone's eardrums trembled as they lost their sense of hearing in an instant. Both Yang Kong and Yang Ying's eyes trembled as they stared in disbelief at the energy eruption below. Tang Yuxian and the other blood warrior quickly circulated their Yuan Qi to protect Yang Kong and Yang Ying. RS. Chapter 426. After a while, the raging waves of energy gradually subsided. Half of Yang Tai's mansion was blown away by those 6 to 7 arrows and was almost razed to the ground. A huge crater appeared on the ground, and people crawled up from the edge of the crater. The ground was littered with broken limbs and pieces of flesh. The scene was extremely bloody. The inheritance war was not a child's play. People could really die. The minced corpses and rotten flesh on the ground, as well as countless rocks, had proven this cruel fact. The entire Yang Tai's mansion fell into a suffocating silence. Only some intermittent groans could be heard. The smell of blood filled the air. Among the crowd of onlookers, many female cultivators averted their eyes, covered their mouths, squatted down, and began retching. Yang Tai watched all this indifferently, a trace of ruthlessness flashing across his face. Yang Kong and Yang Ying's expressions suddenly became gloomy. They never thought that their third brother would actually have such a trick up his sleeve in such a disadvantageous situation. It wasn't that they didn't know those people were lying in ambush on top of the walls. They were well aware of their position. It was just that they hadn't expected Yang Tai to be able to obtain such a powerful killing artifact. The Shattering Star Bow was only Earth-grade top rank, but it was capable of swallowing a cultivator's Yuan Qi without limit, releasing all of it in one shot. As soon as the arrow was released, the bow cracked and the cultivators were injured. The 6 or 7 Shattering Star Bows, which were not easy to refine, were shattered the moment the arrows left the bowstrings. The force of the explosion even caused the cultivators holding the bows to be severely injured, their bodies riddled with holes. However, Yang Tai's purpose had been achieved. He was indeed unable to resist the attacks of Yang Kong and Yang Ying. But before he was defeated, He could viciously take a bite out of his enemy's flesh. I can lose, but whoever comes after me, I won't let them off so easily. Yang Tai's shattering star bow had perfectly expressed his intentions. Under the barrage of arrows, Yang Kong and Yang Ying's cultivator subordinates had lost at least a dozen people, 2 of whom were immortal ascension boundary masters, and more than 20 had been seriously injured. Minor injuries didn't count. At the very beginning of the Inheritance War, such losses were not small. How could Yang Kong and Yang Ying's expressions be good? Looking at the miserable situation below, the 2 of them were so angry that their eyes were about to crack. "Kill them for me," Yang Kong and Yang Ying furiously ordered, almost at the same time. In the next moment, the brief silence was broken. The 6 or 7 cultivator, who had been injured by the explosion of the Star Shatterer, Bao had shot the arrows. He didn't even have the strength to resist before he was killed in one move. These were all cultivators of the Duan Mu family. Although the Duan Mu family was a first-class force and had many masters, they couldn't devote all of their strength to the Inheritance War. Moreover, Yang Tai was destined to have no chance of winning. Therefore, although the Duan Mu clan had sent quite a few people this time, they were only doing their best. The Duan Mu clan's patriarch had long been mentally prepared to sacrifice all of them. Therefore, even if 6 or 7 people were killed, the others did not even frown. Old 7. 5th brother, I think it's better to deal with 3rd brother first. What do you think? Yang Kang's expression was gloomy as he stared at the motionless Yang Tai, asking his 7th brother, Yang Ying, "Exactly." Yang Ying nodded. "The ownership of the people and flag will depend on your own methods." Yang Kong snorted. Under his command, the people he had brought with him attacked Yang Tai. At the same time, Yang Ying also issued an order to attack. In an instant, the 2 of them aimed their spears at Yang Tai and the Duan Mu family. Among the cultivator the Duan Mu family had dispatched this time, the strongest were only 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary's 7th stage masters. The rest weren't worth mentioning. Although the 6 or 7 Star Shatterer bows had won back some face, in this kind of head-on confrontation, they couldn't gain any advantage at all. The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary's 7th stage masters tried their best to protect Yang Ying as they were forced to retreat. But after a short, while they were forced to retreat, at that moment, a person from each side of Yang Kong and Yang Ying secretly left the battlefield and hid themselves as they rushed towards the main hall of Yang Tai's mansion. That was where Yang Tai's flag was hanging. Although Yang Tai saw them, he was powerless to stop them and could only allow them to enter, a look of unwillingness appearing on his face. "Get ready." Yang Kai, who had been quietly observing the situation, suddenly shouted. The wind and cloud guard's expressions became solemn, knowing that Yang Kai was finally going to make a move. Turning his head to look at the wind and cloud guards, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Although the 2 seniors aren't weak, in this kind of chaotic battle, I'm afraid they won't be able to gain any advantage." The wind guard nodded. "What young Lord Kai says is correct. And among those people, there are several whose strength is not inferior to ours, some even surpassing ours. As for what to do, young Lord Kai can give us orders. Old Cloud and I will do our best to cooperate. Just follow me, go in, and make a few false moves. Don't fight. Immediately leave," Yang Kai whispered. The wind and cloud guards were masters of the Dong family who had followed Dong Qinghan for so many years. If they died here, it would be a big blow to Dong Qinghan. Yang Kai had brought them here to fish in troubled waters. He didn't want them to risk their lives. Good. After listening to Yang Kai, the wind and cloud guards nodded firmly. If they just went in and made a few false moves, there wouldn't be any danger. What they feared the most were the masters from the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall, but as long as they didn't attack Yang Kong and Yang Ying, the Blood Warrior Hall's masters naturally wouldn't attack them. Also, go help Yang Ying's people, attack Yang Kang's people. Don't attack both sides at once. If they only attacked one side, It would give Yang Kang's people the illusion that they were allies. Although they would quickly realize this, Yang Kai wanted to seize this fleeting opportunity. If they attacked both sides, it would only be a thankless task. As he spoke, two people suddenly rushed out from Yang Tai's room. One of them belonged to Yang Kang's camp, the other belonged to Yang Ying's camp. Both of them were Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Cultivator, one of them holding a flag, and running out, a look of joy on his face, while the other hurriedly chased after him. Obviously, the first person had moved faster and obtained the flag first. Yang Kang's eyes lit up, no longer caring about the battle below. He quickly shouted, "Come here." When the master holding the flag heard this, he hurriedly rushed over to Yang Kang. As long as he handed the flag to Yang Kang, with Tang Yuxian's protection, he would basically be safe. "In your dreams," Yang Ying coldly snorted, leading the blood warrior behind him to rush towards the man. "Seventh brother, you stay here." Yang Kang laughed and leapt forward to intercept him. The blood warrior behind Yang Ying quickly moved to help. Tang Yuxian's soul skill burst out. In an instant, Yang Kang and Yang Ying had begun fighting while Tang Yuxian and the other blood warrior were also engaged in a fierce battle. Amidst the chaos, Yang Kai had brought the wind and cloud guards to the battlefield, with so many pairs of eyes watching them. Naturally, some people had discovered their tracks. However, these people were just here to watch the fun. So even if they discovered them, they wouldn't alert Yang Kang or Yang Ying, instead just wondering where these three people had come from. The two Yang family young lords were fighting one-on-one. The two blood warriors were also fighting one-on-one. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters who had escaped from Yang Tai's Central Palace were also fighting one-on-one. The rest of the people were jointly attacking the Duan Mu family in an attempt to capture Yang Tai. The entire War City had been divided into 4 parts. The Duan Mu family's cultivator had either been killed or injured, leaving only 4 or 5 who were still stubbornly resisting. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters were also covered in wounds. It was obvious they were on the verge of collapse. Yang Kai whispered to the wind and cloud guards before rushing towards the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who were fighting over the flag. Before he even arrived, his spiritual energy had already burst forth. A strange and terrifying divine sense suddenly enveloped the entire Yang Tai's mansion like a giant mountain. It pressed down on everyone. Everyone who was fighting couldn't help but have a change in expression. Their attacking moves instantly turned into defensive moves. The divine sense of a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. The two blood warriors separated at the same time and quickly stood guard beside Yang Kang and Yang Ying, glancing around vigilantly. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who were fighting over the flag were also startled, nearly falling to their knees. Just as they were panicking over which powerhouse had suddenly made a move, a black shadow had already rushed in front of them. Both of them coldly snorted and simultaneously attacked this dark shadow. A strange purple light burst forth, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating a series of ripples visible to the naked eye that quickly spread out. "Soul skill," the two men exclaimed, but before they could react, a burst of floral fragrance assaulted their nostrils as blood-red petals wrapped in a cold, murderous intent flew out in all directions. Caught off guard, the two men were simultaneously struck by this attack, a cold chill filling their knowledge seas, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Fortunately, their strength wasn't weak, and their souls were quite stable. So even though they were struck by Yang Kai's soul skill, they weren't injured. On the other hand, the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia that followed after forced them into a panic. In this brief moment, Yang Kai had already rushed in front of the master holding the flag, revealing a mouthful of white fangs as he grinned maliciously. When the man saw Yang Kai's face, he couldn't help but become slightly dazed. By the time he regained his composure, the flag in his hand had already been snatched away by Yang Kai. "You..." The master's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He naturally recognized the 8 Yang family young lords who were participating in the inheritance war, but he had never imagined that he would meet the youngest one here. For a moment, he felt like he was dreaming, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, Yang Kai didn't give him any time to breathe, continuing to entangle with the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia while he leapt into the air and tossed the flag into the air. In the dark night, a golden light flashed, and a pair of claws stretched out, accurately grabbing Yang Tai's flag, and disappearing in an instant. The sound of flapping wings rang out and gradually disappeared into the distance. It was the golden feather eagle. Are you an idiot? The Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage master in Yang Ying's camp couldn't help cursing. In his opinion, the opponent who had just been holding the flag had clearly been snatched away without any resistance. So how could he understand the confusion and shock in his opponent's heart? It's him. The man knew he was in the wrong and didn't know how to explain for a while. On the other hand, Tang Yuxian, who was guarding Yang Kong, couldn't help but frown as she stared in the direction the golden feather eagle disappeared, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as a smile appeared on her face. When she turned to look at Yang Kai again, Tang Yuxian's eyes softened. Chapter 4:27. The flag that should have belonged to Yang Kong had suddenly been snatched away, causing the originally joyful Yang Kong to be slightly startled, his mood instantly turning sour. Moreover, after the person who had snatched the flag flew up and down, the flag had already disappeared. Yang Kong couldn't help gritting his teeth and cursing, but he didn't dare to act rashly. That extremely powerful spiritual energy belonging to a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master still shrouded the surrounding area. Not only did Yang Kong not dare to move, but everyone present also didn't dare to move. Such a master hiding nearby was a deterrent to anyone. They didn't know who this person was, but they all knew in their hearts that this master was not one of them. Because of this deterrent spiritual energy, Yang Tai and the several Duanmu family cultivator, who were originally in a precarious situation, became much more relaxed at this moment. The wind and cloud dual guards, on the other hand, didn't have any scruples rushing into the battlefield, swinging left and right, attacking all the people brought by Yang Kong. Although the people brought by Yang Ying felt that these two were unfamiliar faces, they didn't think much about it, allowing the wind and cloud dual guards to act wantonly. After a few exchanges, the wind and cloud dual guards arrived in front of Yang Tai. Seeing that the situation was not right, Yang Kong couldn't help shouting, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and capture my third brother." The flag was already gone. If they still couldn't capture this person, then this time they would really go for wool and come home shorn. Yang Kang's shout finally caused those who were on guard to take action. Yang Ying also shouted, "Stop them for me." The cultivator on both sides once again engaged in a fierce battle. They were entangled with each other. The wind and cloud dual guards approached Yang Tai, and in the midst of the chaos, they actually received the help of several cultivator from Yang Ying's camp, successfully forcing back the 2 Duanmu family masters guarding Yang Tai and grabbing him. Yang Ying laughed and shouted to the wind and cloud dual guards, "You two please send him over." Yes, the wind and cloud dual guards quickly responded, "Hurry up." Good. Saying so, he casually threw Yang Tai over. Yang Ying was taken aback, not understanding what was going on. The person who had just snatched the flag actually jumped into the air to intercept Yang Tai, carrying him and flying away. At the same time, the wind and cloud dual guards also flew into the air. They disappeared into the night sky in a streak of green light. "Fifth brother, seventh brother. Thank you." A familiar voice came from afar. Both Yang Kong and Yang Ying's faces suddenly became ashen as they cried out in alarm, "Ninth brother!" When the crowd of onlookers heard this, they immediately went into an uproar. Ninth brother! That was the youngest young master of the Yang family, Yang Kai. Just now, when Yang Kong was speaking, he had also said that Yang Zhao and Yang Shen had brought people to Yang Kai's mansion tonight to cause trouble, and judging from Yang Kai's performance today, he didn't have much help. Even if his situation was better than Yang Tai's, it wouldn't be much better. At this time, shouldn't that ninth brother Yang Kai be in a terrible fix in his own mansion? Why would he appear here to reap the benefits? Moreover, he seemed to have only brought 2 helpers with him. This person was so bold. Without knowing why, when they heard Yang Kang's exclamation and felt the incredulity in his tone, the crowd felt a burst of excitement. It seemed that this kind of unexpected battle was the kind of show they had been looking forward to. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already flown 1,000 meters away with Yang Tai, his Yuan Qi fully activated as his figure flashed, leaving behind a long trail of afterimages. It really is the little lord. Tang Yuxian smiled and muttered to herself. Just now, she had seen a golden light in the dark night. Tang Yuxian had some doubts about whether it was the golden feather eagle, but now hearing Yang Kai's voice, she immediately confirmed her suspicions. Did you already know? Yang Kong glanced at her unhappily. Tang Yuxian's expression remained serious as she shook her head. It was just a guess. I wasn't sure. Yang Kang's expression became ugly, but he didn't say anything more. He knew that Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both had a very respectful attitude towards Yang Kai. This time, he had deliberately chosen these 2 as his retainers for the inheritance war, firstly because their strength was really good, and secondly because he wanted to discuss Yang Kai. However, at this critical juncture, he had been the one to disgust Yang Kai. Both his flag and his people had been snatched away by Yang Kai. He and Yang Ying had fought a life-and-death battle and had lost so many helpers, but in the end they had obtained nothing. The depression in his heart could be imagined. Chase. Yang Kong grit his teeth and roared, immediately flying off. Yang Ying's expression was also gloomy as he followed without a word. The 2 groups of people left together, leaving behind only the ruins of Yang Tai's mansion and the 4 or 5 injured Duanmu family masters. In order to chase down Yang Kai and recapture Yang Tai, the 2 of them had no intention of dealing with the remaining Duanmu family masters. The first battle of the night was actually a sandpiper and clam fight, a fisherman taking advantage of the situation. This was greatly beyond everyone's expectations. The onlookers still wanted to see more, so they quickly followed. These people were also quite interested in the daring 9th brother Yang Kai, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They couldn't help wondering what kind of person this youngest young Master Yang was, and how he was able to act so boldly. Faintly, these people didn't want Yang Kai to be caught. With the existence of such a person, the inheritance war would be much more interesting and exciting. With the ground covered in blood and corpses, the 4 or 5 Duanmu family masters who had survived glanced at each other and smiled bitterly, slowly sitting down and adjusting their breathing. They had done their best. The Duanmu family had sent a total of 30 to 40 people this time, but after this battle, only 5 of them had survived. This was a loss to the Duanmu family's strength, but it would also strengthen the Duanmu family's reputation. In the future, when people talked about this inheritance war, they would only praise the Duanmu family for their loyalty and uprightness, knowing full well that they would lose, but still sending people to protect them without hesitation. Such a family was bound to have people befriending them. So, in the long run, the Duanmu family not only didn't lose anything, instead, they benefited. Yang Kong and Yang Ying led their own people to chase after Yang Kai. At first, they could still see his shadow, but as time passed, even his shadow disappeared. Many immortal Ascension Boundary Masters released their divine senses in an attempt to detect Yang Kai's movements. But these divine senses were like stones sinking into the sea, completely useless. Yang Kai and Yang Tai had disappeared. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. The results reported by their pursuers made Yang Kong and Yang Ying's expressions become more and more ugly. Your ninth brother's speed is too shocking, Gao Rang Feng muttered in horror, carrying a person in his hand. He was actually able to leave so many Immortal Ascension boundary masters behind. Such speed was simply incredible. Regardless of his speed, under the divine senses of so many Immortal Ascension boundary masters, how could he hide his whereabouts and aura? Kang Zhan shook his head, somewhat unable to understand. Yang Ying's eyes flashed as he stared towards Tang Yuxian, chuckling lightly. Fifth brother, I heard that your blood warrior's attainments in soul skills are far higher than anyone else's. Was she unable to detect it with her divine sense? Listening to Yang Ying's words, Yang Kong also quickly turned his eyes to Tang Yuxian, full of questions. Tang Yuxian shook her head lightly and said, I've tried. I couldn't detect the little lord's movements. Yang Kong frowned, quickly saying, Yuxian, I know you and ninth brother have a good personal relationship, but don't forget, this is the inheritance war. You are a blood warrior of the Yang family's blood warrior hall. Tang Yuxian's expression became serious as she said, Fifth young lord, I understand what you're saying, but I also ask you to understand that blood warriors always distinguish between public and private interests. Since you used your merits to exchange with the family for me and Tu Feng to serve as your retainers, before you fail, Tu Feng, and I will do our best to assist you. Listening to her say this, Yang Kong didn't continue to press the issue, nodding slightly. That's not what I meant. Since you can't detect him, ninth brother must have some kind of powerful master helping him hide his whereabouts. You mean the master of that divine sense? Yang Ying suddenly remembered the terrifying and strange spiritual energy he had just sensed. It should be, with such a powerful master helping him, it is indeed possible for him to do so. Yang Kang's brow furrowed as he muttered to himself, Strange, how could ninth brother have such a powerful helper? In the inheritance war, all the great forces in the world participated. Among them, the strongest master the 8 great families had ever dispatched was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage master. As for the other first-class forces, they generally wouldn't send a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary master to participate. Such masters were usually relatively old and wouldn't be willing to disturb the balance of the inheritance war. On top of that, these families couldn't afford to lose such a master. Therefore, the strongest master a first-class force could send was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage master. Of course, this fact was not absolute. As the inheritance war heated up, peak Immortal Ascension Boundary masters were likely to appear on the battlefield. As for the second-class forces, there were very few Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage masters. For example, in Blood Battle Gang, only Sect Master Hu Man was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage master. As the leader of the Blood Battle Gang, how could he participate? As for Stormhall, there wasn't even a single Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage master. Even the Sect Master Xiaorua Han only had a 7th stage cultivation. Therefore, the masters a second-class force could send out were mostly Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th or 7th stage masters. As for third-class forces, it was impossible for them to have too many masters. The support they brought was much smaller than that of first-class and second-class forces. In the inheritance war, people would die. If too many masters died, those forces wouldn't be able to afford it and would likely never be able to recover from this setback. Because of this, no matter which force participated in the inheritance war, the number of people they sent out was limited. As for a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, none of the young lords had won yet. If Yang Kai really had such a powerful ally, Yang Kong and Yang Ying would be in grave danger. So how could they have time to think about anything else? Ninth brother really made a big profit this time. Yang Ying shook his head and smiled bitterly. The flag had been snatched by him, and now even Yang Tai was in his hands. Each person and flag could be exchanged for a lot of useful materials from the family, even artifacts, martial skills, and secret arts. These things could be used to equip his followers, allowing them to become stronger and stronger. He'll be able to hold on until tonight. Yang Kong coldly snorted. At this time, the battlefield over there should also be a great deal of chaos, right? Ninth brother didn't stay in the mansion and actually ran out on his own. Although this was a risky move, in Yang Kang's opinion, the gains weren't worth the losses. Chapter 428. Unable to catch up with Yang Kai, unable to find any trace of Yang Kai, and even more fearful of the mysterious peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Yang Kong and Yang Ying both wore depressed expressions. After a moment of silence, Kong Zhan of the Kong family suddenly smiled and said, "The two of you, do you want to go to your ninth brother's house now?" Yang Kong and Yang Ying both glanced at him suspiciously, but soon their eyes lit up, and Yang Kai had run out on his own, so there was no one guarding his house. Moreover, that mysterious master had also been brought out by him, so the defenses there must be empty. Moreover, Yang Zhao and Yang Shen were also there. If they went there now, the four of them together would be enough to flatten Yang Kai's house. Looking at each other indifferently, the two brothers both saw the opportunity in this situation. But before they could consider the pros and cons, Gao Rengfeng of the Gao family shook his head and said, "That's not right. I think the two of you should hurry back to your own houses. If there really is a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master as Yang Kai's ally, I'm afraid your houses will be in danger right now." Hearing this, Yang Kong and Yang Ying's expressions changed greatly. They had only seen the opportunity to defeat others, but had completely ignored their own situation. This time, in order to eat the first piece of meat, the two of them had brought a lot of allies with them. In addition to leaving behind a blood warrior to guard their flags, they didn't have many powerful forces to guard their respective houses. At this time, if Yang Kai really took advantage of this situation, they would be defeated unjustly. Thinking so, the two of them no longer had any ideas about Yang Kai, and quickly led their respective forces back. 10 kilometers outside War City, Yang Kai put down Yang Tai in his hand. Not bothering to seal his meridians and Yuan Qi, Yang Kai lifted his hat and called out, "Third brother?" "Ninth brother's methods are quite good," Yang Tai said with a look of admiration. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I just took advantage of their loophole. Tonight, no one would have thought that he would dare to come out and cause trouble. So when Yang Kong and Yang Ying were fighting each other, they were completely unprepared. If not for this, how could Yang Kai so easily capture the flag? As long as they were slightly on guard, Yang Kai would not have succeeded this time. No matter what, now that third brother has fallen into your hands, it's all thanks to you." Yang Tai looked at Yang Kai indifferently and said, "Rather than being captured by those two, why don't you just stay here? Third brother would rather let you take advantage of me. At least you didn't take the initiative to attack me." "Third brother, you're being too serious." Yang Kai sensed his indifference and naturally knew that he was a little depressed because he was the first to be eliminated. "You can go back to the central capital. There's nothing for you to do here." Yang Tai was stunned and frowned. "What do you mean?" "It's nothing special. Just taking the flag is enough." Saying so without waiting for Yang Tai to say anything else, Yang Kai's figure flickered and returned to War City. Standing in place for a long time, Yang Tai's expression gradually eased. Frowning, Yang Tai stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, a faint trace of gratitude appearing on his face. Yang Kai not taking him to the family to exchange for supplies was tantamount to giving him some face. Yang Tai hadn't achieved much in these past few years, nor had he done anything earth-shattering. His performance had always been mediocre, but as a Yang family young lord, his pride was still ingrained in his bones. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have chosen to die tonight, and would have taken the initiative to surrender. if he was really captured by Yang Kai and taken to the family to exchange for supplies. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in the Yang family in the future. Taking a deep breath, Yang Tai looked up at the gem-like clusters of stars in the sky, smiled bitterly, and turned in the direction of the central capital. The battle here really had nothing to do with him. The Yang family young lords who had been defeated in the inheritance war were no longer allowed to participate, but those from other forces still had a chance to choose. Yang Kai shot out like a meteor, using his powerful divine sense to isolate his aura from leaking out as he hurried back to his mansion. Letting Yang Tai go wasn't because of their brotherly love. Yang Kai's relationship with his cousins was very thin, but tonight, Yang Tai's refusal to surrender had touched him a little. She shouldn't do anything to humiliate such a person. Northwest corner of War City, Yang Kai's mansion. Half an hour ago, almost at the same time as the chaos in Yang Tai's mansion, Yang Kai's mansion was also very lively. The information Yang Kang had received was not wrong. Tonight, among the 8 young lords, besides the eldest brother Yang Wei, who didn't take any action due to his status, only the 8th brother Yang Quan had remained inactive. The second brother, Yang Zhao, and his ally, the Yi family's Yi Xian Rou, led a number of masters to Yang Kai's mansion. Before these people had even begun to move, the 6th brother, Yang Shen, and Qiu Zira also arrived. The 2 sides stood firm and exchanged pleasantries, all of them exchanging pleasantries. Tonight, they had only come to attack Yang Kai. There was no need for them to become enemies. This was something everyone was very clear about. In front of the mansion's main hall, Hua Xingchen sat in an armchair, fanning himself with a folding fan in his hand as 2 beautiful maids poured wine for him, a look of contentment on his face. The arrival of Yang Zhao and Yang Shen didn't seem to disturb his mood. Next to Yang Zhao, Yi Xian Rou stood gracefully, a gorgeous smile on her face, her curvaceous figure blooming with a different kind of seductiveness, her skin white as jade, and her grace outstanding. The Yi family's first young lady, although not as famous as Qiu Yimeng, was still a prestigious figure among the younger generation. Behind Yang Zhao, the Xiang family's Xiang Chu and the Nan family's Nan Sheng stared down gloomily, their faces filled with pleasure. In particular, Nan Sheng, when he stroked his 2 severed fingers, a vicious light flashed across his face. Those 2 fingers were the result of Yang Kai forcing him to cripple himself. This kind of hatred was absolutely irreconcilable, and for the past few months, Nan Sheng had been constantly thinking about how to exact revenge. Yang Zhao's allies were strong and had a large number of people, but Yang Shen's side was not weak either. With the help of the Qiu family's Qiu Zirua and the support he had gathered, he was able to resist Yang Zhao for a short time. On the other hand, in Yang Kai's mansion, besides the central capital wolf, only Qiu Yimeng and Xiang Tianshao were standing next to him. In addition, Chu Gao Yi stood like an iron tower in front of the main hall, motionless. Ying Zhou's whereabouts were unknown. However, everyone present knew that this shadowy blood warrior was lurking in the darkness, ready to launch a thunderous strike at any moment. Separated by some distance, Qiu Yimeng and Qiu Zirua's eyes met. The former smiled slightly, her smile full of confidence, while the latter's eyes couldn't help flashing slightly before quickly returning to his former self, seemingly not wanting to show any timidity in front of his elder sister. At the same time, Xiang Chu and Xiang Tianshao also stared at each other, one expressionless, the atmosphere suddenly becoming a little tense. 6th brother, what do you want to do with little brother Kai? Yang Zhao suddenly asked with a smile. Yang Shen also smiled. If 2nd brother wants to eat the meat, little brother will drink the soup. 2nd brother can't eat all of it alone, right? Naturally, Yang Zhao slowly shook his head, hesitating for a moment before saying, since that's the case, 2nd brother will take little brother Kai's flag. We'll split it evenly as long as 2nd brother is in charge. Yang Shen grinned meaningfully, quite satisfied with Yang Zhao's proposal. Intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced toward Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng and couldn't help curling his lips, a trace of disdain flashing across his eyes. The grievances between Yang Kai and them had already spread today. It wasn't difficult to explain why Yang Zhao chose little brother Kai instead of the flag. The Xiang and Nan families joining Yang Zhao's camp had greatly increased his strength, so he naturally wanted to express his gratitude to his allies. Capturing Yang Kai was tantamount to losing face, so Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng should be satisfied and would only serve him more loyally in the future. Hey, you two, aren't you tired of standing there talking? Why don't you come down? Hu Xingchen suddenly called out casually. Yang Zhao smiled and shook his head. No need, Brother Hu, let my little brother Kai come out and speak. I don't want to embarrass him too much. Yang Kai? Hu Stars grinned meaningfully. He doesn't seem to be at home. Not at home. Yang Zhao frowned, apparently thinking that Hu Stars was trying to fool him, asking curiously, if he's not at home at this time, where would he be? How would I know? Maybe he's somewhere enjoying himself. Ha. Hu Stars grinned as he stood up and opened his folding fan, pretending to be a romantic. In any case, he's not at home. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Yimeng. She should know where Yang Kai is. Yang Zhao couldn't help turning his eyes to Qiu Yimeng, who smiled lightly and tucked her hair behind her ear, asking softly, if I say he's not at home, would second young lord believe me? Hearing her speak so ambiguously, Yang Zhao couldn't help but frown, subconsciously thinking that Yang Kai was playing some kind of trick. But soon, Yang Zhao's expression became firm, and he said loudly, I don't believe you. Tonight was such a sensitive time. How could Yang Kai not be at home? He must be hiding somewhere, not daring to show himself. Then second young lord can search this place and see if you can find him. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly, but in her heart she was cursing him. Yang Kai had indeed said hello to her before going out, but before she could agree, he had disappeared. Where he had gone, or what he was going to do, she had no idea. No need. Yang Zhao's face showed a look of impatience as he shouted loudly, Little brother Kai, come out yourself. Second brother promises not to embarrass you. After calling out twice in a row, Yang Kai didn't respond. Nan Sheng couldn't help sneering. Second young lord, it seems that your little brother doesn't want to give you any face. Since that's the case, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Just directly attack. He won't be able to resist. He seemed to be impatient to defeat Yang Kai so he could watch him make a fool of himself and soothe the wounds he had suffered these past few months. Matters between us brothers don't need others to meddle. Yang Zhao snorted. Nan Sheng's brow furrowed as he grit his teeth, not daring to say anything more. Xiang Chu saw that Nan Sheng had suffered a setback, but instead of restraining himself, he smiled and said, Second young lord, I also think it's best to directly attack. The defensive forces here aren't too strong. If you and the sixth young lord join forces, what's there to fear? This is what it means to be courteous before resorting to force. If others don't appreciate it, ha! Chapter 429. Xiang Chu could see at a glance that Yang Zhao's words were false. Although he was reprimanding Nan Sheng, he obviously agreed with Nan Sheng's point of view, but he had no choice but to say a few words. At this time, someone needed to add oil to the fire so that outsiders would think it was someone else who was helping him make up his mind. This way, in the future, others wouldn't say he didn't care about his brother's feelings. That was why Xiang Chu dared to continue instigating Yang Zhao. He was a hypocrite with a sword in his heart. Xiang Chu was such a person, so he naturally understood Yang Zhao's thoughts. Sure enough, Yang Zhao hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. Good. What Brother Xiang said is right. Second brother has already shown ninth brother enough benevolence. Since ninth brother doesn't want to give second brother face, I have nothing else to say. Turning his head and looking at Yang Shen, Yang Zhao smiled and said, "If ninth brother doesn't want to show up, sixth brother, you can go get the flag yourself." Yang Shen had been waiting for a good show with a smile on his face, but when he heard Yang Zhao's words, he couldn't help feeling a bit startled. Immediately realizing that he had fallen into his second brother's trap without a trace, Yang Zhao's intestines turned green with regret. Just now, Yang Zhao had discussed with him. One wanted a person, the other wanted the flag. Now that Yang Kai wasn't showing up, the only thing left was the flag. Naturally, it was up to Yang Shen to snatch it. Perceiving Yang Zhao's intentions, the smile on Yang Shen's face slowly converged and became dignified. Yang Zhao continued to smile and said, "Go get it yourself. Second brother promises he won't have any ideas about you." Saying such words in front of so many people was enough to show Yang Zhao's sincerity. Yang Shen frowned and thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Thank you, second brother." Sweeping his eyes over the crowd he had brought, Yang Zhao pointed to an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage cultivator and said, "Go to the central hall and take out the flag." This person was a helper from Yang Shen's mother's family and was also from a first-class force, so his strength wasn't too weak. However, his strength wasn't too high either. Seeing Yang Shen point at him, this cultivator couldn't help wearing a bitter expression as he glanced over at Chu Gao, who was standing in front of the central hall. The Blood Warrior's name. "Deterrence. What are you afraid of?" Yang Shen snorted. The two Blood Warriors around ninth brother have yet to fully recover from their injuries. They can't even display 30% of their usual strength. What's more, they are restrained by the Yang family's rules and cannot take the initiative to attack. As long as you don't provoke them, they naturally won't attack you. They don't care even if I take out the flag. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master's eyes lit up. If this was really the case, then he had nothing to worry about. Of course not. Yang Zhao shook his head. They're only responsible for passive counterattacks. If you try to grab the flag, they'll naturally stop you. But as long as you're fast enough and run out with the flag, I think they won't be able to stop you in their current state. What are you waiting for? Yang Shen shouted impatiently. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master helplessly stepped out of the crowd. While watching Chu Gao vigilantly, Yang Kai pushed his divine sense to the limit, trying to find where Ying Jiu was hiding. But no matter how hard he tried, it was difficult for him to detect where Ying Jiu was hiding. This blood warrior didn't seem to be here at all. Huixing was still waving his folding fan leisurely. Qiu Yimeng's pretty face also wore a calm smile as her pair of beautiful eyes stared at the newcomer, clearly taking pleasure in his misfortune. Being stared at by her like this, the newcomer couldn't help feeling even more nervous. Slowly walking forward, this person condensed his strength and secretly became vigilant, bypassing Huixing and Qiu Yimeng before staring at Chu Gao, who was standing in front of the main hall. Humph! Chu Gao suddenly snorted, scaring the newcomer so much that he almost used the move he had been hiding. If he had used this move, Chu Gao would have been able to counterattack. Ha ha ha! Huixing saw this scene and couldn't help laughing. Qiu Yimeng also pursed her lips, trying not to laugh. Seeing one of his subordinates disgrace himself like this made Yang Shen's face very ugly. The newcomer's face alternated between blue and red. Seemingly feeling a little ashamed, and in a fit of anger, he walked briskly into the main hall. It was as if he had entered a place where no one could stop him. From inside, there was a rustling sound, and soon the newcomer rushed out, holding a flag in his hand. Sixth young lord. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure seemed to flash in the darkness, and everything quickly calmed down. The newcomer held a flag in his hand and stood at the entrance of the main hall, half of his body already out of the main hall, but he would never be able to take another step. Yang Zhao and Yang Shen's expressions suddenly changed. The cultivator behind them also paled. He's dead. A blood warrior next to Yang Zhao shouted, his eyes darting around. It's Ing Zhou's shadow dance. So fast. Yang Zhao's voice filled with horror as he asked in a low voice, did you see where Ing Zhou was hiding? I didn't see clearly. The blood warrior slowly shook his head. Ing Zhou's assassination and concealment skills are second to none in the Blood Warrior Hall. Even the Hall Master and Vice Hall Master would find it difficult to find him. I couldn't find him. After a pause, he shook his head again. But what puzzles me is, shouldn't Ing Zhou be seriously injured? How could he still display such a powerful attack? His injuries shouldn't have healed, right? Yang Shen asked in shock. One of his subordinates, suddenly dying, had put him in a bad mood. Impossible! The blood warrior next to Yang Shen also interjected, shaking his head. Chu Gao Yi and Ing Zhou's injuries are very serious. When we saw them this morning, their vitality was still weak. It's impossible for them to have recovered in just a single day. Then it must be his mad tyrant blood skill, Yang Zhao confidently inferred. The two blood warriors who had spoken before also nodded silently, a trace of sadness appearing on their faces. Ing Zhou, using his mad tyrant blood skill, now was likely the last time he would use it. After tonight, there would be no more Ing Zhou in this world. The blood warriors all had feelings for each other. Although they didn't talk about it openly, they were closer than blood brothers, willing to sacrifice their own life to save the others. In his current state, how long can his mad tyrant blood skill last? Yang Zhao asked. Even though he was reluctant to answer, the blood warrior next to him whispered, about half an hour. His vitality will be completely overdrawn. Then we wait. We'll wait half an hour. Yang Zhao made up his mind. The mansion fell into a brief period of peace. Only Huixing, once again sitting back in his armchair, humming an unknown tune while drinking and making merry, his leisurely appearance drawing everyone's attention. Yang Zhao was furious. Time passed slowly, and the feeling of waiting was torturous. After half an hour, Yang Zhao nodded. It's about time. Yang Shen's spirits rose. A trace of decisiveness appeared on his face as he said, Brother Qiu, this time let your two Qiu family elders go up as well. I don't believe we can't win back the flag. Qiu Zirua heard this and smiled, as sixth young lord commands. Saying so, he signaled to the two Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Qiu family elders, and they both stepped forward. Before they could move, though, Qiu Yimeng suddenly said, Brother, if I were you, I wouldn't play around with their lives. Your decision is too reckless. Qiu Zirua frowned and sneered. Elder sister, don't try to be mysterious. Yang Kai is destined to be eliminated tonight. You've always been good at reading people. But this time, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. With so many of us here, how can you resist? Stubborn fool. Qiu Yimeng shook her head in disappointment and no longer said anything. Yang Shen waited for the siblings to finish speaking before waving his hand. All of you go up, split up half of you to entangle that Chu Gao Yi. The other half get me the flag. With a series of shuffling sounds, more than a dozen figures flew out. Half of them were Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators, the strongest of which was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage cultivator, while the rest were not weak. Among the dozen or so people, the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage cultivator led 4 or 5 others to surround Chu Gao Yi, who had been standing motionless. None of them made a move and simply surrounded him. Even though they knew that he was seriously injured, these first-class cultivators didn't dare to take the initiative to attack the blood warriors. Chu Gao Yi was like an ancient mountain, standing motionless, only glancing over at them indifferently. The rest of the people rushed to the main hall and rushed towards the man who had just died, wanting to take back the flag in his hand. These masters all had excited looks on their faces, as if victory was already in sight. Ing Zhou should have no power to attack at this moment, which meant that this flag would belong to whoever obtained it. Taking back the flag would be a great merit to Yang Shen. So what was there to worry about not receiving a reward? 7 or 8 hands reached out to grab the flag. At that moment, a faint light burst out from the darkness and a thin figure suddenly appeared. This person held 2 daggers in his hands that glowed with a dark light. While everyone was excited, a cold light flashed from these daggers. This thin figure blurred and suddenly split into more than a dozen copies, each of them cold and gloomy, each of them decisive in their killing intent. Shadow dance kill. Screams and screams rang out as blood splashed out. How could the masters who had tried to snatch the flag resist the assassination of an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage blood warrior? In a flash, 3 of them were knocked to the ground. The others quickly retreated, but still couldn't avoid the fate of being injured. In an instant, the dust settled. Ingzhu stood alone, holding his daggers like a ghost in the dark, standing at the entrance of the main hall, reaching out and retrieving the flag from the dead man's hand, tossing it back into the main hall. His figure quickly blurred and disappeared into the air without a trace. He didn't use his mad tyrant blood skill. Yang Zhao's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed. The characteristics of a blood warrior after using his mad tyrant blood skill were very obvious. Their vitality would glow red, but Ingzhu didn't show any such signs. Second brother. Yang Shen's eyes went bloodshot. Just now, he had mistakenly believed in Yang Zhao's judgment, causing his subordinates to suffer heavy casualties. Yang Zhao glanced at him coldly and frowned. Second brother made a mistake in his judgment. Then my losses, Yang Shen also knew that it was unrealistic to ask Yang Zhao to compensate him for his losses, hating himself for not being more cautious and trusting others so easily. Chapter 430. In front of the central hall, Ingzhu had appeared like a ghost, killing 3 people before quickly disappearing. Yang Shen's subordinates no longer dared to act rashly, all of them turning back one by one, their faces filled with relief as they cast inquiring looks towards Yang Shen. Yang Shen's face was gloomy to the extreme, his stomach full of annoyance, no longer daring to issue orders casually. Yang Zhao, on the other hand, was frowning as he silently cursed. Ingzhu hadn't used his mad tyrant blood skill, but he was still so fierce. With his current injuries, this shouldn't be the case. Before coming here, Yang Kai had clearly heard that although Ingzhu was an elite of the Blood Warrior Hall, any Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Master would be able to easily defeat him. Had he really fully recovered from his injuries? Or had he used some kind of special method to suppress his injuries? Yang Zhao was confused, secretly speculating, but still couldn't help feeling curious. Looking at Chu Gao Yi again. From beginning to end, he hadn't said a word, his body hadn't moved at all, except for the occasional movement of his eyes. This blood warrior was no different from a corpse. However, even after being surrounded by 4 or 5 people, his expression hadn't changed at all, remaining as indifferent as water. Yang Zhao suddenly felt a headache coming on. Although the strength of the people he and Yang Shen had brought wasn't weak, if they wanted to snatch the flag from under the noses of 2 blood warriors, they would have to take a great risk. The biggest question now was how strong these 2 blood warriors in Yang Kai's house were. If they were just playing tricks, Yang Zhao was confident he could eliminate Yang Kai tonight, but if they weren't, after hesitating for a long time, Yang Zhao coldly snorted and said, "Sixth brother, it seems you can't handle this flag." Yang Shen's face went cold, unable to refute. "Since that's the case, second brother will help you." Yang Zhao stared down and said. Tonight's opportunity was rare. Yang Zhao didn't want to miss it. Even though he knew his decision was somewhat inappropriate, he couldn't help feeling restless. "You can help me, but as for the ownership of the flag..." Yang Shen had suffered a loss this time, but had learned his lesson and knew to ask clearly. "We'll talk about it when the time comes." How could Yang Zhao accept a loss? Right now, he didn't know where Yang Kai was, so if he hastily agreed to hand over the flag, he might not be able to obtain anything. Yang Shin frowned, not bothering with Yang Zhao's decision to go back on his word, pondering for a long time before nodding. All right, now that 4 of them had died at once, Yang Shin couldn't wait to win a victory to salvage the situation. Good, let's go. Yang Zhao chuckled and waved his hand. Behind him, the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters brought by, the Yi family's Yi Exine Ro, as well as the 2 elders from the Xiang and Nan families all set out. Yang Shin also signaled to the people he had brought with him. In an instant, the 2 brothers joined forces. More than a dozen mental travel realm experts approached the middle hall. At the same time, there was a group of Yuan Qi cultivators. Hey, let me make things clear first. You guys can go back, but don't drag me in. I'm just here to watch the fun. Hua Star shouted and took a few steps back. Qiu Yimeng sneered and kicked him in the ass, sending him flying forward while she and Xiang Tian Xiao took a step forward. The people from the Autumn Rain Hall and Xiang Tian Xiao suddenly appeared in the surroundings like ghosts. There were quite a few of them, but not many of them were presentable. The high realm experts brought by Yang Zhao and Yang Shin didn't show any fear and quickly approached the middle hall. Chu Gao Yi, who had remained motionless until now, suddenly roared as a violent Yuan Qi burst forth from his body. An invisible shockwave spread out in all directions as his voice rang like thunder in everyone's ears. If you want to enter the middle hall, you'll have to pass through me first. Full of qi, there was no trace of injury on his face. Yang Zhao and Yang Shin's subordinates had already been alerted by Ying Jiu, who was hiding nearby, so when they heard Chu Gao Yi's roar, it was hard to say which one of them had the worst mental fortitude, and actually sent out a ray of light towards Chu Gao Yi. Chu Gao Yi blocked it and grinned. Because of the Blood Warriors' family rules, they were only responsible for passive counterattacks. Before others attacked them, they couldn't take any action. But now that they had been attacked, Chu Gao Yi could naturally act without any scruples. His figure suddenly transformed into a streak of blue light, and in the next moment appeared in the middle of a large group of enemies. In the Blood Warrior Hall, Chu Gao Yi was known as the one who dared to risk his life the most. He was most proficient in short bursts of power. In the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, he could release all of his Yuan Qi and spiritual energy into his body without leaving a single trace behind. During this time, basically no one could withstand his attack. A burst of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye burst out from Chu Gao Yi's mind as a tyrannical soul skill suddenly exploded all around him. Forming a series of hand seals, Chu Gao Yi unleashed a series of exquisite and lethal martial skills. In an instant, everyone was thrown off their feet and thrown into chaos. No one had expected that this blood warrior, who should have been seriously injured, would dare to rush into the crowd and launch an all-out attack without any intention of defending himself. In just 3 breaths of time, someone had fallen to the ground and died, while another was sent flying, exploding into a cloud of dust midair. Yang Zhao, Yang Shun, Xiang Chu, Nansheng, and Qiu Ziruo's eyes suddenly trembled. None of them seemed to have expected that the outbreak of battle this time would be so ferocious. On the other hand, the 2 blood warriors who had followed the 2 Yang family brothers glanced at each other and smiled knowingly. With their eyesight, they naturally saw that Chu Gao Yi had fully recovered from his injuries. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to display such powerful combat strength. How had he recovered? When they saw him during the day, he was obviously the same as before. So how could he have undergone such a huge change in a single day? The 2 blood warriors couldn't understand this. Chu Gao Yi's ferocity and valiance had truly frightened his enemies. After 2 people died, the rest of the blood warriors couldn't help feeling a little nervous, none of them daring to get too close to him. What are you afraid of? With so many people, can't we take down a single blood warrior? Yang Zhao saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and roared angrily. At this point, there was no turning back. Either he didn't do anything, or he had no choice. He had already seen that Yang Kai was concealing his strength and biding his time. If he didn't defeat Yang Kai tonight, his youngest brother would definitely become a big enemy in the future, even more terrifying than his eldest brother Yang Wei. He had to get rid of him tonight. Yang Zhao grit his teeth. His shout really had a good effect. Those who had attacked Chu Gao Yi had only been deterred by the Blood Warrior's name, but after stabilizing their footing, they quickly discovered that the Blood Warriors weren't invincible. Chu Gao Yi's method of only attacking and not defending had allowed him to force his enemies into a panic, even taking advantage of the opportunity to kill 2 of his Blood Warriors, but he had also added a lot of scars to his body. What's more, there were too many of them, so they could easily avoid Chu Gao Yi's killing moves. If they cooperated, it was more than enough to kill this powerful Blood Warrior. Unless he used his Mad Tyrant blood skill, but with no one to support him, he wouldn't have the time to do so. For a time, everyone's morale soared, and their courage soared, all of them pushing their martial skills and artifacts to the limit. In the next moment, more than a dozen streaks of light shot out from all directions towards Chu Gao Yi, who was surrounded in the middle, with so many energy beams raining down on him. Even if Chu Gao Yi was a Blood Warrior, he couldn't resist them all, and in an instant, many wounds appeared on his body. However, Chu Gao Yi didn't make a sound, and continued to use his Yuan Qi and Soul skills. With this kind of method, the final result would undoubtedly be Chu Gao Yi's death, but Yang Shen and Yang Zhao's subordinates would also lose more than half of their lives. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at the entrance of the central hall, then back at Yang Zhao and Yang Shen, her thoughts turning sharply. Ying Zhou couldn't come out now, but once he did, either Yang Zhao or Yang Shen would be able to easily take away the flag with the Blood Warriors. Hiding in the dark was the only way he could become a hindrance to Yang Zhao and Yang Shen, as well as a weapon to deter the enemy. Ying Zhou obviously understood this very well, so even if Chu Gao Yi was surrounded, he remained indifferent. However, if Ying Zhou didn't come out, Chu Gao Yi alone wouldn't be enough to defeat the enemy. This was something Qiu Yimeng also understood. In this situation, guarding the flag wasn't a problem. The biggest key was that the Blood Warriors couldn't die. Otherwise, Yang Kai's power would be greatly reduced. Go help! After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Yimeng shouted. The Autumn Rain Hall's people instantly moved out, and with a wave of Xiang Tianzhao's hand, the Xiang family's cultivators also swarmed in from all directions, Xiang Ergong taking the lead, brandishing his artifact blade as he bravely charged forward. With his strength, he naturally couldn't compete with an immortal Ascension Boundary Master, but among the people brought by Yang Zhao and Yang Shen, it was impossible for all of them to have reached the immortal Ascension Boundary. There were still some who had reached the Yuan Qi boundary. These people were Xiang Tianzhao's targets. Killing one was one less. Seeing Xiang Tianzhao rush up, Xiang Chu couldn't help snorting, a trace of contempt flashing across his eyes. His younger brother's aptitude was indeed good, and he was quite popular in the family, but even if he was outstanding, he would never become the patriarch of the Xiang family, because once a battle broke out, he would be the first to rush forward. Which patriarch would take the lead and disregard his own safety? If this were the case, then all the families in this world would probably have to change patriarchs every few days. A patriarch had to act like a patriarch. A patriarch had to sit behind the scenes, coordinate the overall situation, and plan strategies. The one who rushed to the front was a general, not a commander. Staring at the figure of Xiang Tianzhao, Xiang Chu's eyes gradually became gloomy, a cold light flashing across them. You go too. Qiu Yimeng turned to look at the smiling Huastars. Me too. Huastar's eyes widened. What nonsense are you spouting? You're the Hua family's young master. Do you think they'll dare kill you? Qiu Yimeng shouted, grabbing Huastar's clothes and throwing him into the chaotic battlefield. Stars let out a strange cry as he fell from the sky like a meteor, smashing into the ground and creating a large crater. Qiu Yimeng sneered. "No one dares to kill you. At most, they'll just injure you. Bitch." Huixing Chen's legs were numb for a long time before he gradually regained consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he cursed under his breath before raising his arms and shouting, "Don't call me that. I'll tell you, I am Huixing Chen. I am the sole heir of the Hua family. If anyone dares to touch me, I'll kill them." Chapter 431. Huixing Chen shouted loudly, the name of this central capital wolf young Lord Hua, who among the crowd hadn't heard of him. Hearing him say this, both sides couldn't help rolling their eyes, Yang Zhao and Yang Shen's faces turning black. Hua Stars standing on the battlefield was a complete hindrance. Anyone who tried to attack him had to be careful not to touch him. Even the surging Yuan Qi had to be careful not to touch him. Otherwise, if they really hurt him, with his playful personality, he would definitely settle accounts with them later. At that time, even with Yang Zhao and Yang Shen's protection, those who hurt him would likely not be able to avoid retribution. Of all the people present, only those from the 8 great families were qualified to fight with him and capture him. But the battlefield was so chaotic that Yang Zhao and Yang Shen didn't have the courage to go down personally. Before Hua Stars could finish speaking, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage cultivator was knocked out of the battlefield by Chu Gao Yi and hit his shoulder. The Hua family young lord was enraged on the spot, raising his hand and slapping this man across the face, cursing, "Fuck, I already said I was Hua Stars, yet you still don't have eyes. If you hurt me, can you afford to pay for it?" This Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage cultivator had been beaten by Chu Gao Yi to the point where he couldn't even breathe. His qi and blood were tumbling. And after being slapped by Hua Stars in front of everyone, he had nowhere to vent his resentment and anger. Opening his mouth, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell limply to the ground. He had actually fainted from anger. "Blind fool," Hua Stars snorted. Yang Zhao and Yang Shen's expressions became more and more ugly. Hua Star's actions were too shameless, except for him. None of the young lords from the central capital 8 great families had the face to do such a thing. The Yi family's Yi Xianrou's charming face showed a wry smile, while Qiu Zirua also shook his head. Everyone was ashamed to be associated with such a person. On the other hand, Qiu Yimeng stood nearby with a smile, enjoying the Hua family young lord's shameless performance. Hua Stars shuttled through the chaotic battlefield like there was no one around him. Anyone who saw him would retreat, making Hua Stars extremely bored. He stood still and scratched his head. "Qiu Yimeng, can I come back now?" "No one wants to fight me." Who would dare to fight with him now that he had said that? He was the only heir of the Hua family, unlike other families who had at least a few descendants who could carry on the family line. "Just stand there," Qiu Yimeng replied with a smile, suddenly realizing that this debauchee young lord could play a significant role. "No way." Hua Star's face immediately turned bitter. Outside, Yi Xianrou's beautiful eyes turned. She said softly, "Second young master, let me go and capture him." Although Yi Xianrou's fame wasn't as good as Qiu Yimeng's, she was still a leader of the younger generation of the central capital. Some people even called her and Qiu Yimeng the 2 delicate flowers of the central capital. On top of that, her own strength wasn't weak. Coupled with a variety of extraordinary artifacts, she was more than capable of exchanging blows with an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage master. Yes, capture Hua Stars. She was rather confident. Others didn't dare to move against the Hua family young lord, but that didn't mean the 8 great families wouldn't. Yang Zhao heard this and shook his head, a dignified expression appearing on his face. "You're not his opponent." Yi Xianrou was stunned for a moment before smiling wryly. "Second young master is looking down on me. Don't just look at my delicate appearance. In fact, I also have some skills. Yang Zhao smiled lightly and said meaningfully, I naturally know your abilities, and I'm not looking down on you. It's just that you're looking down on this young Lord Hua. Yi Xianro looked stunned and hesitated. You mean he? Yang Zhao chuckled. Before the Yang family young lords returned to the central capital, there were three most famous people in the younger generation, and Hua Stars was ranked third. Do you think he only became famous because of his lust? Xianro, you underestimate the heritage of the Hua family too much. Yi Xianro's expression became serious, and she nodded gently. Second young master's words make sense. Perhaps it's because I don't like this person that I underestimated him. While the two of them were talking, Xiang Chu, who was standing next to them, quietly glanced towards one of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters below. This Immortal Ascension Boundary Master understood, and quietly left the besieging of Chu Gaoyi's group, intentionally or unintentionally moving towards Xiang Tianxiao, who was fighting a peak Yuan-Chi cultivator. The battlefield was chaotic, so no one paid attention to such a small detail. Even Xiang Tianxiao himself didn't notice. A moment later, this Immortal Ascension Boundary Master arrived, not far from Xiang Tianxiao, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he sent out a burst of invisible spiritual energy. At that moment, the Hua family young lord, for some unknown reason, staggered a few steps to the left. These few critical steps had allowed him to block Xiang Tianxiao's path. His spiritual energy rushed into the Hua family young lord's mind and exploded. Hua Stars' body suddenly released a blue halo. This was the soul-type artifact he carried with him, which played a defensive role. Seeing this blue halo, Hua Stars glanced around suspiciously and happened to meet the eyes of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Master who had attacked Xiang Tianxiao. Seemingly reacting, Hua Stars couldn't help grinning. You actually dared to use a soul skill to attack this young master. Your courage isn't small. Fortunately, this young master has a soul-type artifact on him. Otherwise, wouldn't you have succeeded? The man didn't expect such a change to occur, and was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. Just now, someone had accidentally bumped into Hua Stars and was slapped in public. Now that he had used a soul skill to attack this young master, how could he have a good end? In an instant, cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he quickly waved his hand and explained, Young Lord Hua, I didn't mean to. Hua Stars' expression became fierce as he ground his teeth. You didn't mean to? Could it be you didn't mean to? As he spoke, he threw a slap at Zhang Xian. The young master instinctively raised his hand to block Hua Stars' slap, but after blocking it, he realized that something was wrong, his expression becoming strange and brilliant. Young Lord Hua, Master, can you please not lower yourself to my level? You don't need to say anything. Hua Stars sneered. You're from the Xiang family, right? If this young master doesn't cripple you today, I'll call you Xiang Stars from now on. Stand there and don't move. How could the young master dare to move? He couldn't wait to directly slap himself unconscious. If he hadn't instinctively blocked that slap just now, allowing Hua Stars to vent his anger, he probably wouldn't have ended up like this. His mouth was filled with bitterness, as if he had eaten a bitter pill. Hua Stars turned around and searched the battlefield. He didn't know which corpse. He had found a sharp weapon. Waving it a few times, he slowly walked back and stood in front of the young master, his eyes sharp as knives, flashing a cold light as he sized him up. Speak for yourself. Should I chop you to death? Or should I chop you to death? Even if this young master's strength was not bad at this moment, he couldn't help feeling a little scared. Quickly turning his eyes to Xiang Chu, his eyes filled with pleading. Xiang Chu smiled helplessly, although he was the future heir of the Xiang family. The Xiang family was only a first-class force. How could they be qualified to challenge the Hua family? He didn't dare to provoke a rogue like Hua Stars. Seeing Xiang Chu's bitter smile, the young master also knew that he would not be able to escape today, so he grit his teeth and said, Young Lord Hua, you decide for yourself? Ha! You have quite the backbone. Hua Stars was very surprised, seemingly not having expected this young master to not resist at all. Just as he finished speaking, the sharp weapon in his hand flashed a cold light. With a muffled groan, the young master standing in front of Hua Stars had one of his arms chopped off, blood gushing out like a fountain. Since you still have some backbone, I'll cripple your arm. The young master was in unbearable pain, but he still didn't dare resist, circulating his yuan qi to slow down the flow of blood. His face pale as he grit his teeth and said, "Many thanks, young Lord Hua, for not killing me." Hua Stars casually said, "The Xiang family should have one of their arms cut off, and that Nan family should have done the same. If you don't get out of this inheritance war and return home, this young master will cut off all your arms and rename you the One-Armed Xiang family. One-Armed family, what?" Laughing wildly, Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng's faces both became extremely pale. Hua Stars was obviously ridiculing the fact that the four masters from their families had been forced by Yang Kai to cripple their own arms. For both the Xiang and Nan families, this was a great shame. Whether it was Xiang Chu or Nan Sheng, both of them couldn't help clenching their fists at this moment. This time, they had followed Yang Zhao to find trouble with Yang Kai, but after fighting for so long, Yang Kai still hadn't appeared. On the contrary, their camp had been completely destroyed by Hua Stars' shameless methods, even cutting off the arms of some of their masters. This was even more embarrassing than slapping their faces. "Second young lord, please uphold justice for us." Xiang Chu grit his teeth and whispered to Yang Zhao, his tone filled with an unforgettable hatred. He was truly enraged. Yang Zhao couldn't help but frown. To be honest, he didn't want to intervene in this battle right now. First of all, Chu Gao was still madly attacking, and the raging energy fluctuations made every corner of the battlefield unsafe. Secondly, Yang Kai still hadn't shown himself, so he didn't know what his little brother, who had been hiding his strength and pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, was planning. However, the Xiang and Nan families were a big help to him. If he didn't do anything at this time, it would only disappoint them. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Zhao nodded. "Good. This young lord will meet him personally." Hearing him agree, both Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng couldn't help smiling. In the next moment, Yang Zhao and the blood warrior beside him flew into the battlefield. Seeing him personally appear, Hua Xing quickly converged his unrestrained expression and became dignified, muttering, "Second young lord is quite refined." Yang Zhao chuckled. "Others don't dare to fight with you, so I'll accompany you." Hua Xing smiled bitterly. "Isn't this the end?" Turning back to Qiu Yimeng, he muttered, "Beauty, please find a way to save me. Otherwise, I'll be captured by second young lord. Although I want Yang Kai to lose, I don't want to be caught. That would be too shameful." Qiu Yimeng's body flickered as she sat down firmly in the armchair, a smile on her face as she said, "It's fine. In any case, it doesn't matter whether you're here or not. You can rest assured." "How can you be so cruel? A woman's heart is the most poisonous. How could young lord Hua not understand?" Qiu Yimeng snickered like a viper. Hua Xing suddenly became speechless. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.